Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the January 8th, 2019 Torrance City Council meeting to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Chen.
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Here.
Councilmember Herring.
Here.
Councilmember Mattucci.
Here.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Here.
Mayor Fury.
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, real property, conference with real property negotiator, 14B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and 14C, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54956.8, 54956.9D2, and 54957.6. We will return at 7 p.m. Thank you.
What can cause hearing loss is such an important thing seniors should learn about. Understanding how we treat our ears and the care we take can result in keeping our hearing at a healthy level during our aging process.
It can be genetic, therefore it's something that's passed down from generation to generation. So when babies are born, they have hearing loss. Wow. Sometimes it's just a little bit, sometimes they can be severe to profound. Sometimes when children are born with different syndromes, they can have hearing loss associated with it. Other things, you have aging hearing loss. You have people who get sick and suddenly lose their hearing. You have people that get injured, people that are around, noise-induced hearing loss, so people that work in factories or exposed to loud noises throughout their career, they can have noise-induced hearing loss. Mm-hmm. You also can have temporary hearing loss, which is called conductive hearing loss, which could be something from having fluid in the ear that has gone untreated, or just having an impaction of cerumen, which is wax, that can cause something like a temporary hearing loss until you go and you see a doctor and they remove it or they treat it.
Another big problem that we cause, and we do it ourselves, is clean out our ears.
That is a big no-no. The reason why is that when you use a Q-tip, you are removing some wax, but what you're also doing is you're pushing wax down too far down the ear canal, and when you push it too far down, there's nothing in that space to help move the wax out. In the outer portion, there are these little hairs that help naturally work the wax out of the ear. When it goes too deep, it just starts piling up, and what will happen eventually is it's going to build all the way up, and then it's going to block the eardrum, and then sound will get past it. And also, it's something you don't want to have a lot in your ear. So a little bit's very healthy, though. It's there to protect you.
Getting a routine checkup of our ears is a very good way to detect any problems in our future hearing. The equipment for this checkup takes advantage of new technology, giving us the ability to see inside our ears during the doctor's review.
This is one of my favorite tools as an audiologist. This is a video otoscope, and the difference is that when I look in the ear, I don't look at it at ear level. I'm looking at it and I see everything on the TV screen. And the advantage we have from that is ear canals are really tiny and it's hard to see detail. So when we put on the TV screen, we're able to see if there's wax. It's easier to see if there are bubbles behind the eardrum. It's easier to see holes. Sometimes the domes and hearing aids can get stuck in the ear, and this helps us remove it. So it's a very powerful tool. All right, let's take a look in your ear. It's beautiful. There's no impacted wax. It's your beautiful eardrum down there. You can tell there are no holes, and it's not retracted. So you have a perfect eardrum.
Why does the eardrum have hair? We see some people with lots of hair in their ears. You even may see some of them coming out of their ear, which seems to be mostly in men.
You have some hairs in your ear canal, which is there to protect you, but the hairs that you're probably talking about are the outer hair cells, which is basically part of the auditory nerve. So they kind of work like a piano. When you're playing a song, you have certain keys, and certain keys, when you play them together, make a song. So the way we hear, the cochlea has hair cells at the end, and each one is assigned a sound. And so when we hear, so when you say the word, let's say stop, and then ah and p, okay? So what happens is that those hair cells specifically are sent a signal, and then that signal is then fired to the auditory portion, which is in your brain. So it goes, through the ear canal, through the eardrum, and it goes into the middle ear space, and then into the cochlea, and that's where the outer hair cells are, and then that shoots all the way up to the brain.
As seniors age, do you lose, like you lose your hair, men go bald and all that. Does that also affect the hair in your ears?
That's exactly what happens with aging and hearing loss, is that those nerve fibers or those hair cells that have been working every millisecond of your life since before, you're even born, they get tired. And so they just stop working. So they can, still work. Sometimes they have a little bit more damage, and eventually, they could stop working altogether. Some people are born with hair cells that don't work at all, and those are people who are born profoundly deaf and sometimes get cochlear implants.
You may be thinking, do I have to ask someone I'm having a conversation with to repeat what they said to me? Or maybe you have to have the television on louder than you used to in order to understand what they're saying. This could be your signal to have a hearing checkup.
When you go for your annual exam, they ask you how you're doing with certain things, and a lot of times they don't ask how you're hearing. You have to bring it up to them, and I think that, once you reach mid to late 60s, you should be getting a hearing test, especially before your hearing loss starts, for a baseline, so you can see how fast it is progressing. It's very important, and I think that that's something that as audiologists we need to work on, is getting to those general practitioners and having them know how important it is. Hearing tests are covered by Medicare. You just have to have a referral from an MD, and it's completely covered. So that's another thing that I think is really important for people to know.
There is research that was completed recently on the benefits of hearing well. The results may surprise you and cause you to reevaluate the need for a hearing test.
There's a lot of research. It's been going on for a very long time. We've been researching this for over 20 years, but basically they're saying that people that go with untreated hearing loss versus those who don't are more likely to have dementia. And they're trying to really narrow down exactly what specifically is happening. There's many different theories, but basically if you're walking around with untreated hearing loss, your brain has to work harder to overcome hearing, and you're draining other cognitive resources. So they also think it has something to do with social isolation. If you're a social person and you used to be doing a lot of things and now you don't want to do anything, that's not healthy for your brain to not be having all of that stimulation. It's your quality of life.
During the first examination, the doctor wants to make sure that you understand words. In order to get the most accurate reading of your hearing, you are placed in a soundproof room with headphones, and the doctor is telling you to repeat the words she says. She then evaluates your answers.
All right. Say the word ice cream, hot dog, baseball, birthday, cowboy, toothbrush. Good job.
When it comes time for you to choose which type of a hearing aid you want, you will be surprised at the variety of sizes, styles, and colors.
We have to accommodate a large range of people with different circumstances and different degrees of hearing loss. So after we do a hearing test, we sit down with the patient and we discuss two different things, which is what style of hearing aid do they need, and then what type of technology do they need. The technology is the computer chip that goes inside all of these different hearing aids.
Oh.
So those are the two big decisions that we have to make. These hearing aids right here, they're called BTEs with ear molds. This would be someone, who has a severe or profound hearing loss.
They're pretty big. Oops.
They're very big. They're very powerful.
So this goes into the ear, and then this one goes around the side. I don't know if you can catch what that would look like.
We take a molding of the ear, so that part, the ear mold, this is made for a specific person. So we'll take an impression of the ear and we send it to a factory and it's custom made. It also can be replaced over time if the patient ear canal changes. Then
is there a battery inside of this?
Well, these are dummies, but a battery would go inside of all of these.
Oh, they would?
Yes.
And how long would this battery work?
Well, it depends. Typical battery, you'll get about a week's use out of it.
Wow.
There are rechargeable hearing aids as well.
Any of these rechargeable?
No, but I can show you one.
Okay.
Basically, these right here, these are called RICs. These can all be rechargeable, which is it just has like a special little boot on the end, and at night you would just place it into the charger. Versus, if you didn't have that, you would just open. There's a little battery door that you could just open if you didn't have rechargeable
So
hearing
this
aids.
is the smallest over the ear, so the person would have just a very little bit, showing
Yes.
right by their ear.
People with aging hearing loss tend to, the majority of the time, be in a RIC type hearing aid, which is all 5 of these models, these silver ones, right here. So, basically these 2 hearing aids right here are the same exact hearing aid. It's just that this has a bigger battery and this one has a smaller battery.
Oh, yes.
So if I had someone that, that came in and has really bad arthritis and I can tell they're struggling, I'm going to go with something as simple as just getting the bigger hearing aid versus going with someone who, doesn't want anyone to know. Then we try to get them in this style.
And this one here, the only thing that you would see on this is this little teeny antenna.
Right. And our goal is not even to see that. That would hide right behind the tragus.
This goes right into the ear and only that little
This
teeny...
is the smallest digital hearing aid. Hearing aids today are really cool and they're Bluetooth compatible, is we're trying to get hearing aids to be cool for our baby boomers, because baby boomers want to take care of themselves. They know, okay, they tell me I have hearing loss and they tell me it's healthy for me to get hearing aids. So the baby boomers are getting them sooner than the generation before them, and that's pretty big on our part because they'll be more successful as they age then.
I think the younger you are, the easier it is to adapt. The older you are, the more resistant you are. If you're hesitant on getting hearing aids, you should really think about it, because think about how much you're missing. You're missing words, you're missing conversations. They have just about any type of hearing aid that you would need, that you can adapt to your own personal needs.
I hope today's show gave you some insights on the technology that's out there for people who have hearing loss. Don't miss out on the great conversations that are out there. If you do have a problem, seek help. I'm Hope Witkowski reminding you, knowledge, it's a powerful tool. Tune in to Senior Scene next time for more secrets on successful aging.
Now, everything you were going to do someday is on the calendar. Introducing a new day of the week. Someday. Want to retire someday? You'll want a My Social Security account to help you get ready. Get yours at socialsecurity.gov.
Hi, I'm Hope Witkowski, your host of Senior Scene. Seeing better may mean having these. As we age, everybody needs glasses. On today's show, we're going to hear from the doctor on how we can take care of our eyes to have wonderful vision all the way through our long life. Many of us can remember the beauty and freedom of the best eyesight. We went out, played sports, read the finest prints without ever needing a little help with what is now called cheater glasses. What happened to that superior eyesight? I went to visit Dr. Barry Wolston, an eye surgeon and optometrist in Torrance, to get some answers.
The main need for glasses has to do with near work, with reading, which for most patients begins about age 45, needing some help reading, even if the distance is fine without glasses. But as most of us who didn't wear glasses as teenagers start to wear readers, eventually we also need something for the distance. So somewhere in the 50s or 60s age group, a distance error will be uncovered as well. And patients will notice that when they drive the car, especially at night, that things are blurry.
What exactly happens to our vision as we get older? Is there anything that we can do to keep our eyesight 20/20?
If they eat a normal diet, that's the first step. A diet that contains the antioxidants, and anyone who eats a normal diet will have that going for them. If there's any sort of family history of eye disease, we look at all patients over age 50 once a year.
Dr. Ralston says good eyesight starts with a healthy diet. Foods rich in antioxidants like nutrients in whole foods when they're fresh, wild-caught fish, and orange, red, and dark green fruits and veggies show that these foods contribute to better eyesight. That, along with family history, like when did your parents and grandparents begin needing glasses? That shows the most common vision problems amongst children and adults that are genetically determined. And thanks to modern medicine, a lot of it can also be corrected early on. Amazingly, there are new treatments that Dr. Ralston tells us about that can eliminate needing these glasses on all the time. It's amazing what we have done, the scientific explorations of the eye to save a person's eyesight. Yeah. That's just fantastic.
Yes, and this developed quite rapidly. It went from having no treatment whatsoever other than laser, which we used for many years, to just one doctor one day testing one of these drugs and finding a remarkable change in a patient over a period of weeks. And within several months of that doctor doing that one trial, everybody in the entire country was using injections. It spread that rapidly. Avastin was the drug that was used.
Yeah. One of the most common ways to ruin our eyesight is by going outdoors unprotected. Doctors say to look for sunglasses with UVA and UVB protection.
When I first went into practice, it was unusual to see anybody over age 85, and now we're seeing routinely patients over 95, 97. So whatever condition or whatever problem is identified and the doctor gets you on medication, tells you to use the sunglasses, do it and just stay with it, because the lifespan is going to continue to extend, and you need to pay attention to simple things that will keep the eyes healthy.
It might seem silly to put on protective eyewear when gardening or working on projects around the house. Doctors say it's one of the most forgotten ways of protecting those eyes.
In situations where somebody can get injured, rather than poo-pooing the risk, put on safety glasses. Always keep some safety glasses around. When you're doing something at home or you're pounding a nail, put them on. And this will prevent a lot of unhappiness, because there are a lot of injuries that we see in the office that can be prevented by just that very simple act. Okay, can you look to the left for me? That's great, and now just look to the right.
Getting regular eye checkups is also important. It can catch early on eye diseases like glaucoma and diabetic retinopathy, which have no symptoms in their early stages. Doctors will also check your eyes inside and out for signs of any other early problems. Dr. Damian Goldberg, a partner with Dr. Ralston, gives us an amazing overview of one of the most serious eye diseases.
Macular degeneration is a serious disease because it's vision threatening, and people can go blind from it. And it tends to be, if you don't control it and get on it right away, it could cause permanent blindness. And that's why we consider it very significant and severe.
Cookie Migas, a patient of Dr. Goldberg, was diagnosed with macular degeneration. She realized something was wrong when glasses were not helping to improve her eyesight.
Mrs. Migas was great. She came in and we presented all the options that were available to her for cataract surgery. And she recognized, prior to developing the cataract, she was born nearsighted and had what's called astigmatism. Nearsighted means that you can't see well in the distance. You need glasses, but you can read okay. But she also understood that she had astigmatism. Astigmatism means your eyes shape more like a football or like an almond. And the reality is, if you do not address the astigmatism, all ranges of vision will be blurred. It stretches light. So with counseling her and talking about the choices, she was really excited that we had a lens option that would allow us to correct her astigmatism. So when we did our procedure, we did, I believe at the time, we did phacoemulsification, and we also used a laser called femtosecond laser, and that helped us break up her cataract real safely. And then we were able to implant a special astigmatic correcting lens called a toric IOL. And with the toric IOL, this allowed her to get a great distance, spectacle-free, which was something I don't think she ever had before. And then she was able to just pick some over-the-counter readers.
Dr. Goldberg gives us a closer look at the human eye. Seeing what science has accomplished in the last few decades is amazing.
So this is a normal eye, a young eye that doesn't have a cataract. As you age and do get a cataract, you see what starts happening is the central part of the vision. It doesn't totally go black, it just gets blurry. That's the cataract building up. Eventually it'll reach a point that it's affecting the vision a lot more. The way we manage it is through cataract surgery. And how we do this first is we make an opening in the top of the lens, and we take the cataract out with a ultrasound probe, as you're seeing here. Okay, and it's going to break the cataract up into pieces. Once it's removed, we're ready to put an implant in. And there you see the implant go in the eye. This is showing you basic cataract surgery. Fortunately now, there is a new way where we can do it with laser. And so this kind of is a head-to-head showing you laser on the left, standard on the right. You can see the laser, your incisions are made with the utmost precision with the laser. Here in the regular way we use a blade to go into the eye. Where you really see the difference is in how you make the opening to get into the lens. The laser makes a perfect circle. Manually we're using tweezers, and it's not a perfect circle. It's close, but there's some jagged edges. And then when it comes to removal, the laser just breaks it up into little pieces, so removal is a lot easier than the standard way.
To see how small the new lens called a gummy lens is even more astonishing. Medicine has given us the ability to replace this tiny body part.
We used to have to do a procedure where we'd make a very large incision in the eye. Now we've got down to about a 2.5 millimeter incision. Okay? What makes this so novel is that by doing that, we don't need to put a stitch. The incision will self-seal, and it allows us to, with other important technology breakthroughs, sometimes I've done cataracts as fast as 3 minutes. I tell most people it'll take about 15-20 minutes. And the recovery is great. You're at the surgery center or a hospital-based setting, maybe a total of 2 or 3 hours. Procedure will only take 3 to 15 minutes. You go into a post-op area, and you go home that day.
Well, I had friends who had had cataract surgery, so I knew that it wasn't terrible, you know. And as a matter of fact, I said I'd rather do cataract surgery than go to the dentist.
Well, did they put you out, or
they give you that little twilight sleep, and when you wake up, it's all gone. And you say, "Did you do it yet?"
The surgery Cookie had, IOL procedure, has enabled her to see distance without the aid of any glasses. She can now read the street signs with great accuracy. It's only the reading glasses that she now buys.
I buy the cutest little glasses everywhere that sells them. I can go to the drugstore, or, you know, there's a lot of people that sell them. And I have really cute frames. They match all my outfits. And I don't mind them at all. I want to be able to see across the room. I want to be able to see while I'm driving. So that's why I chose to have distance vision.
Thankfully, with new scientific research and modern technology, many of us can get a new lease on eyesight. It also helps when you keep these tips in mind. Number 1, eat well. Incorporate foods high in omega-3 fatty acids along with foods with vitamin C and E. A well-balanced diet can help you stay healthy and lower your odds of obesity, which is related to type 2 diabetes, which is the leading cause to blindness in adults. 2, avoid smoking to reduce your chances of getting cataracts, which damage your optic nerve, as well as macular degeneration. Number 3, wear sunglasses that protect your eyes from the sun's ultraviolet rays. 4, use safety eyewear, whether you're playing sports or doing gardening projects at home. 5, look away from the computer or phone screen often. And lastly, visit your doctor regularly for eye exams.
I love when all my patients are 20/20 the next day. Sometimes it takes a few days. Sometimes it takes a little longer. Every case is sort of case by case. But we get amazing outcomes, very high success rate, and that's why so many people consider it.
I hope today's show gave you some knowledge to protect one of your most important body parts, your eyes. I challenge you to go out and do all those things the doctor told us to do. I'm Hope Witkowski, reminding you, knowledge, it's a powerful tool. Tune in to Senior Scene next time for more secrets on successful aging.
long-standing tradition continues for Torrance as it makes its 64th entry in the Rose Parade. And to add to its accolades, Torrance wins the Tournament Volunteer Trophy Award for having the most outstanding floral presentation of the Rose Parade this year.
I am very excited since we started at 10 o'clock last night, but we've actually been decorating all week. Yeah. So the day after Christmas up until the 30th. So I've been with the float for the entire week and then all night. So yeah, it's a lot of emotion, a lot of excitement just to see it go down the boulevard.
The Volunteer Award highlights that the float was assembled with the harmonious camaraderie of volunteers from ages 13 to 90. Families like Melissa's are true pillars of the community as they continue their own family tradition to come every year and be a part of the volunteer team.
Well, for me, it's kind of a legacy. My whole family decorates. There's 2 generations working on the float during decorating week. So it's for us, it's a family event.
Torrance's float came together with over 5,000 flowers, 2,000 of them being pink roses to offset the green backdrop, and then white and red carnations, purple status flowers, golden straw flowers, yellow and green arrangements, and a lush trim of green garland, pine, water leaves, and huckleberry. The artist behind the float's creation this year was junior Justin Kim from West High School. It was the theme of music that inspired him to enter the contest in the first place, because music means so much to him.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've done music-related things. I've learned instruments, multiple instruments like piano and guitar, flutes, and all sorts of instruments. Wow. So it really connects to me.
Justin helped with making the little ornament pieces like these music notes. He mostly appreciated how the float was decorated with all natural ingredients like crushed rice, coconut, poppy seeds, flax seeds, and everything that's black on the float is covered in seaweed. And to top it all off, the float added a live band at the hem to bring the Torrance Float Association's vision to life. Now, we've been hearing a lot of music in the parade so far. I mean, there's been marching bands and wind ensembles and music coming through the stereos for the color garden dancers to dance to. But no float is like the Torrance Float in that we have the only live rock band performing on set. And the great thing is that this is Torrance's 130th entry for the Rose Parade. I think Torrance has set a new standard and raised the bar for special attractions on floats in the Rose Parade this year. Torrance's float was 14th in the lineup and traveled down Colorado Boulevard behind this year's Grand Marshal, Shaka Khan. The float also included riders like the ladies from the Rose Float Association. Tammy Rosnack is one of the members, and she looks forward to being a part of this tradition every year.
To be here part of that, part of all those years is just an honor. So we're thrilled. It's going to be amazing when we turn the corner on Colorado Boulevard and see all these people, yelling and cheering for our float and our riders.
Float riders waved with genuine smiles, and Alinea got the crowds on their feet, jumping and dancing as Torrance's float passed by. With the melody of life being this year's theme, goers of the parade took time to reflect on what that means to them in light of the new year.
The highs and the lows and just how it all blends together in harmony and brings everybody together, all the cultures together, all the different people from different parts of the world, and it's all one song.
Reporting from the 2019 Rose Parade, I'm Danny Miskell for This Week in Torrance.
Coming up next on This Week in Torrance, we'll take a look back at some of the top stories that made 2018 a year to remember.
From the grand opening of the Torrance Unified School District's Aquatic Center,
to the local election results that welcomed new faces to the dais,
to all the new businesses that opened their doors this year, bringing one-of-a-kind services to the city. These stories and much more are just seconds away.
Your local news starts right now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to This Week in Torrance. I'm Ben McCain.
And I'm Jen Chun. Thanks so much for joining us on this holiday edition of This Week in Torrance. Here are some of the top stories that made 2018 unforgettable.
The Torrance Police Department appointed its newest police chief just a year ago. She made history as the city's first female police chief to serve in the city of Torrance. Here's a look back at Eve Irvine's swearing-in ceremony during the city council meeting.
Discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for seeing something in me, whether it was a skill set or a quality that I possessed, and giving me the chance to lead the Torrance Police Department and make a difference. I want the Torrance community to know that in my role as the Torrance Police Chief, I bring 34 years of law enforcement experience with me, which of course means I started when I was 5 or 6. The Torrance Police Department is a full-service police organization whose members serve the community in an extraordinary manner.
The Torrance Police Department currently employs 227 sworn police officers and 128 civilians.
A one-of-a-kind treatment facility reopened in Torrance and is bringing more clean water to the city. City officials from across the region in the Water Replenishment District of Southern California came out for a special ceremony for the Robert W. Goldsworthy groundwater desalter. The desalination plant now supplies 25% of the city's water and doubled its capacity to 5 million gallons per day. The desalter works through reverse osmosis. The salt water is extracted from the aquifer. The potential of hydrogen is adjusted and the water is disinfected, pumping out high-quality water that exceeds federal and state drinking water standards. Nearly 30% of the water used by Torrance residents comes from this facility. The desalter is considered the largest plant in Los Angeles County dedicated to treating brackish groundwater.
This year, the Torrance Police Department started using state-of-the-art technology to fight crime and keep members of their department safer. Torrance City Cable reporter Jesse Pierre takes a closer look.
Recording. Mounted. Wi-Fi connected.
Police departments across the United States have added some form of body camera equipment to their uniforms. And after testing various recording devices, Torrance Police found the one that works for them.
And once we tried utility, it just provided our overall solution that we were looking for.
We just found that it's advantageous to have video to support evidence, right? For evidence collection out at crime scenes, dealing with people's statements.
It's called Body Worn by Utility Associates. And Motor Officer Stuart Scott says these cameras are the first of its kind to ever be used by the department. So over 200 officers are wearing these body-worn cameras. They'll attach directly inside their shirts, and they record by pressing a button. And that's not all, because officers have another set of eyes inside their units right over here.
This is our what we call our in-car camera solution. It's designed for your field of view, so about 180 degrees.
50 Torrance patrol cars are equipped with mobile cameras, which are continuously unloading the recordings onto a cloud. These recordings help protect the community, but also the men in blue.
Because it also has the GPS capabilities, both with the body camera and also with the car cameras, you'll see on a map where officers are in relation to their vehicles.
The Torrance Police Department says this technology will only enhance police investigations, which Motor Officer Scott says only makes doing the job he loves easier.
I know I'm capturing, video evidence and stuff of important things, whether it be a crime scene or statements or whatever, that we can be used later on. But also, it helps as an officer, you're always reminded that, hey, I'm on video, and so I have to maintain a certain professionalism and standards because that's what's expected of me.
For Torrance City Cable, I'm Jesse Pierre.
Thanks, Jesse. Well, the aquatic athletes in the Torrance Unified School District are now enjoying a state-of-the-art swimming facility where students are able to practice in an Olympic-sized pool. The grand opening celebration made a splash as hundreds came out to see what it has to offer. Torrance City Cable reporter Hibis Ahmed was there.
It felt like opening day at a theme park as dozens of community members and local athletes rushed in to celebrate the opening of the district's first ever aquatic center. Swimmers and water polo players from 4 Torrance high schools didn't waste any time as they took their first jump into the $15 million world-class facility, which offers a 60-meter Olympic-sized competition pool, warm-up pool, lockers, and a space to help train some of the most competitive swimmers.
It feels amazing. This is like the most beautiful place I've ever been to, and like swimming at all. I never thought we would get to a place this nice. I never thought we would even have a pool that we could call our own.
For third-year swimmer Sebastian Session, he's excited to be able to practice and compete in what he's calling his new home.
I think it's going to be a lot better because we'll get to swim earlier now, so it'll save a lot more time for my actual schoolwork that I would usually have to push late into the night, losing sleep, and it was tough before, but now with this, I think it's going to be a lot better.
Thanks to funds from Measure U, which was passed by Torrance residents in 2014, swimmers from all Torrance high schools will be able to practice simultaneously, and water polo players won't have to worry about shallow water as they did at the plunge.
The biggest thing is that we have room to play actually and practice. Before we had to share it, we were practicing at the same time as Torrance. I will still do the same thing, but we have more room, and Hopefully we can keep more players here because we have a lot of players that go off to Redondo and Costa just to play in their facilities.
Sion White has coached water polo for the past 7 years, and as a parent who also has teens who play the sport, White says this will help them coach better.
We have 2 coaches for the water polo team, and we have to do everything together right now because we don't have the space. Here we can actually separate the varsity and the JV players and teach those basic skills that they actually need.
Also an opportunity for players to be more competitive, and thanks to the facility, South and North High School will soon have water polo programs as well. Parents and supporters will also get to enjoy the facility by cheering on their favorite swimmers from the new bleachers that can fit up to 500 spectators. There is also a digital scoreboard and solar panels to help keep the pool warm.
This is just a really unique and flexible facility. We're actually having, we've got 29 lanes that we can use for swim practice. We can run, it looks at right now, running either 2 swim meets or 2 water polo games or a simultaneous water polo swim game.
Torrance Superintendent Dr. George Mannon is proud to be part of a community that supports initiatives like this, where so many families will benefit in the years to come.
It provides a facility for our kids. You know, it's real hard, as I've said, to have outstanding swimming programs when you don't have a facility for the kids. So I think that will upgrade, and I've seen it before, it'll really upgrade the quality of swimming and swimming programs in our community.
And a vision that wouldn't have been possible without the design committee.
I just kind of never thought it would happen. It was always aspirational. And now that it's really here, and we, went through 4 bond campaigns and got everything done that needed to be done before it, and now it's here, it's just incredible.
School board member Don Lee says the district can boast the nicest facility in the South Bay.
It's basically the crown jewel in all the bond campaigns. It was the highest profile thing that we were going to do, and I think it's something that the community didn't have and is asked about and I think wanted for about 70 years, so now we have one.
And for everyone on opening day, whether they were in the pool or in the stands, it was a proud moment. For Torrance City Cable, I'm Hiba Samad.
Thanks, Hiba. Another long-awaited project was completed in 2018, bringing another type of water fun to the city.
3, 2, 1.
The Splash Pad project at Wilson Park had its dedication ceremony in October. It repurposed a former pond that closed down due to high water bacteria levels. Through the Parks and Recreation Commission and community meetings, the idea of a splash pad along with an adult exercise area was developed. The splash pad is technology-driven with a recirculating system that possesses a 3,000-gallon tank located underground, where it filters and disinfects the water. The splash pad is activated by a touch sensor that is located on the top of the stainless steel pole near the system. It offers more than 25 different and random water spout choices. There are also LED lights that can be activated during the evening hours to enhance the ambiance. Wilson Park also has brand new playground equipment. The splash pad will close during the winter holiday.
Then there were many accomplishments at local hospitals in the city. Torrance Memorial Medical Center made its affiliation with Cedars-Sinai, bringing more resources to patients served right here in the city. The partnership focused on new opportunities, providing patients with access to resources as well as access to clinical trials and the latest medical research. Cedars-Sinai specialists will partner with Torrance Memorial Medical Center doctors for advanced treatments in the areas of cancer, heart disease, and brain disorders. There were some other large milestones for the hospital as well. They broke ground on the new Hunt Cancer Center, which will provide patients access to subspecialists who treat more than 60 types of cancers. Also, Torrance Memorial Medical Center celebrated the dedication of its new Pat and Ellen Theodora Pediatric Young Adult Pavilion. Part of the Hunt Tower renovation project was the construction of a new mother-baby unit and relocation of the neonatal intensive care unit. And for the 7th straight year, Torrance Memorial Medical Center was recognized as a Best Hospital for 2018 by the U.S. News and World Report.
A new stroke center is saving lives and offering first-class treatment and rehabilitation right here in Torrance. Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Center affiliate, Providence Medical Institute, opened a practice that offers emergency stroke expertise and offers pediatric neurological care.
2, 3.
Torrance is leading the way in providing neurology services for all South Bay residents, first from creating the Neuroscience Institute and now this new facility. Dr. Farah Villanueva and Dr. Allison Arch lead the clinic. They specialize in dementia, seizures, multiple sclerosis, and Parkinson's disease. They also will offer the largest treatments for migraines with the use of Botox. The facility provides state-of-the-art, cutting-edge, and minimally invasive treatments and emergency stroke services. Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Center, Torrance, has earned the gold seal of approval from the Joint Commission as an accredited advanced primary stroke center. Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Centers, Torrance, and San Pedro earned an A rating in patient safety as well this year.
Well, the city of Torrance continues to grow with new businesses opening this year, from eateries to facilities that will make you break a sweat. In 2018, many businesses brought their unique services to the city, including Baila Baila, a place where parents can bring their young ones to learn Spanish in a fun way. A new holistic facility called Somos Life opened, where professionals offer treatments such as flower essence, biomagnetic therapy, and reflexology technology, to name a few. Then in downtown Torrance, one professional dancer is making locals move at the Monarch Ballroom, which offers a diverse range of classes for everyone. And a one-of-a-kind fitness club called Rev Life Fitness opened. They use top-of-the-line technology to help with tracking weight loss and getting people fit. You can also work out by sharpening your golf skills at Precision Gold Center, where through simulators you can keep track and practice your swing. Then Madre, a Oaxacan restaurant, opened in downtown Torrance, serving unique cuisine with more than 300 kinds of mezcal. And Stonefire Grill opened its first location in Torrance, serving up fast casual family-style dining to the South Bay.
Another grand opening happened on the boulevard as the 115th Dave & Buster's location brought its entertainment center to Torrance. The location features more than 41,000 square feet of fun you won't find anywhere else. Dave & Buster's, located at the south end of the shopping center next to JCPenney, brought 232 jobs to the city. Dave & Buster's has more than 140 games to play, and the company is taking virtual reality to the next level with the latest games like The Walking Dead to classics like Pac-Man. Their food menu offers everything from pasta to burgers, all part of their American fare. You'll also find popular food items from Philly cheesesteak sliders to Goldfingers and their cheese-crusted street tacos. This location features a D&B sports bar with a unique game viewing experience in the South Bay. They are located at 21880 Hawthorne Boulevard. Torrance City Council made many big decisions in 2018, one being the historic move from at-large to district-based voting. After several long city council meetings, members unanimously approved an ordinance that would create 6 voting districts and an election sequence for March 2020. There were 5 public hearings that were held where neighborhoods, communities of interest, and other local factors were considered and used as building blocks to draft maps. The public was given the opportunity to submit maps through an online tool. The city made this decision after it was faced with allegations that it was violating the California Voting Rights Act.
Well, 2018 brought some new faces to the dais as we welcomed 2 new members to the City Council. The statewide June primaries had voters cast their ballots on electing a mayor and 3 council members. Now, Mayor Patrick Fury was reelected, making this his second and last term. Then 6 candidates ran for one of 3 spots on the council. Councilman Aurelio Mattucci and George Chen were voted as new faces on the dais, while Councilman Tim Goodrich was reelected to serve the city once again.
The city of Torrance broke ground on the Torrance Transit Park and Ride Regional Terminal. Torrance City Cable reporter Hiba Samad was there and has the story.
But a state-of-the-art, multimodal transportation hub that would be a true regional presence.
And this is exactly what the new Torrance Transit Park and Ride Regional Terminal will be after 14 years in the making. Torrance Transit Director Kim Turner kicked off the groundbreaking ceremony along with Governor Jerry Brown, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, other state leaders, and city officials.
And eventually, when we have our complete rail system through Los Angeles County, you'll be able to come here and go any place in Los Angeles County and without driving.
And breaking ground on the Torrance Terminal, Fury says, has been a dream of his for the past 10 years. Located on Crenshaw Boulevard, just south of Del Amo Boulevard, it'll be home to 15,000 square feet of space, including a place for 8 bus berths, a 250-car parking lot, and much more. But the celebration wasn't only about the center, but also getting one step closer to making the South Bay Green Line extension from Redondo Beach to Torrance a reality.
To get that $231 million means a lot. SB1 is really going to do a great job for the city of Torrance.
Assemblyman Al Mattucci and other officials were behind Senate Bill 1 that will give nearly a dozen transit and commuter rail projects significant funding through raised state gas taxes to pay for new transportation infrastructure.
It's also a big win for the environment. Less cars on the road, less pollution, less greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, this is a big win for local jobs. Thousands of construction jobs will be created with this major investment in infrastructure.
We're here to celebrate the chance we might spend an extra few minutes with our daughter, tucking her in, with our friends, falling in love with someone, going to a concert, or building a new 15 rapid transit lines, the most of a single city in American history, and with that 787,000 non-exportable middle-class good jobs are going to be right here, including in Torrance with this incredible transit center.
While the Green Line extension does not have a route just yet, officials say they do know that these two projects will make commuting easier.
California was a place that for 10,000 years, maybe even 20,000 years, never had more than 300,000 people. Now we got 40 million. We got 40 million people, 32 million vehicles, and people are driving those vehicles almost 1 billion miles a month.
This will be the terminus, and it will feed into the Crenshaw Corridor line as well at the LAX station. So again, it will provide a vital service to make connections also to another rail line.
Turner says it will give commuter options.
We are looking to provide excitement on our plaza. We'll have 8 bus bays. We'll have services from other agencies throughout the region, such as Metro, South Bay Cities, Gardena Bus, as well as Beach City Transit.
Green Line extension will have more than 11,000 estimated daily boardings by 2027.
This is helpful to all of our cities in the South Bay.
Excitement as Torrance moves into the future of one-of-a-kind transportation. For Torrance City Cable, I'm Hiba Samad.
Thanks, Hiba. Well, the friendship between Kashiwa, Japan and the city of Torrance continues to grow stronger, and this summer, 45 years of friendship was celebrated. 30 delegates from Torrance sister city Kashiwa, Japan arrived in Torrance, a visit that happens every 5 years. Cherry blossom trees were planted during the anniversary on the east lawn of the Cultural Arts Center. Some other highlights of the trip included a chance to shop at Torrance's Certified Farmers Market, touring Honda's Auto Museum, and seeing famous landmarks in Los Angeles as well. Also in the fall of 2018, Torrance delegates made a trip to Kashiwa, Japan, in celebration of their 40th anniversary and experienced life overseas. From food to culture, it was an experience to remember. To learn more about the Torrance Sister City Association, you can go to torrancesistercity.org.
The city of Torrance honored one resident who celebrated their centennial birthday. Let's take a look.
It was an ordinary afternoon in Torrance, but the celebration inside was for a major milestone. Councilmember Mike Griffiths awarded Marianne Bradford a certificate from the city of Torrance as one of their oldest and longest living residents in the city.
On behalf of the mayor and the rest of the Torrance City Council, we have the certificate of recognition for Marianne Bradford, and I'll read it for you. It says, "Happy 100th birthday. May this day be filled with smiles, laughter, and love. Congratulations for reaching a milestone."
Marianne is no stranger to Torrance. Her early memories are quite striking from what we see today.
We walked from Torrance High School through the El Prado Park downtown. We go to the old library. It was originally in a little house. Walking downtown after school, we knew all the shopkeepers, and they'd just say hello as we walked by, and everybody knew each other.
The 1935 graduate of South High went on to Compton Junior College to study home economics, where she cultivated her love of sewing and pattern making. She later married her high school sweetheart, George, in a dress she designed and sewed by herself, and stood by his side as he served as Torrance City Councilman from 1958 to 1962. But her biggest and lasting contribution to the city made a huge difference for future generations.
I worked on the committee to change Torrance schools from the Los Angeles school district. Walk door to door. Our schools have been real good, and look how many we have.
As to what she credits for the secret of a long life,
Ice cream and cookies. I love my cookies. In the afternoon, I like a little glass of milk and a couple cookies. Living day by day. I've always gone to Sunday school and church and stayed close to God.
Marianne also had a very strong opinion about Torrance legend Louis Zamperini.
And Louis was the winner. He was after me. I'm older than him, but I was smarter than him because I graduated before him. Sorry, Louis!
So it begs the question to ask the longest living resident, why Torrance?
It's wonderful to live here, and it's just been a great place to grow up.
Celebrating 100 years of life well lived and looking forward to the next 100 more. For Torrance City Cable, I'm Abby Grimion.
And speaking of milestones, the city recognized its oldest park in Torrance for its unique design and honored the architect who made it what it is today. If you stop by El Prado Park, you will find a bronze plaque. The Torrance Historical Society and Museum for a long time wanted to recognize the designer, Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., who was an American landscape architect and city planner known for his wildlife conservation efforts. Olmsted Jr.'s father actually designed Central Park in New York City and many other well-known landmarks in the U.S. In 2012, Centennial Plaza was created at the north end of the park. More than 850 people purchased commemorative bricks to create the plaza. Janet Payne from the Torrance Historical Society and Museum says this plaque was a long time coming.
Everybody loves the park, and we know how important it is, but all too often, the landscape architect that designed the park is forgotten, and it's Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. He and his brother continued the business of their father, Frederick Law Olmsted Sr., who did Central Park in New York City. It was a personal goal of mine to get his name on this park.
El Prado Park is located on the southeast corner of El Prado and Carson Street.
Now, for the first time, a cross-country ceremony made a stop in Torrance to remember the lives lost on the highways. Local first responders, tow truck drivers, and public transportation service workers came together to remember those who were killed while on the job. The Spirit Ride travels across the nation to spread the message to slow down and move over. They travel with an empty casket to remind people of the workers who've lost their lives on the job. By the end of 2018, the procession will have stopped in 300 cities. Well, 2018 was definitely a year to remember.
It sure was, Ben. Well, that does it for us on this edition of This Week in Torrance. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Jen Chun.
And I'm Ben McCain. From all of us here at Torrance City Cable, we want to wish you and your family a happy and safe holiday.
Life is calling. How far will you go? Peace Corps.
Good
evening and welcome to Newsbreak Live. I'm Hiba Samad. Thanks for joining us. Commuters traveling on the Metro Green Line will have to take some detours to get to their destination. The Los Angeles Metro notified Torrance Transit that construction of the Crenshaw LAX Transit project is affecting rail services stations on the Metro Green Line between Crenshaw and Redondo Beach stations to be shut down currently through January 20th. The stations you see on the screen are the specific ones where rail service will be suspended. A free Green Line bus shuttle will be provided to serve the closed stations, and it will run to match the existing Green Line frequencies. Also, bus bays and park and ride lots will remain open at all of the stations as well. Service on Torrance Transit Line 5, 8, and 10 will not be affected by the closure. Crews are currently laying the foundation and making connections for the future. You can find all this information regarding the closures and shuttle bus schedule at metro.net. Charges were filed today against the suspect accused of killing 3 people at the Gable House Bowl recently. The Torrance Police Department held a press conference just yesterday announcing the arrest of 47-year-old Reginald Wallace. On January 4th, close to midnight, police responded to the location after reports of shots fired. On scene, they found 3 people dead and 4 others injured. Police Chief Eve Irvine says the department worked non-stop since the incident and was able to identify the suspect just after 30 hours. Officials say it seems like a small fight turned into a larger physical altercation with more than 10 people. Wallace is suspected of pulling out a handgun and shooting into the crowd.
Major proportions, and we've never had an incident like this in the city of Torrance. It's tragic. 3 people lost their lives. 4 other people were shot. This is life-changing for so many people.
Officials used witness statements and video to identify Wallace, who was arrested on Sunday in Los Angeles. They say there is no evidence indicating there are more shooters. The victims are Michael Radford, Robert Meekins, and Aston Edwards. Wallace is being held without bail. Officials say he was on parole since 2017 after spending 17 years incarcerated. Torrance Police Department says it's an ongoing investigation and is asking the public for assistance, and if anyone has any information to step forward, you can contact the department at 310-618-5570. A new local park attraction is closed for the next 2 months. This is the first week the splash pad at Wilson Park will not be available for use until April 1st when it reopens. During the closure, officials say the restroom will remain open from 9 a.m. to dusk, and they will be running the splash pad filter systems in order to exercise the spray valves on a weekly basis. There is signage posted on the site about the closure. The splash pad is a recirculating system that has a 3,000 gallons tank underground. It's state-of-the-art and uses chemicals to maintain water quality and UV technology to disinfect water. Now, if you're an employer, there are new laws that could affect you. And thanks to the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce, you can learn the information you need to know. The Chamber is hosting a 2019 California Labor Law Update event tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the George Nakano Theater. There'll be featured expert panelists who will answer your questions and empower you with knowledge of current labor laws and compliance updates for the new year. Chamber officials say many of the new laws come from the Me Too movement and strengthen harassment protections, while others make 2018 laws more clear. You can reserve tickets by going to torrancechamber.com. And with 2019 underway, there are new laws affecting motorists. Since January 1st, one bill will allow drivers with zero and low emission vehicles to receive a clean air car decal to applicants who only make 80% or less of the statewide median income and who have not previously had one prior to January 1st, 2017. The decal allows single occupant cars to access carpool lanes. Nearly 230,000 alternative fuel cars purchased before 2017 will lose single occupant access to carpool lanes. Agencies will also be required to include photographic evidence if cameras are used for failure to pay for tolls, and California car dealers will have to place a temporary paper license for new and used cars. Other laws that went into effect will look into the current process for setting speed limits and how to increase safety for pedestrians and bicyclists. Others include speed limits for motor scooters. Owners can now avoid a smog check for cars 8 years or older, and requiring drivers overtaking a stopped waste service car with flashing amber lights to move into an adjacent lane and pass at a safe distance. Governor Jerry Brown signed 1,016 bills into law, which are the last bills he will sign as Governor Gavin Newsom was sworn in as California's new governor just yesterday. Now, registration is still open and volunteers are needed to assist with the annual Greater Los Angeles homeless count. The city of Torrance will host its count on Wednesday, January 23rd, in partnership with the Torrance Police Department, South Bay Coalition to End Homelessness, and Family Promise of South Bay to recruit, train, and volunteers to count all census tracts in the city. The count allows officials to ensure resources are made available and distributed to those in need. You must be 18 years old to participate out in the field. Torrance City Council approved the Social Services Commission to opt in as a deployment site this year. To sign up, go to theycountwillyou.org/Torrance_count. Next week on Newsbreak Live, we'll have someone from the Torrance Social Services Commission on to talk about the upcoming count. If you're a student at El Camino College, you can take advantage of one more resource. Starting today, Reading Success Center on campus is open. You can get help with reading comprehension, on assignments, and the English placement test. The center offers free tutoring in a variety of subjects. The center is designed to support all El Camino College students with their reading course load. They're trained specialists who will work with students individually to help them become more successful. They're open Monday through Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The center is located at the Showerman Library. The numbers are in, and thanks to volunteers and the community, the Torrance Salvation Army raised a big amount for its organization. Through its Red Kettle campaign, more than $77,000 was raised. This year, for the first time, they kicked off the mission through a special ribbon cutting ceremony. People volunteered from November 23rd through December 24th to raise money to support the local Salvation Army services. Red Kettle Campaign is the oldest annual charitable fundraiser of its kind in the United States. The Torrance Salvation Army provides year-round service in the communities of Torrance, Wilmington, Carson, Harbor City, and Lomita. For more information or to donate, go to torrancecorps.org. Let's get to the weather. It was partly cloudy today with a high of 68 degrees and an expected low of 51 tonight. Then tomorrow there'll be a high of 63 degrees with an expected low of 52. And on Thursday, temps will get a bit cooler with a high of 62. Then this weekend, expect rain starting Sunday. And the National Weather Service just announced a high surf advisory across Los Angeles County from 4 a.m. on Wednesday through Thursday night. A pharmaceutical company's recall of its blood pressure medicine has expanded. Torrent Pharmaceuticals Limited announced it has now recalled more of losartan potassium tablets. Officials have found the medication has traces of a cancer-causing chemical known as NDEA, which is above the acceptable daily intake levels allowed by the FDA. Patients using this drug should continue to take their medication and get in touch with a doctor to find out what alternative treatments they can take. The drug is used to treat hypertension, hypertensive patients with left ventricular hypertrophy, and for the treatment of nephropathy in type 2 diabetic patients. Gas prices continue to drop in the new year. AAA reports the retail statewide average is $3.31 as of today for regular unleaded gas. The current average for Los Angeles Long Beach is $3.33. The cheapest gas in Torrance is at Costco, with regular at $2.89 and at Arco at $2.95. However, officials say, unlike many other areas of the country, local drivers continue to pay prices that are higher than this time last year. And here's some upcoming events to mark on your calendar. Tomorrow, the Madrona Marsh Preserve and Nature Center is hosting a birding session with Bob Shanman. Whether you're a beginner or an avid birder, there'll be something for you to learn. It'll take place from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. The event is free. Then tomorrow, the Torrance South Bay YMCA is hosting a health screening from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Anyone is welcome to stop by. They'll be offering free glucose and cholesterol screenings provided by Memorial Care. Then this Saturday, you can watch football at Yorkshire Square Brewery. Stop by for their party as the Los Angeles Rams take on the Dallas Cowboys. There'll be pizza and a big screen. The game will start at 5 p.m. Well, in just 2 minutes, Mayor Patrick Fury will join me to talk about a citywide campaign that is underway that's all about giving back. We'll be back in a few.
In 4 days. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children. She didn't know what to do. Did you have a good day at school? She gave them some broth. Without any bread. There you go. And kiss them all soundly. Night night. Good night. And put them to bed. Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org.
Welcome back to the second half of Newsbreak Live, and joining me tonight is Mayor Patrick Fury. Welcome back and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Eva. Happy New Year to you, too.
And you're here tonight to talk about a very special campaign that just launched in the city of Torrance, which promotes giving back, community service. Tell me all about it. It's called Torrance Serves.
Yeah, Torrance Serves. It's our way of celebrating volunteerism and to actually show appreciation for all of those people in our community who volunteer so very, very much.
Talk to me a little bit about the background. How did this idea come about?
This was actually an idea by Councilmember Milton Herring. He asked for council concurrence, and really everybody jumped on board for an idea to magnify Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And that is a day of service, nationally recognized, locally recognized, and to make it a longer event. And we're doing it for a month long. And the reason is that, public service and volunteerism are part and parcel of the DNA of our city. We're asking for people to volunteer a total of 100,000 hours this year. And that sounds like an amazing number, except when we look back and historically the last few years, we've had more than 50,000 hours of volunteerism documented every year. And so what we're looking for is people to actually let us know what they're doing. And they can sign up and write on our website, and this way we can give the accolades to the people who deserve it, the people who are volunteering, making Torrance a different city. Wherever I go, people ask me, what makes Torrance different? And truly, the fabric of our community is the volunteerism. Public service is just what everything is in Torrance.
There's so many events that are constantly happening. There's so many organizations people can participate and give back to. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the events that are happening on January 19th. But talk to me about why it's important to give back to the community for people out there that might be watching who maybe don't get out as much as they should to volunteer.
Well, that's one of the great things, getting people out of their homes. And whether it's a senior who is retired and they're looking to keep themselves busy and active, or whether it's a youth, somebody who's in high school, looking forward to seeing perhaps what their career options could be. They can learn this through volunteerism. And besides that, they get to meet their neighbors. They get to meet people who need assistance of some way or another. Nothing really intricate. Going to the marsh. Volunteering there and bringing back our vernal marsh. That's an ongoing thing. We have to do it constantly. And we have so many volunteers do that. Beach cleanup. We do this once a year, but we're actually going to be doing it more than once this year because it's very important to save our beaches and make them the best beaches in Southern California, or actually in America.
And you're touching upon some events that are actually going to be happening on January 19th at the Marsh and at Torrance Beach, correct?
That's correct. And they'll be this way all month long. There'll be opportunities for people to volunteer, or maybe they already are volunteering. They just let us know that they're volunteering, and maybe encapsulate it, take some photographs, put it on social media with Torrance Serves. I mean, hashtagging is the greatest thing in the world. You can actually follow people and find out who's involved in those things, and we really encourage that amongst our community. Like I said, I can't pat these people on the back enough because it makes the difference. It really does. We calculated the money that the city actually saves by the volunteerism, and just with the 50,000 hours, it's more than $1 million. That we save from our general fund because these people are volunteering. You go to Armstrong Theater and you have the ushers over there that are helping people. People just don't realize that these are volunteers. These are people who are giving up their time to make our lives a little bit easier, and it's saving our community a lot of money.
And many times when people volunteer, they're not recognized, and I think the main part of this campaign is you pledge a certain amount of hours and you're actually recognized online, and you can share that community feeling of being part of something bigger.
And we can show everybody, the whole entire world, how great the city of Torrance is and how great our volunteers are. We really want to let them know that we appreciate it, and this is one way to do it, and maybe we can, we'll make this into a yearly event, and it'll get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And I know my community, I know what they're going to do. They're going to step up and they're going to do this, and I think Dr. Martin Luther King would be very pleased with what we're doing, and I think back to my hero is John F. Kennedy, and he asked not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And it's the same thing here. What can you do for your city?
And it could be something as only 2 hours, even if that's all someone can offer.
And that's the best part of it. It's when you're volunteering, you can't get fired. You're working for nothing. Your skin in the game is basically that you are there, your sweat equity that putting into it. And it gives you the pride too. People who go to Madrona Marsh and they volunteer there, when they go back there, they're very proud. I planted those over there, or I pulled up the tulies over there, and so they're really proud of that. I know all of our ushers at the Armstrong are super proud of the building, the edifice, the programs that are put on there, and they're some of our greatest advertisers for the rest of the community.
And there's no way, I would say, better to start 2019 than giving back. So Mayor Patrick Fury, tell me how I can participate.
Well, you have to go onto our website, and
torranceca.gov/serve. I think we're going to pop it up on the screen in a second.
Okay.
And that's where you can pledge the service hours. And then you mentioned social media.
And hashtags.
So you can add a Facebook profile frame to show your support. And then on top of that, if people, do you know what a Facebook profile frame is? You can search and select the Torrance Serves profile frame, and you just save it as your main profile picture.
Yeah, I did that to my personal profile picture, and it really looks great. Everybody asks you what it is, and you explain that Torrance Serves. Put down the hashtags when you do it, hashtags Torrance Serves, hashtags You Got Served, and hashtag Torrance CA. That's always a good one because we know that they're coming from our people in the city of Torrance. And that way we can have a measure on social media, and other people can see that and get involved with the program.
The social media campaign is also a way to encourage others to participate, as you just mentioned. So posting a picture or a video, you're getting others to start thinking like, hey, maybe I can go out and do this too, right?
And they understand that it is fun. They find out that people are laughing, having a good time, and they're serving their community.
Talk to me about how people can engage in this campaign offline.
Well, offline, they let us know what they are doing and when they are doing it, and the group, so that we actually can capture that information. A lot of people are not online, they're not doing social media, and that's okay, but we can integrate that into all the reports and all the information that we have. And that's, it's very important because we have to go through the entire spectrum of our community. And some people are just not into the social media as much as other people are.
It's also a great opportunity for people online and in person to come up with their own community service projects, and people can find all this information and other ideas at torranceca.gov as well, right?
Yeah, and a lot of people don't recognize that they're doing it. Maybe it's for their church, maybe it's for a youth group, maybe it's for a senior citizens group, but they're doing some volunteerism, and when they sit back and think about it, yeah, I have been volunteering, and I enjoy it because it gathers people together with like minds, and we actually come and have a project, and we complete the project, whether it's at one of the hospitals or maybe one of the churches, like I said, the youth groups, or even the service clubs. They do an awful lot in our community, and other people don't know it unless we let everybody know it. And this is a way that we'll be able to let everybody know what all the good things that are happening in our city.
Many of the volunteer events that happen across the city, you're there along with the council members. So talk to me about some of these events that you've participated in, maybe to kind of get people thinking about how they can participate, and maybe what some of your favorites have been so far.
I think the parks are the most fun. We've been to, obviously, Madrona Marsh. I've been there just about every year since I've been on the council, helping that on Make a Difference Day. And but they also do it at the steam trains over at Wilson Park.
Right.
Groups come in there and they clean the area out, and then you have that pride, and you look, I had something to do with this working. But I've volunteered for PTA, I've volunteered for Little League Baseball, I've volunteered for countless other organizations, the Torrance Education Foundation, and I gather more enjoyment of doing that volunteer work than I did with my previous career. It was just a nicer way to spend your time. You're doing something you really enjoy doing. And, volunteerism, I think, is the reason I got elected as the mayor. And I believe all my colleagues on the council, it was through their volunteer work that they got elected to the city council. And you don't realize it when you're doing it, but people recognize you, they see you, and, you have to lead by example, and I think that's one of the things we as a council, my colleagues and myself, we lead by example by doing that volunteer work, and we want everybody to enjoy it as much as we do.
This is a very unique campaign. It's also putting Torrance out there again in the limelight. But talk to me about how it feels that a council member, backed up with you and other members, are bringing something like this to life. Just an idea and actually making it happen.
That's what we really enjoy, when a council member comes up with an idea that we can all get behind and make it work, and it betters our community. That's what we're supposed to do as elected leaders. And I'm really proud of Council Member Herring for coming up with the idea and working through it, and now it's coming to fruition. I'm sure he's going to enjoy it. He'll be out there volunteering. I absolutely know Council Member Herring, and he and his wife Cinda, they are volunteers in our community, have been for a long, long time. That's how I met them, through their volunteer service and my volunteer service, when we cross paths that way. And it's the same is true with all of the members of the council and a lot of the people who are commissioners in our community. They all started out volunteering. Grassroots is what a community is built upon. And we're very, very, very fortunate in the city of Torrance because we have some deep roots in our grassroots.
Great. And Mayor Patrick Fury, tell me a little bit more about why people should go out and pledge. You're trying to reach 100,000 hours, and as you mentioned, that's actually not that much, even though it looks larger than it is, right?
Well, it is a lot of hours. It truly is a lot of hours. But I think the most important thing is the accountability. We know you're doing it. And we just want you to help us document it. We want to know what you're doing. And hey, you know, if I see something really good, I'm going to be over there volunteering with you. And other people will as well. When they see how much fun you're having and how much work you're getting done, it's just contagious. It truly is. And we've proven it in the past. We'll prove it in the future. I'm absolutely certain that we will have more than 100,000 hours. And, you know, the following year, we're going to go for more and more and more. That's how we do things in Torrance.
Well, Mayor Patrick Fury, thank you so much for your time, and so nice to have you back on my show.
Well, thank you for having me, Hiba. You have a good evening, and again, Happy New Year to you and to everybody out there watching.
Thank you. And if you want to pledge right now, or even just check out the website and get involved, go to torranceca.gov/serve, and you can also check out the hashtags on social media. Well, that does it for Newsbreak Live. If you ever have news or video that you'd like to share, please email us at newsbreak@torranceca.gov. Also, if you missed any portion of the show, you can catch it all on Torrance City Cable's YouTube page. We'll see you guys next time. Have a great night.
Good evening, everyone. Please take a seat and end your conversations. We're calling the meeting back to order. We've been in executive session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, Your Honor, there is not.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Chen and an invocation led by Councilmember Goodrich. Please stand.
Please join with me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we stand here tonight, grant us the gift of understanding that we may be kind and willing to work together. Bestow upon us the gifts and abilities required for the work before us. We ask for guidance in our thinking during the meeting so that our knowledge may result in the growth and prosperity of our city.
Thank you. I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, January 3rd, with the revised agenda posted on Saturday, January 5th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Motion to waive further reading of ordinances and resolutions after, it's been a couple weeks since I've been here. Motion to waive further reading of resolution and ordinances after number and title. Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Yes, Your Honor. We're deferring item 6B, which dealt with Service Leaders Celebration Month, and that'll come back next week. There's supplemental materials at the back of the room for items 8C, 8F, HF, and 9C, and 10B. And those materials are back there, along with additional materials that came in so late they could not be supplemental, but they're available at the back of the room.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Rizzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is in reference to item 9C. The item that was to be brought back to us was focused on two items, and apparently there's a third item in that item in reference to the excused absence for Councilman Mattucci in the last meeting. In light of new information that's come forward as a result of this particular item, I'd like to request council concurrence to bring back an item to reconsider that excused absence. We're good. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The city's Hometown Heroes annual military recognition program is accepting applications. The banners will be displayed on an annual basis to coincide with the Armed Forces Day Parade, as we do every year. Applications are available at the back of the City Council chamber and on public counters at City Hall and libraries. Online at www.torranceca.gov/hometown heroes or by contacting staff at the city manager's office, 310-618-5880. Again, that's 310-618-5880. Applications for this year's program must be submitted by February 1. Again, that's our City Hometown Heroes annual military recognition program, looking to put up some banners, and you got to get it in by February 1st. Hopefully everybody will get this message and bring them in. Also, on January 1st, we kicked off our new month-long citywide celebration of service leaders that we are calling Torrance Serves. This is aligned with the Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. This celebration is intended to honor the service leaders of past and present and empower our community to bring volunteers together for service projects that honor the spirit of giving, public service, and volunteerism. Councilmember Herring brought this matter up and got full concurrence of the council to do this to honor Dr. Martin Luther King and his day of service. And we're working diligently and ask for the community to be involved. This month, we're asking you to join us online and pledge community service hours that you will complete in 2019. Our goal is to reach 100,000 pledged hours. It's quick, it's simple. Just visit torranceca.gov/serve and click the Take the Pledge Now. On Saturday, January 19th, you can get a jump start on that. Complete community service hours at events including Torrance Serves, Service Day at the Madrona Marsh, Heal the Bay, Nothing But Sand at Torrance Beach, and Food Forward Fights Hunger at the Torrance Certified Farmers Market. Other events will be scheduled, and you can find them online or social media. You can find information about the events and how to sign up and volunteer, as well as other ways you can participate online at torranceca.gov/serve. 100,000 hours seems like an awful lot, but for the last 4 or 5 years, we have averaged more than 50,000 hours of volunteers that we know about. We want people now to register and let us know what you're doing so that we can take the accolades for it and give you the accolades you deserve for doing your volunteer service work. Councilmember Goodrich, you have one.
Yes, for the public who didn't see yesterday, our police department had a press conference about the unfortunate events that happened at a local bowling alley over this past weekend, and I want the public to know that we take public safety very seriously, and our police department has excelled so far in the last few days in the aftermath of this. And I was hoping that our police chief could provide an update for those who may not have seen that press conference.
I want to extend my condolences to all the people that were hurt at the bowling alley, as well as those who unfortunately lost their lives on Friday night. For those people that are not aware, at about 11:54, there was a shooting at the Gable House bowling alley, little before midnight, where 7 people were shot and 3 people unfortunately lost their lives. I'm happy to report, though, that the person who is responsible for that is in custody. We identified him, located him, and arrested him within about 28 hours after the actual incident. So he is now at the LA County Jail, Twin Towers, with no bail. I'm not sure what else.
Great work, Chief.
Thank
to
you
you
very
and
much.
your team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As a member of the West Vector Control District of Los Angeles County, I'd like to inform everyone of the recent spread of 3 types of Aedes mosquitoes recently found across Los Angeles County. There are 3 types of invasive Aedes mosquitoes. One type is called the Aedes albopictus, which arrived in the U.S. from a shipment of lucky bamboo from China in 2001. The second type of Aedes mosquitoes is called Aedes aegypti and originated from South America. The third is the Aedes notoscriptus, known as the Australian backyard mosquito. All of these mosquitoes are more aggressive. They're daytime biting mosquitoes, plaguing many Southern California neighborhoods. The Aedes species of mosquitoes lay their eggs in very small containers of water. So we have some helpful tips to prevent mosquito breeding, especially with this new invasive species. Every week, dump out and clean containers holding water for both indoors as well as outdoor containers. Fill plant saucers with sand or fine gravel so pools of water do not form. If collecting rainwater, make sure your rain barrel remains securely screened and sealed to prevent mosquito breeding. Protect yourself. Put screens on windows and doors. Wear long sleeves and pants. Apply insect repellent containing DEET, oil of lemon, eucalyptus, picaridin, or IR 3535 to expose skin, and always use as directed on the product label. Find the insect repellent that works best for you. Report possible Aedes activities. Report mosquito bites received during the day. Report mosquitoes that are black with white stripes on the legs and back. For more information, please download the booklet on mosquitoes, what to do and who to call at www.lawestvector.org. I encourage you to follow these steps to combat the Aedes mosquitoes. Together, we can eliminate the spread of Aedes mosquitoes in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you. The Torrance Fire Department is currently in the final stages of becoming an internationally accredited fire and emergency services department by the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. Part of this process is verification and validation of self-assessment through a peer review site visit. The peer team members represent various agencies and have traveled from Colorado, Indiana, Arkansas, and Florida. On behalf of my colleagues, I would like to welcome the Commission on Fire Accreditation International peer team to the City of Torrance to conduct their review throughout this week. I would also like to thank the team for volunteering their time to assist our fire department through this phase of the accreditation process. It is my honor to introduce and invite the peer team leader, Mr. Ernst Piercy, to say a few words regarding the value of this continuous improvement process for our community.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Ernst Piercy. I'm the peer team leader. I represent the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. It's indeed my honor, Mr. Mayor and Council, to be part of the team that is here representing the Center for Public Safety Excellence. The Commission on Fire Accreditation International is a nonprofit that's dedicated to improving fire and emergency services on an international scale. There are only approximately 250 fire departments that have gone through the rigors associated with fire service accreditation. I just want to mention that fire service accreditation, similar to hospital or even university accreditation, is unique in the fire service. It's relatively new, and we're very proud to be part of the team that is here looking at the 252 performance indicators that this team has put together. I look forward to completing our visit tomorrow and providing an outbriefing to the fire chief and his staff on Thursday morning. The Commission on Fire Accreditation International will act on our recommendation at their March meeting in Anaheim, and just wanted to say thank you. I'm honored and privileged to be part of your team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We appreciate your efforts and your toils that you're going to go through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening.
And now lastly, City Clerk Rebecca Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to invite city staff and members of the public to view Torrance Artists Guild member Vicki Myers' watercolor art on view in the City Clerk's office for the month of January. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That takes us to community matters. I'll take a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2019-01, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Barbara Gallo upon her retirement from the city after 29 years of service.
Move to adopt resolution 2019-01.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. This resolution will be presented at a later date. Takes us to oral communication number 1, limited to a 30-minute period. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised on public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication number 1 or oral communication number 2, and no longer than 3 minutes per speaker. We ask you to watch the timer that's down there so that we don't have to interrupt you. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phone when you come to the podium to speak. And if you're presenting handout material to the council, we ask you to please provide 10 copies to the city clerk before speaking. You have people lined up?
Yes, Your Honor. Gloria Vignali.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gloria Vignali. I'm a resident of Torrance, and I live on the Hawthorne Boulevard Service Road between Hallison and Del Amo Boulevard, located at the end of a dead-end street. The only way to leave the street I live on is to pass through the Hallison and Hawthorne Boulevard intersection. This area is marked by a sign on Hallison that says, "Do not block intersection." I have lived here with my family for over 11 years, and throughout this time I have seen people constantly blocking this intersection, both day and night, as you can see in the photos I have provided for you. This is a daily inconvenience for those who live here, not to mention that those who block the intersection are breaking the law by ignoring the "Do Not Block" sign. In addition, the blocked intersection could be a safety hazard, as it forces drivers to maneuver through the blocked intersection and may also take longer for residents here to receive help in the case of an emergency. There are 14 homes on this service road that are affected by this issue, and I have not seen the do not block I have not seen the do not block intersection road sign reinforced by the city. I would like to ask that the intersection either be monitored and those who break the law be ticketed, or perhaps the words do not block painted on the ground in front of the intersection as many other places have done. Anything that would help to prevent intersection blocking would be very beneficial in improving the daily lives and safety of those who live on this dead-end street. Again, considering that this intersection is the only way to enter and exit this road. So I hope you will consider what I presented.
Thank you very much. Could we get someone from the city will get your information so they can get back to you and see if we can't resolve the issue? All right. Thank you very much.
Julie Dojiri.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Happy New Year's. I'm here as the Commission on Aging Commissioner today. The Commission has extended the nomination period for the 2019 Older American Award until February 15th, which is a Friday, 5 p.m. So if you know anyone who is deserving of this honor, please contact Debbie Reed, who is our city staff liaison, for an application at 310-618-2949, or email her at dreed, which is REED, at torranceca.gov. Thank you. And Mayor, we did get your nominee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
June Lee.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, City Council people, our hardworking staff, and especially City Manager Leroy Jackson, and definitely all of our employees that keep our city clean, pick up our trash, take care of everything inside the buildings. I tell you, our city truly does appreciate them. I would like to begin with a big thank you to our Torrance police officers and police chief and all the other police departments who assisted Torrance Police Department in helping apprehend the person who caused the tragic circumstances at our local Gable House Bowling Center. Not just my thanks, but the entire city applauds your professionalism in this matter. Everyone enjoys our safe city who come here, and everyone is welcomed. But please, I hope and pray that when they come here, they leave a bad attitude and any type of weapon at home from now on. We are not a violent city. Thank you very, very much again. My reason for really coming, besides that, of course, was Councilman Ken. I hope I quote you correctly, because you stated at a meeting, people are more important than predators, meaning animals. It was stated at a meeting I attended that Torrance could not capture and put down any coyotes, and then at a more recent meeting, it was voted on to start capturing them and putting them down starting in October. Right now, they're in the middle of their mating season, December to March. They give birth in just 60 days. I wish that was true of women. We would be so grateful. Mother Nature, you know. Mother Nature has a sense of humor, I guess, you know. I fear we are going to have over 20 to 30 more coyotes in the seaside area alone, because they have 2 to 8 pups, each female. And there are more than 6 locations in that area well known for their activity. Forget more money for education. I was walking a couple months ago in the South Torrance area and Redondo Beach on a survey project and saw at least 6 homes with water bowls and food on porches. even in the Christmas light area. School grounds also are a feeding ground. There's many games that are played there, and the kids are dropping food from lunch, etc. Many seniors are not walking anymore for fear they're going to be attacked. Please, I ask you to make an immediate change to update the capture period to now. If you had the power to overcome the put-down problem, you surely have the problem to change the date of capture. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jim.
Mark Stevenson.
Good evening, Mayor Ferry, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Mark Stevenson. On 18 March 2014, the City Council issued a preliminary official statement that funded approximately $45 million of taxes and bonds, with approximately $6.5 million transferred to the Water Fund under a dubious framework that probably did not meet IRS taxes and bond compliance requirements. 4 years later, the city's website version of the preliminary official statement or staff report had been falsified and now contains 6 additional pages of falsified content, rewriting the city's dubious framework. The City Council was provided this electronic evidence on July 2nd, 2018. Why was the preliminary official statement probably changed? Because I sent several packages to the IRS and Securities Exchange Commission documenting the city had used taxes and bonds for its pension trust fund and general services, and legal use of taxes and bonds for IRS and Securities Exchange Commission requirements. When confronted with these facts, City Council wasted additional taxpayer funds by having their municipal advisor assert at a September 2018 meeting the falsified content was required or allowed to be changed between the 18 March 2014 preliminary official statement and the final Securities Exchange Commission official statement issued on 1 April 2014. If the advisor's assertions are true, then why isn't the 18 March 2014 falsified content that was required by the Securities Exchange Commission or allowed to be changed in the 1 April 2014 final official statement? So if it was allowed to be changed, why was it not in that final official statement that was published on 1 April 2014 for that $45 million taxes and bond issue? Mayor Ferry, Councilmember Herring, and Councilmember Goodrich all asserted that city employees had not done anything illegal by modifying the 18 March 2014 previously published City Council approved resolution without another City Council review or any public input. Since City Council and City Management have in several different public forums asserted they did not do anything illegal when they changed the previous release, City Council approved 18 March 2014 preliminary official statement, or that staff report, then taxpayer funds should not be spent to defend any council member or employee if the IRS or the Securities Exchange Commission imposes any legal sentences or fines against them because of this specific taxes and bond issue. The City Council and City employees are now warned that taxpayers have a legal cause of action to bring a civil lawsuit against any of them if they use taxpayers' funds to defend themselves against any IRS or Security Exchange imposed fines or legal stipulations arising from that specific taxes and bond issue. Thank you for listening to this concern.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, didn't we address all of these before?
We have. We can resend it and bring it forward to you as an information item again.
Okay. Apparently you have to read it more than once. Next.
Bill Sutherland.
Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity.
Nice shirt.
I'm going to speak about voting, but before I do, I'll be amiss as a former councilman and as a citizen of Torrance not to say thank you to the PD and to the fire department. We've always said they're the best. I guess this weekend they proved it. Once again, thank you. Now, my original concern is voting, Mayor. Now that we're in districts, there could be as few as 6,000 people voting in a district. and there could be 3 or 4 people running in that district. And theoretically, you could win with 1,500 votes. And I'm not so sure that people want 1,500 votes to have a councilman representing the entire city. So, and I know you have to change the charter, and you've got 2 years to do it, and it probably has to go to the public. But there should be some type of runoff, you know. So if there are 4 people running, at least we'll be down to 2, and we'll have a reasonable representation. And there could be 3 or 4 or 5 running for mayor, and the mayor might win with 30%. So I think a runoff, which would be expensive, but nobody ever said democracy was cheap. So I would say, under my opinion, we should look into the charter and see if we can change it. And I know there's other things they want to change, but if you change too many things, the people will never vote yes. So I would strictly change just the voting and the re-voting if there's not a 50% majority. And thank you once again, and thank you PD and fire once again. You've done a great job. I really feel safe in this city. My wife and I can go out at night, and I have no concerns. However, I think bowling is now a dangerous pastime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Alexander.
Good evening. As most of you know, I hope everybody knows, we've been warned we've got about 12 years before climate catastrophe. That's not one area, that's all areas, including Torrance. To do something about that, we can't rely upon just the federal government or the UN or whoever to save us. Every community needs to be stepping up to take action to mitigate the deterioration of the climate caused by fossil fuels and other contributors of greenhouse gases. I do not believe that the City Council has thought about this seriously. I have 3 specific proposals I would love if you would take seriously. These are not the only proposals, but they're things that I've thought about as a Torrance resident. Torrance is laid out in a grid of straight and wide boulevards. How lucky are we? We could be creating a local public transportation system that's convenient and free, not relying upon the 12 years that it's going to take for the Green Line to get to some area of Torrance that's not even where the commercial centers are. We need to be thinking about our own transportation. Second, Torrance is a business-friendly city, encouraging development. But that should not mean reducing the trees and plants that fight the carbon, the heat, and the air pollution. And we need trees and plants to increase the livability of our city. Not only should trees be saved at development sites, new planting should be required, and the city should be investigating how to encourage further greening of all construction, including things like roof gardens and whatever we can do in Torrance. And thirdly, it goes without saying that renewable energy, such as wind and solar, should be encouraged and even subsidized. We need to start thinking about this. We need to start thinking about this yesterday and not in 12 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Micah Boret.
Hi, Mike.
Sorry, Mike is not here today. I will be speaking on Micah's behalf.
Hi, David.
How you doing? Honorable City Council, Honorable Mayor, my name is David Inez. I represent the Torrance Municipal Employees and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 1117, also known as your Torrance City Workers. I represent over 500 or close to 550 working families for the city of Torrance, many of which live in the city and the newly designed prospective districts therein. We come before you because it is 2019 and we have yet to secure a fair contract. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics for Los Angeles County, The cost of living increase is 3%. CPI is 3%. Welfare has been adjusted 3%. Yet we are offered 1%. A year after our contract expires, we are offered 1%. And on top of that, 1/5 of our membership is offered a 2.5% raise. So I've got members that are working side by side, with one getting 150% more raise than the other. Now, perhaps you didn't mean that as a tactic of causing division, but some might see that as such. Now, whether that's your intention or not, we will not be divided. And get this straight, we don't want to be contentious. We're losing ground every day we come to work. We don't want to be contentious and berate you, point out projects that go over budget and raises that were approved. In reality, we appreciate you. We appreciate what you do. We understand the importance of what you do. But at the same time, you need to understand the importance of what we do. For are we not a part of the same body? The citizenry being the consciousness, the spirit, the drive, the direction of the city. You as the city council being the brain had to figure out how to accomplish those goals. You use the city manager and the support staff as the nervous system to send the signal to the muscle of the city that does the work. These are the muscles that dig the holes, turn the wrenches, flip the knobs, turn the keys. The librarians in the back row, they stack the books. I got crossing guards that make sure the children cross the street safely. I got the water guys who plumb the water, trash collectors, you name it. I can go on and on and on. But how can we say that one part of the body is more important than the other? We like to call ourselves a balanced city. I see it as being a little bit top-heavy. We thank you. We would rather be here next time thanking you and singing your accolades. But be not mistaken. We will not be divided. We will not be intimidated. We will not go away. Our numbers will only grow, and we will only get louder. I mean this when I say this. I want you all to have a great evening tonight. And thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Arthur Shopper.
And then they all leave. That's all right. I'll just wait. Fair enough. Hello, Torrance City Council. Yes, my name is Arthur Shopper. Yes, I want to again commend the Torrance Police Department, the Chief of Police, for finding the suspect in a really short amount of time. I must say, despite a pretty horrific event that occurred there, you know, my sense of safety wasn't shaken. I think that's a real testimony to how well the city police force operates here. You know, that there's a sense of safety. Even when I was getting all these messages, people were calling me all over the country. They know I live here, and they go, "Are you okay?" I said, "Of course I'm fine. I'm in Torrance, no matter what may happen, what crime may be committed." But there's another issue that comes with public safety, and this speaks to an issue I have brought before this council before. This regards Senate Bill 54, otherwise known as the Sanctuary State Law. It ought to be called the Fugitive or Outlaw State Law at this point. We had a corporal who was murdered in Newman, California. Ronil Singh leaves behind a wife, a child, gunned down in cold blood. They caught the guy too, but if we had not had that sanctuary state policy, that corporal would still be alive today. And then there was an illegal alien felon released from Tulare County Jail who went on a murder spree afterwards. 3 people murdered, 9 more injured, and the sheriff declared forcefully, if it had not been for SB 54, that violent foreign national would have been deported. And this is on top of the thousands, tens of thousands of Americans whose lives have been taken by foreign illegal aliens. This city council had a chance before to address SB 54 in a full and efficient fashion. And we need to double down on that, and this is why. We have 2 sheriffs in Northern California who have declared full opposition to this law. But now, in LA County, we have a sheriff who said to the Board of Supervisors, "I will physically remove ICE from the jails." That is outrageous. Our law enforcement need all the support they can get. And the last thing we should have is the top of the food chain in LA, in downtown LA, ignoring the needs of public officials and our public safety. I want this city not only to take a stance against SB 54, join with the lawsuit that Huntington Beach has succeeded already at the trial level guarding your home rule as a charter city, but we need a message sent to Sheriff Alex Villanueva. He got elected by the people by a very slim margin. He works for us. He took an oath, just as all of you did. It is essential that he protects us, not use his office to be some social justice warrior to push an agenda. Lives are at stake here. I've enumerated for you innocent lives, including our police. And I've warned testimonies to these innocent lives taken by illegals. I want this city to go on record opposing SB 54, filing an amicus with Huntington Beach. This is an issue not just about illegal immigration, but also about your home rule as a city. I heard something about the charter and about amendments for that. How about we defend it? We know about public safety. We should be showing the rest of the state how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jonathan Taylor. I'm a justice advocate with the National Association for Equal Justice in America. I'm here with the association president, Mr. Royce Esters. And we're visiting here tonight most prominently as a result of the horrific shooting at the Gable House. I do want you to know that we as well commend your law enforcement personnel for their what I saw from the films I've seen, very compassionate, if that's a word I could use, or restrained and very efficient manner in which they resolve that issue over there. There's a lot of losses in that as a result of the issue at the Gable House bowling incident. Obviously, those families that have lost the loved ones, we bid them condolences. But as I was thinking about this city too suffered some losses as it's never had to contend with blatant violence in this city. So to an extent, you lost your innocence. And I know you will react to that, and that's the reason our being here is to offer you another suggestion on how to deal with these sorts of things in the future. The National Association for Equal Justice in America wrote a letter to CDC approximately 5 years ago asking that the deaths of, initially it was young men 16 to 36, that their deaths by gunshot be declared a national health epidemic. We were responded to by the CDC, and what we needed at that time was simply a signature from a governor. So I'm just going to appeal to you at this time in the inertia created by this incident. I, too, never knew that bowling was such a hazardous pastime. But if this council would consider and possibly create a resolution and use its prestige and perhaps securing a governor's signature and declaring these deaths of young folks by gunshot a national epidemic, and it may even need to be extended to include all young men between the ages of 16 and 36, because we so often see them die needlessly. I would say to you in closing that as this city goes forward, I just hope and pray that it continues to keep its welcome mat open to all persons, and that its compassion and consideration and welcome continue to be extended to people that visit the city.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Vicki Kidmer.
Happy New Year, everybody. My name is Vicki Kidner. Probably with a little lighter subject tonight, just 5 commercial buildings on our adjacent to our neighborhood I'm trying to find out how we get questions answered about the sale of the property. It's definitely for sale. It's posted with the 39 unit plans. It's all up there that it all goes with it. So we just want to know is for our neighborhood who has questions, who do we call and who answers the questions? Because I asked before about the Planning Commission, and they said, oh, you can go and you can ask, but if they don't answer, then it's kind of tough luck. So the questions that weren't answered there, we brought here, and not a single question was responded to. So we just need some help.
Your Honor, I could answer. Okay. That's privately owned property, so the city's not involved in the sale or the purchase of it.
But do they get to do we have any recourse in the fight since we were completely ignored in our questions and they got exactly what they wanted, now it's for sale? So those people don't vote in this city. You have quite a few people in that neighborhood that do.
Unfortunately, it's a private property, so we have no
so
control over
do they get
the
the
sale.
plans that have been approved and they can go with that without us being able to come forth with any questions?
The plans run with the land, so if the person...
So what if they want to do something different?
They'd have to come back with a new application.
So the plans that pretty much nobody in the neighborhood really supported, the few people that supported it don't live in the neighborhood, go with it for a couple of guys who we all told that we would like to work with them, and nobody asked any questions. So, frustration. And I'm sorry, because I didn't know there was something going on. So this is kind of another weird thing that I'm seeing here tonight. So, because people engage in dialogue that turns into something else. I'm not a social media, so I was surprised to see that. But I don't understand that. But okay. So who do we call? How do we get, okay, it's private property. So then what?
You could contact the party that has it up for sale or the party that is the current owner. But the city has no control over whether they talk to you or not.
Last time we came here with those people, we all said to them, we're glad it's not a gas station. I mean, put a Trader Joe's there. Maybe we can talk to them. Maybe they'll come in and buy it. I don't know. If we need everyone thinks we need a grocery store, let's go with Trader Joe's. I don't know. I don't want to leave here without any answers except that one.
That's the only answer there is. It's private property. And you contact
Thanks
them.
to who?
Suggest them to contact Trader
Okay,
Joe's.
so I guess my question is, then how do we approach the Planning Commission and the City Council when we have questions? And when after the fact, not a single person asked one of the questions to those guys that we were asking.
Well, we can't relitigate what
We
occurred.
can't, but I'm trying to figure out why not a single question was asked. And at the Planning Commission where we went, the questions were asked.
Okay. Well,
And
your
that's
time-
supposed to be where that discussion, my time is always up. And we're not supposed to applaud, and I get all of those things, and we're doing everything tonight, but it's okay. I'm going to go.
No, 3 minutes, and
So,
you've done
all right.
used up about 2 extra.
I'll just be back next time. And then maybe I don't know who, but somebody, how do you ask a
Could
question?
you please call the next person?
Yeah, how do you get a question answered?
One more.
One more.
One more.
Okay. Earl Hartling.
This is our last person.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Earl Hartling. I'm neither a resident of Torrance nor an employee of the City of Torrance, but I am a public servant to the City of Torrance and its residents. I'm a 37-and-a-half-year employee of the County Sanitation Districts of Los Angeles County. We serve not only the City of Torrance, but 77 other cities and unincorporated county in Los Angeles, 5.5 million people. You may or may not know of us. If you don't know of us, great. That means we're doing our job. If there are no problems, if the sewage gets flushed and your trash gets hauled away, excellent. Why I'm here tonight is because I represent over 800 members of my agency that are AFSCME affiliated. I didn't bring as many as the city did, but we are going to each and every city council in our service area, and we're hitting about 20 of them tonight. And we're coming here to ask your assistance. We have been in contract negotiations for about 1.5 years. Management's proposal is to take money away from us. We're asking for status quo. We're coming to ask your help, particularly Mayor Fury's. Mayor Fury is a director on 2 of our districts and also the chairman of those districts. It is vitally important that we get a fair and equitable contract. Management's proposal for the 5-year term is a $5 million takeaway. Not reduction in advancements, but an actual takeaway of salary from employees. Over the course of many of our employees' future term of employment, that's going to add up to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost salary. For no reason. We've already budgeted and collected the money to pay for that. We're talking about getting only status quo. That's all we want. We went into this not asking for anything except what we had been given. Management has found a way to turn the pension crisis into a way of getting a windfall from its employees. That is not something that we're going to stand for. 800 of us stand united against this proposal. This agency has a huge amount of reserves. We have everything covered. Your rates are the lowest in the country, the lowest in the country. Our rates to this area, $132 a year. I live in Culver City. I'm served by the city of LA. I pay $354 a year. That is the difference between how we run our agency and how others in the country run theirs. We only ask what's fair. We're asking for a letter from Torrance supporting us. I brought along a draft of a letter. I brought along copies of letters. Sorry, I didn't know I had to bring 10. And also some of the outstanding points, which I'd like to leave with you. Desperately, we need your help, and we are going to get it from others. We really want to get, Mayor Fury, your support and your city council. This is a matter of fairness. The members that I support are some of the finest public employees in the world. We've won 17 pages of awards, and we have led the finest agency you've never heard of, making sure that it does not hit the fan. And you can thank my coworkers here and the 796 others that are not here tonight for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. That concludes the orals portion. Orals number 1. Anybody else who wants to hang into orals number 2 at the end of the meeting? Takes us to the consent calendar. Matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Anybody from the council wish to separately discuss any items on the consent calendar? Councilmember Herring.
Yes, Your Honor. Item 8B is in Bravo and 8F is in Foxtrot.
Anybody else wish to remove any? I see none. Anybody from the public wish to remove any items in the consent calendar for separate discussion? I see none. Then I'll take a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8 Bravo and 8 Foxtrot.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8B is from General Services to approve a second amendment to contract services agreement for design build of shade canopy at Torrance Cultural Arts Center. Councilmember Herring.
Thank you. I really just wanted to take this opportunity to give an update to the community about what we're doing with the canopies there and time of completion. Could you do that for us, Ms. Stroder?
Yes, Nina Schroeder, General Services Department. The Torino Festival Plaza is an outdoor area where the Cultural Arts Center rents it out for different facilities. This project will provide a shade canopy structure for the outdoor Torrino Plaza area to block out the sun and cut down on wind on events that are held in this facility. At current project status, all of the pipe columns are installed, and most of the shade canopy fabric is also installed. We still have 2 more of the shade fabric structures to put coverage over, and with council approval, this project could be completed within a week.
Anything else?
Okay, thank you. And I've been watching it, the updates, and it's really lovely, really beautiful. I'm really thankful for what we're able to do to enhance that part of the Civic Center, and know that it's going to be a great help to many people who use that facilities throughout the year.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? See none. Anybody from the public wish to be heard? See none, I'll take a motion to approve.
Move to concur with recommendations from the staff.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is item 8F as in Foxtrot. From the Airport Commission and General Service to accept and file the 2017-18 Airport Commission Annual Report. Councilmember Herring.
Thank you, Mayor. In the supplemental that we received on this recommendation of the Airport Commission and General Service Director that we accept and file the Airport Commission's annual report, there's a letter from a Richard Root, and part of that letter says that talks about the number of noise violations being 168, and whether or not these are allowed by FAA, and about the actual data being included in their annual report. Could you speak to that?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jerry Pinella, General Services. Yes, the 168 are in the ones that you have in question. Usually are not violations. These are the accounted for aircraft that are police, fire, and military and are exempt.
Is this our police, county police, fire?
Good evening, General Services. I'm Mayor Dietrich with General Services. These are any public safety, any military, any public safety agencies flying through our airspace. They're all exempt from any noise violations.
Okay. I know the Coast Guard uses this space quite a bit, so much of this would be like agencies like the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that doesn't need to be, we don't need to capture that? Is that what I'm hearing? That data doesn't need to be captured?
Those don't get recorded as violations. As they're exempt, they may exceed the noise levels, but they're not violations as those are the exempt aircraft. So they're kind of recorded and kept track of, but it doesn't go as any actual violations.
Okay. So are the numbers decreasing? It looked like they're decreasing over the last fiscal year and the second quarter of this year, of 2018.
Yes, that's correct.
That's because we're doing a lot of education and getting the word out, educating.
Yes, and speaking with our noise abatement folks, they have been working with the pilots in reducing the noise violation and working with the pilots.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else from the Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I spoke earlier today with General Services Director Megridici, and I had the similar concern on the letter in the supplemental from Mr. Root. and I kind of felt, as we discussed, that it would be valuable to have this information in the report, even though it doesn't really represent a violation, so to speak. It does show us that we might be able to see trends in, if the police activity is increasing and creating a bunch of exempt noise violations. It might be nice to see that in the report. And so if the information is kept, it might as well be included in the report, in my opinion. And I think, Mr. Mirgadici, and I think you agreed with me that information, if it's already being captured, we might as well include it in future reports.
Yes, Councilman, we can certainly include that in next year's report. We'll bring that forward to the Airport Commission for their consideration, and we will present that to you after the next report.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Anybody else on the council? Seeing none, anybody from the public wish to be heard? I see no one. I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
Motion to concur with staff recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9A from the City Manager's Office to authorize change order number 6 to extend term for Affordable Care Act management software and Internal Revenue Service reporting capability from City staff.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Kirsten Rowe, Human Resources Division. Item 9A is the recommendation of the City Manager that the City Council authorize change order number 6 with Healthcare Impact Associates in the amount of $20,000 for a new not-to-exceed amount of $98,336. This is to provide software and services related to Affordable Care Act management and Internal Revenue Service reporting capability, and also to extend the term 1 year through January 13th, 2020. The $20,000 increase includes a compliance module cost of $14,039 and also includes 1095-C employee tax form processing. This service is charged on a per-employee basis and on average costs between $4,000 and $5,000 per year. With ACA regulations currently being discussed at the federal level, staff is recommending renewing the contract for a 1-year term so that staff can continue to monitor and assess the impacts of any legislative changes. And staff's available with any questions.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a comment, I have no issue with the item as it's written. My only concern is that the contract as it currently stands expires in 5 days. It seems a little short notice for us to take action on something, and I think we've all requested in the past that we try to get things to us sooner, so in case there is an issue, we will still have time to potentially work out a negotiation. So I don't know what the delay was. I know we were dark quite a few weeks, but if in the future we could try to get these to us a little bit before their contract expires, that would be helpful to us.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Anybody from the public wish to be heard? See none, I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item, you talk to the man in the back.
He said that he's no longer accepting these.
We had oral comment at the beginning of the meeting. We will have it again at the end of the meeting. They give you an opportunity to do it then.
At the end?
The very end, yes.
You all won't leave?
Not if you don't leave. We'll be here. All right. Item 9B is from the City Manager's Office to discuss and determine action to address requests for subsidy of rent fees for the use of George Nakano Theater. Expenditure request is $647 from staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. David Kim with the City Manager's Office. Item 9B is in response to an oral request from City Council on November 27, 2018. This item is presented to your honorable body to discuss and determine action for a subsidy request of rental fees in the amount of $647 for use of the George Nakano Theater for the annual Bill Leibowitz Classic Yo-Yo Contest to be held on March 9, 2019. The BLC Yo-Yo Contest is a competitive and fun event that gathers local, regional, and national players. The purpose of the event is to increase exposure and participation in the event of yo-yoing. Last year's BLC yo-yo contest was held at the George Nakano Theater, and the subsidy of the rental fees was approved by your honorable body. For this year's event, the organizers have requested to use the theater again. Two of the professional yo-yoers participating in this event, Alex Satori and Justin Dower, both call Torrance their hometown and proudly represent Torrance through their yo-yoing skills. In the past, this event has averaged approximately 100 attendees. This year, the event plans to reach out to more Torrance schools and more Torrance youth organizations in hopes of involving more of the Torrance community. For the 2018-2019 fiscal year, the City Council's community events support budget has an appropriation of $10,000. If City Council approves this item, the remaining balance will be $5,892 for the remainder of this fiscal year. At this time, I would like to ask your honorable body to discuss and determine action to this subsidy request. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions from the council? Anybody from the public wish to be heard?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Mark Stevenson. I'm adamantly opposed to this use of funds, taxpayer resources. First of all, it's not a 501c3 type of organization. Secondly, it's a group of private individuals. I mean, we have homeless veterans that are out there, and we have Social Service Commission that apparently doesn't have enough funds to do activities. So I think taxpayer resources should be used for other purposes in reference to using it for a yo-yo contest. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard?
Sorry. My name is Mark McBride. As the organizer in years past of the yo-yo contest, it's been a great public event, and we try and reach out to kids. And the money that is being asked for is merely the permission to use the theater that's already there. Excuse me, and doesn't require any actual outlay beyond money that's already simply in the budget for those things. So that's the money that's not being taken away from homeless people. It's simply being out like it's in one fund otherwise. So, pardon me.
I'd just like to say I think this is a really great thing to bring to Torrance, and if we continue to be able to be subsidized, we would love to make it a bigger event. We even have a possibility of making it the actual California State Yo-Yo Contest if we want it to be. We can bring people here from all over California and bring a lot of fun to our city. And like we said, we have two professional yo-yoers here that reside in the city of Torrance. And I think it's very important to have such a great hobby to introduce to young people right now who are so attached to their phones and video games. And this is something that is just, it's so valuable, and it's a way for them to create, be artistic, and it's also a very social thing to do for young boys and girls to do. And it's just been great for my son. He's been yo-yoing for 4 years, and there's nothing he loves more. I mean, he does it all the time, and it's just been such a great hobby, and we would love to introduce it to more people. And we're going to go out to the Torrance schools and to the YMCA and advertise, and we're also planning to have a yo-yo workshop beforehand, teach them how to yo-yo, and we're planning on continuing these workshops at Wilson Park on a monthly basis to teach these kids how to do these cool tricks, and they can look them up on YouTube, and it's just a whole new world of fun that kids can have other than, being attached to their screens. So,
and again, it's completely volunteer.
Ma'am, could I get your name?
No money.
Ma'am,
my name is Michelle Dower.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Come down to the podium, sir.
Good evening, I'm Alan Glassband, here for another thing. I got a speaker card, but this is a great opportunity to say I support the yo-yos as well, and which probably comes as no surprise to most of you who have seen me here before. I do have 3 little kids, and 8, 5, and 3, and they're completely addicted to the screens. Whenever they can get on them, they're on them, and I would love to have them do something other than that. You know, they play sports, they do all kinds of stuff, but when they can, they just sit there staring at this thing. And yo-yos are a great way to get kids away from a screen and doing something with their hands, physical, and occupy their time. So I would totally support the city giving a small expenditure out of those funds that are available to a group that does support so much activity outside of the realm of screen time and video games. So, yeah, thanks. That's my
Thank you.
Is this a trick? Will I be able to speak on another matter if I speak here briefly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Michael Johnston, Torrance resident. Seems like a pretty small expenditure of public funds for a feel-good event. Could bring some money to the city, probably will. Hotels be happy, restaurants be happy. It seems, again, we could use some positivity. Seems like a pretty small amount of money to outlay to have some kids out, learn some yo-yoing, and yeah, get them off the screens. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll take them. Does the council wish to take action?
Move to concur with staff recommendation.
Staff has no recommendation. It's really for your consideration.
Move to approve the subcommittee. Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is All right, let's not do any applause from now on. We'll get through this a lot quicker. Next item on the agenda is item 9C from the city attorney to discuss and determine action to take regarding Councilmember Mattucci's social media post. From city attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This item is in response to an oral made by the council where there was concurrence to bring back an item that was assigned to me to gather the evidence and come up with possible recommendations. Just without going over the 6-page staff report and everything else, much like the last item, there is no true recommendation from this. This is just a choice for the council to consider any one of the 5 recommendations in the first page of the original staff report. There was a question I know asked that I used the disjunctive or, and so this will be a little lesson for the scouts instead of ands. It is a disjunctive, but obviously the council has their choice of choosing one or more or any or all or none of those options, or even adding their own if they come up with some other option they would like. Additionally, just again, without getting into the thing, I've tried to attach all the emails that have been sent in, both directly to myself, to the city clerk's office, to council, or anyone else with the city that we were able to figure out. The original item has 6 attachments. There's correspondence from the public. There's correspondence from Councilmember Mattucci. There are letters from the students to the city council regarding coyotes. There were some documents sent in to staff regarding evict coyotes. There was the City of Torrance Code of Ethics for elected and appointed officials, and Section 601 of the city charter, which deals with absences and vacancies. Additionally, there was 2 supplementals. The first one had 4 attachments, and I apologize to the lady who was talking about trees earlier, but we've killed a lot of trees on this one. We have the first one is correspondence from the public. The second one are emails and attachments from City Librarian Thayer to Councilmember Herring regarding social media and elected officials, some searches that she had done. There's also a presentation from the League of California Cities entitled Communications in the New Media. That's from the 2018 mayors and new council members training session that they put on. And then finally, there is a city policy regarding social media
but that only applies to City of Torrance official sites. It does not apply to people's action on sites outside of the City of Torrance. And then finally, supplemental number 2 is additional correspondence that was received after supplemental number 1. So I'm available for any questions. If you have any questions about the recommendation, not the recommendation, the things for you to consider, the options to consider, or any other matters that are within the item.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by the council? If not, then we'll take it to the public. Councilmember Rizzo.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Just a quick comment before we take comment from the folks in the chamber and take comments from the community. I'm the one that asked this item be brought forward, and my sole reason for asking for this item to be brought forward is that I was deeply concerned with some postings by one of the members of this body. And those postings involved some letters that were sent to us by a school teacher within the community. And what the school teacher did, as far as I'm concerned, is in the purview of the school district. She is their employee. They need to deal with her. What concerned me was the response from an elected official within the City of Torrance. In other words, any one of us. It's just not singling out one person. In other words, it's standards for all of us. And what concerned me about that was that the postings, in my mind, potentially put the children at that elementary school at risk. And in the emails and the evidence and the postings I've seen that have do kind of lend themselves to concern. In this day and age, with what's going on out in the community, words matter. And how we respond as public officials, I think, is important. And that if we're responding as public officials, that our actions and our responses have a tendency to create that concern within the community, because what was posted and the concerns actually required a police response to the elementary school due to the safety at that school. That's of concern. That's of concern of how we responded. One of the members up here is how we respond. So that's why I brought this item forward. That is my focus on this item, and that's at least what I'm here to discuss today. There was another issue brought up. We'll discuss that, I'm sure, but again, my focus is how do we respond, how do we react, or how do we react and how do we behave in public discourse on social media to ensure that we do not put other individuals at risk or in jeopardy. So those are my comments, Your Honor, and we can see what the community has.
Would you please keep your conversations to yourself? Please, a little bit of courtesy. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to head and check that will we, after our turn to speak and the public speak, will we have another opportunity to speak?
Yes, we will.
Okay, I'll withdraw for now. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Goodrich.
I wanted to echo Councilmember Rizzo's sentiments, but also a request from the members of our audience. I've been disappointed in the level of discourse on this subject. In my 5 years on this council, I have not received that many emails with that level of just hate in the emails. vulgarity directed at us personally. And unfortunately, our federal level discourse has sunk to that level. And the last thing I want to see is us as a city sink to that level as well. So I'd ask that the members of our audience be respectful, realize that there are differences of opinions, and I also see some signs up here that say "Love Aurelio," and that's okay. I like Aurelio too. I'll go for a beer with him anytime. But let's focus on the issue at hand here. This is not a likability contest. This is not on the issue of coyotes. This is on the issue of what Councilmember Rizzo mentioned and how this elected body responds to things that happen in the community in the appropriate way or an uncivil way that takes us down the path that we don't want to go down. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to share my thoughts on this before we open it up to the public. First of all, the reason that I gave my concurrence on this item to Councilman Rizzo was not because I agreed with everything he was asking for, but there was one thing specifically that he's mentioned that he wanted, and that is important to me. And it's very, very clear that we need to have a policy for use of social media for elected officials in our city. In my belief, there was tremendous errors in judgment made by many people in this whole process of this discourse between the teacher and Councilman Mattucci and all the public that got involved. And one of the ironic things about this is our whole council is blocked from Mr. Mattucci's Facebook page, so we can't even see the conversation. And that means we also can't see your comments and everything else. So that makes it a little bit challenging for us, is that you're all upset about issues that are going on, but we really don't have any access to see it. And so there's all kinds of problems that I have, but you know what? I talked with our city attorney, and I asked him point blank, has there been any laws broken? And he said, his answer to me was there were not. And so my opinion, let the people decide who they want to have teach their kids and who they want up here and elect and do your own choices. But that's not really a matter for our council to decide. And so unless there's a law broken, my option would be to go with number 4. Would that be take no action? And to also recommend that we implement number 5, and that's to develop a social media policy for elected officials in our city. That's all I have to say for now.
Now I want you all to please, there's some decorum here. If you're not going to maintain it, we'll clear it out. Everybody will go outside, one person at a time will come in. I'm really fed up with it. You heard from the council that are here. You've heard what we've said. A little respect for them, a little respect for each other. I understand people disagree, but disagree in a nice way. Not the virulent way that I observed in this paperwork. The nasty things people say about each other is out of place in this chamber. And if there's an outburst, everybody will be outside. Okay?
We don't like teachers twisting the kids' minds.
You're the first one. Go ahead.
We don't like that, okay?
This gentleman, you're out of here.
It happens too often. Just like Gable House Bowl, you need to clean out the
Outside.
dealers and the gang.
Outside. Don't try me.
Need to clean up the city.
Now, let's do this the Torrance way, and that's to behave yourselves. Is there anybody else on the council who wants to speak at the present time? If not, then we're going to go by the people who signed up. I have a Pam Combar and a Jennifer Volbrecht.
I didn't want to go first. All I can say is I don't think it's right to use children in this political arena. They're too young to be put into this position. And whether or not the teacher is to be handled in the school district system, what she did affected all of us. What she did was put all their letters on public record the minute she posted them. And all I can say is this is a very heated and very passionate topic. We are concerned about the safety of these children. And their minds are being twisted and influenced by adults that they trust and see every day and look up to. And that is wrong, to use a teacher's agenda on the children. And it's unfortunate. We all react. It's unfortunate the way the reactions happened, whether it be a post on social media or friends bashing each other. But we are all concerned about public safety with these coyotes, and that's what it boils down to. And the bottom line is Mattucci has stood up for us. He's backing us up. He's concerned about the children and the public safety. And I will back Mattucci up no matter what. Maybe he didn't, maybe there was a faux pas here. At what level, I'm not sure. I'm just a citizen. But all I know is that he has our best interest, and I'm sure in the end he has the children's best interest. I sure hope that you consider this. Maybe some type of agenda for social media for the council members. But as a citizen, there's something here about freedom of speech as well. We don't all see alike. Not one of us sees on every topic, on every issue, the same. I don't agree with any one person on everything. But there's got to be an element of compromise here and understanding. Thank you.
And I might add respect.
Good evening. My name's Jennifer Volbrecht. I'm a Torrance resident for 22 years, and I'm a Torrance Unified School District mom for 12. And I guess I don't need to go into a lot of details about the irresponsible Facebook post in mid-December that drew undue and unnecessary negative attention to a third grade teacher in our area. The teacher's class assignment was to write the city council about something that the children had been recently educated about at their schools. Teaching about civic engagement is exactly what I expect of my teachers. It is what the California Common Core expects from their teachers. My two kids have done similar assignments several times in their careers. It is exactly what I expect, but I'm not here to talk about teachers. I'm not here to talk about coyotes either. Honestly, I don't have heartburn with the coyote policy. What I am here to talk about is my expectations of our public servants. In particular, to engage and encourage civic discourse. You could have taken the high road. The posting this teacher's name, place of employment, and even room number in this day of school shootings is not just obnoxious. It's dangerous. Replies and responses on this and other pages that you're responsible for, were even more chilling. They included things like photos of guns and suggestions that she should be silenced. And as far as I know, you never repudiated those replies. Your posts and subsequent cyberbullying, because that's what my teenagers know that behavior as, and they know that their phones would be removed in a moment, heartbeat, if they engaged in similar behaviors, caused the Torrance School District and the Torrance Police Department to have to redeploy their services to handle safety. You work for all of your constituents, even those that disagree with you. We have certain higher expectations of our elected servants, including dignity and inclusiveness. I expect you to promote and encourage civic engagement, even on your personal pages. Your personal page where you identify clearly as a member of City Council, and I personally find that not acceptable. So I would highly recommend and ask that there'd be an investigation where not just law is broken, but were policies or even guidelines or broken. If there were, I'd like to see the council censure, and if not, please draft some best practices, research best practices, and draft some social media policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Graham, and then Susan Butler.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Fury. The bottom line here is that Mr. Mattucci lied. He was not in the classroom. He did not talk to the teacher in question. Instead, he crafted a narrative about the indoctrination by Mrs. Cullen that actually didn't happen. If you had taken the time to actually speak to her and asked to see her lesson plan and talk to parents and children who were in the class, you would realize that she did present both sides of the issue. This isn't the first time she's taught on this subject. Argumentative writing and writing to civic leaders is something that's actually part of the third grade curriculum. So she's not flying out of the seat of her pants here. These are things that I did as a third grader, my son did as a third grader, my son did it again as a Boy Scout for one of his rank requirements. This is something that's very normal for kids, and they absolutely should be able to learn how to write a well-informed opinion even if it disagrees with the council member. Your pictures that you showed, you very carefully curated the one that was pro-coyote violent. And it fit your narrative, but that's not what all the pictures showed. And if you had looked at the other ones, the kids went back and forth. They weren't all coyote hugging. And instead of doing the grown-up thing, instead of doing the responsible elected official thing, and talking to the teacher, you decided to hold a trial by Facebook with lies that you crafted. And it's true, the address for the school can be found by a simple Google search, but there's a very big difference between that and handing it to people who are already incensed about a very sensitive topic. You need to use common sense, sir. Photos of guns and phrases about silencing the problem were thrown about, and you never told any of your people that wasn't okay. You just left it there and let the flames continue to be flamed by very upset people. Your lies caused both the city police department and the school district to use valuable resources to protect our children and teachers from a threat that you created. Everyone keeps saying, well, she put it in public record. We weren't given those letters until you put them on Facebook publicly. None of us knew about them until you put them up. There's a very big difference between items being in the public record and an elected official from his bully pulpit sharing them to incense his followers. You were incensed and promised swift justice when you thought someone shared the name of your son's school. How do you think the children, parents of those children at that school felt when not only did you share the address of their children's school, but their class number? How do you think those parents felt when there's pictures of guns and people saying that the threat needs to be silenced? You endangered our children, and your stubborn refusal to acknowledge that is ridiculous. You are unfit for office, and you should step down before the recall proceedings begin. Thank you.
Please, please. I asked you, please. Thank you.
Good evening,
You're
Mayor.
Susan Butler?
Yes, I am.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice meeting you. I live about 2 blocks west of Palos Verdes Boulevard in a lovely part of Torrance called Torrance Beach. I take nightly walks in the parking lot up above the beach, and I also have 2 dogs. And I walk those dogs at various times, 24 hours a day, some days less, some days more. Now, I understand from one of the councilmen that I'm placing myself in danger, that I shouldn't be out because of the coyotes. I know I look old, like a little old lady, and that's because I am. And in fact, today is my 75th birthday. Thank you, thank you.
Happy birthday.
So, I'm out after dark tonight, and I'm going to have to walk to my car all by myself, unless our fine police chief wants to assist me. Is this really the position of the city council, that we shouldn't be out at night from dusk to dawn? Domesticated animals, house cats and dogs, are not able to defend themselves from coyotes. I'm probably not very safe with them either. Is this acceptable to this group? I appreciate my own Councilman Aurelio Mattucci saying that my safety is more important than coyotes. I also appreciated his Facebook page and postings. How can anyone say to stay inside, don't walk your dogs at night? This isn't a Disney movie. Come up with a plan to get rid of the coyotes. Don't make this about Facebook. Do something to provide safety. I support option number 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Happy birthday one more time.
Thank you.
We have a person named Tim, no further name, and Steve Hemingway.
Hi, my name is Tim, and I'd just like to take a moment to honor the victims of the Gable House Bull. That's Aston Kyle Edwards, Robert Earl Meekins Jr., and Michael Deshaun Radford, who was trying to stop the fight. And it's just really a shame that these young men in their 20s had to lose their lives to gun violence. Anyway, the social media posts of Torrance City Council member Aurelio Mattucci and his friends, as well as Aurelio Mattucci himself, may have gone missing in action on December 18th. But there is an extensive trail of evidence of misconduct collected from both Facebook and Nextdoor, which certainly has not. I don't understand exactly why he thought it was appropriate to wear Blue Lives Matter paraphernalia after the death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Would he have been willing to do that in front of Black Lives Matter? I guess not. Aside from his dubious and unprovoked attacks on a popular third-grade teacher, which involved posting her, a constituent I might add, personal information, the social media conduct of his base included a thinly veiled threat of violence against her. Why has he not yet condemned these calls for violence? Why does he feel the need to retaliate against individuals or constituents who do not agree with his policies? It's such hypocrisy. There are clear conflicts of interest, notably that Mattucci's real estate company may view the elimination of coyotes as a boon for business. We already know that orders for evict coyote merchandise went through him. See Pet Owners Against Coyote Havens. But did he profit from the merchandise? Did he violate lobbying rules? We don't know. Putting aside the science or pseudoscience of the coyote reduction strategies, Mattucci's call to evict them is not even legal under California law, because throwing a coyote into an unknown habitat is tantamount to euthanization. And further, he specifically encourages the latter in the first place. But even more fundamentally, Mattucci's anti-immigrant agenda and his apparent comfort with white supremacists takes center stage. Why exactly is he posing with a photo with a certain individual who's a founder of mass resistance, who's classified by the Southern Poverty Law, which is classified by the Southern Poverty Law Center as a hate group? Further, this individual is also affiliated with the far-right Rise Against movement. Are his constituents comfortable with Mattucci's close confidant who was associated with attackers in Charlottesville? Why does he continue to use the techniques of a demagogue to fire up his base to score cheap political points? Why is there so much crossover between his anti-immigrant and anti-coyote bases? More importantly, why is the other individual in question so interested in this issue? And why did he call for his fan base to target the teacher? Given that the teacher was cleared of all wrongdoing after an investigation was conducted, why cannot Mattucci, an elected official, be subjected to even remotely the same standards of conduct? Just look through pages 5 through 8 of Torrance's Code of Ethics Standards. There's numerous violations all over the place. I would like a voluntary resignation or censure. Thank you.
Thank you. Just lay him there. She'll get him, Steve.
Good evening. My name is Steve Hemingway. I've lived in Torrance for 22 years. After reading the staff report, 253 pages, and the supplement, about another 150 pages, it really does seem obvious that this is pretty much a politically motivated attack against Councilman Mattucci. And I do urge you to approve option number 4, presented by the city attorney, and take no action against Council Member Mattucci. I believe this investigation is a huge waste of city resources. Also, that if you do consider censuring Councilmember Mattucci, you must also censure Councilmember Goodrich for his conduct. Councilmember Goodrich is clearly an animal rights activist whose behavior encouraged the teacher in question to continue with her incendiary crusade. Councilmember Goodrich appears to me to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. The animal rights philosophy holds that all animals, birds, bugs, microbes are equally valuable as humans. This means that cockroaches, smallpox, and cholera have a right to live and coexist. Ingrid Newkirk, the president and founder of PETA, said, "The extinction of Homo sapiens would mean survival for millions, if not billions, of Earth-dwelling species. Phasing out the human race will solve every problem on Earth, social and environmental." Animal rights activists have bombed medical research labs, torched fried chicken restaurants, burned down fur stores, burglarized turkey farms, stolen medical records, assaulted zoo employees, vandalized butcher shops recently in France. We don't have the same moral code as animals. Only humans can be capable of murder. If a human kills another human, that is murder, and it's against our moral code. But if a coyote kills a dog or a cat, that is the natural order of things. That's what we expect. Clearly, there's a difference between humans and animals. Those of us old enough to remember the Vietnam War used to be told that you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That perfectly summarized free speech, meaning it was okay to speak your mind unless your speech was purposely incendiary as to cause panic, alarm, or personal harm. In this case, the teacher who used 8-year-olds to advance her animal rights agenda was being purposely incendiary. Councilman Goodrich's encouraged the teacher and her incendiary behavior on city stationery. How is that any different than Councilman Mattucci's Facebook post? Why isn't Councilman Goodrich targeted for censure for escalating this issue as well? More importantly, why is the city of Torrance wasting time and money with this issue trying to put Facebook back
Thank you.
in the bottle?
I have Katrina Groover and Jeff Frankel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Katrina, and I spoke before you last month on this matter, and I thank you for taking it serious. I have loved ones that attend Riviera Elementary School, and when I observed the activities that took place on the South Bay Coyote Activity Group, it scared the living daylights out of me. One of our own representative was writing and putting things out there in a very biased and hateful manner to rile up his base to intentionally inflict the maximum capacity of harm to a teacher. Somehow information was sent in by students, and a council member took this as an affront so deeply that he wrote a very angry and hateful message and put it out there. I don't understand how that could even be rational or even legal. It's not rational to think that these kids were attacking one of a specific council member and that they needed to be verbally judged, found guilty, and tried by Facebook. That is not a rational behavior from a council member. And I don't want to have to worry about my loved ones that are in this school that is such an incredible school with incredible teachers, and people love the teacher at subject. I have met her many times. She is at functions. She is a good teacher, and one of our council members has contacted the school board. She was found to be operating correctly. She wasn't guilty of anything. And yet the Councilmember Mattucci, continued the attack on her repeatedly for weeks. Only over the last week has he finally gone dark and gone quiet. It didn't stop, even though she was found to not be doing anything incorrect. I find this to be just not sane, and there should be rules and guidelines, and there should be accountability for such actions. In today's world, school violence is real, and it should not be coming and being put at a potential increased risk from one of our elected officials. We can argue that she sent something in. Yes, she did. It was no longer an agendized item, and it should have gone into a file, and it should not have been publicized and used to grandstand on a political level so that you could keep your base riled up. That was inappropriate, and it was dangerous, and it was wrong. And you haven't apologized for it, Councilman Mattucci, and you continue to double down, triple down, running illegitimate polls that mean nothing, and you attack people that come back and try to talk to you and say why you're wrong and what is wrong, and you don't listen to it. And your base comes out and attacks us and tells us to be quiet, threatens us. It's wrong. It's not what should happen here. Torrance is an incredible city with incredible schools. And Riviera Elementary School is one of the cream of the crops, and you should not have done that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeff Frankel. Wanted to address what Councilman Griffiths had mentioned, that he believes no law was broken. And I actually believe a law was broken. If any of the council members wanted to have their landscaping redone and used city employees to do that, that would be against the law. Mr. Mattucci has been using the city attorney for legal advice on his personal webpage. It's in, all that is documented in the packets that you have. He's been using it as an excuse that it was okay to go after the teacher and mention his students. So I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Griffith's opinion regarding that. Well, I think the city attorney also has conflicted himself pretty much in his continuation of giving Councilman Mattucci legal advice on work that is outside of the Torrance. If you want to argue that the work had to do with the councilman, then I would say that he actually is violating the city code of ethics in his attack on the teacher on a website, even though it wasn't a city-owned website. Further, as far as his attack went, and some of the things that he had mentioned, he was factually incorrect. He posted saying that every single letter from every single student was against the coyote culling. From the packet again, all the city council members have, there is at least one letter where a student was saying that he was in favor of it. There were quite a few letters where students had mentioned pets being killed, but they were still against the culling. And there was one letter where a student was 50-50, I'm not too sure. So to go out and say that the teacher did not present both sides of the argument is factually incorrect. So that's pretty much what I have to say on this. Thank you.
Thank you. David Feiner and Emily Hemingway.
Hello, Council. My name is David Feiner. I'm a former employee of the City of Torrance and a person who has been in and out of the town all my life. I'm here today to support Councilman Mattucci because of the movement against him is not only wrong, but idiotic. For starters, the thought process that Councilman Mattucci should be held accountable for what anonymous people say on his public social media account is crazy. If you know anything about the internet, you know how uncontrollable it is. And if Councilman Mattucci is held accountable for what anonymous people say on his internet, then why shouldn't the rest of the council? I'm sure that each one of you have said something online, or for sure, someone has said something on your social media posts that someone might not like. If so, then why isn't everyone here held to the same standard? Also, Councilman Mattucci standing up to this teacher who's essentially brainwashing her children. I don't know why a teacher is even talking politics with children. They can't even vote. They don't know how the world works. They can't give consent. They can't do anything. And you're going to talk to them about politics. And also, for the people that came up here, they keep saying what Councilman Mattucci said was hateful and all these, like, if you're anti-coyote, that means you're a white supremacist and you're connected to Charlottesville somehow, which the other man in the green shirt said. But no one has even said what was even said. They're just saying, oh, due to something that was posted, some social justice warriors got angry and they're sending us stuff, so we have to do an investigation, all this. I guarantee you, if you give these people an inch, they will take a mile. So the minute one of you steps down, they're going to go after the rest. And you do not want to set that precedent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Hemingway. I'm a lifelong Torrance resident, and I actually attended Riviera Elementary School as a child. Well, when I was in elementary school, there was no such thing as social media. And in the past decade, and a little bit more than that, the world has changed so much, especially because of social media. We have to keep up with those changes and understand what this means for us now. So as someone who's grown up with social media, I want to point out a few things. It's allowing people to be more aware of community-related issues and be active about it. Not everyone can actually make it to a city council meeting, but they can get involved in other ways, especially with social media. More people go on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram than will ever go on a city council web forum, and it's important to keep up with these trends. Sorry. Facebook and every other platform has its own set of community guidelines, and it's not exactly free speech, but they don't want anything hateful or threatening content to be on their servers, which is understandable. Councilman Mattucci's post was never in violation of Facebook's community guidelines, and it was within his full free speech rights to bring attention to this issue so community members can actually comment on it. That's kind of what we want in city council members, to be able to bring these issues to light so that everyone can be a part of it. You cannot hold the poster responsible for the commenter's actions. A prime example of this is actually President Trump's Twitter account. When he posts anything, you guys are laughing, but when he posts anything, many comments are harmless, but many are actually really violent, telling him to kill himself or threatening to actually kill him. Trump's only responsibility is to his own tweets, not the actions of those who comment. But this is the nature of social media. People comment things they don't mean, or they hide behind anonymous accounts. And while that's bad, the ability for social media to connect people and allow for awareness of political issues is really important for our future and for being able to solve our problems. While a teacher pushing her political opinions on 8-year-olds is an issue in itself, Councilman Mattucci did nothing wrong by simply bringing the issue to attention and allowing our community to discuss it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Emily. Arthur Schopper, Michael Johnston.
I don't even know where to start. Grow up! The letters were public record in a classroom that were delivered to this city council. They were public record. It was a captive audience. That teacher was politicizing that audience to deliver a message. And Mr. Goodrich, using Torrance letterhead, said, "Thank you for making the message." If you're going to go after him, why don't we go after Mr. Goodrich when he was blocking a Jeep by General Tommy Franks, who was trying to leave LA Unified School? Where does it stop?
Will you get back to the subject matter?
Now, you didn't say anything when other people were going off on other tangents, but then you're talking to me. Isn't that interesting? But you know what? It's okay. I'm used to this kind of picking and choosing, just like what's happening right now. This is out of line. Totally inappropriate. I commend Councilman Mattucci for releasing those letters. I commend him for exposing that teacher was politicizing this issue in her class. And by the way, I don't know how Mr. Goodrich or the other person knows what the result was of that personnel investigation, because I spoke to the school board and I spoke to the superintendent. They said, this is a personal matter. We're not going to go public with this. So how do you know about it? That's just really interesting. So, this is just, you want to talk about a circus, this is a circus, but not generated by the audience. It's generated by the person who instigated this. Councilman Rizzo, you've wasted our time. This is totally inappropriate. and rarely would I fault you for this. I respect the service that your father did. I respect your service for this community as a police officer, but this is totally inappropriate. Certainly, item 4 should be the one that you choose. Now, let me address the other two things. It was totally political and petty that you didn't allow him to have an excused absence. That's ridiculous. There was just no reason for that. That's another waste of time right there. We're talking about fiduciary responsibilities. Oh, last of all, this shirt, it's free. I'm not going to pay for this. Hell no, I wouldn't pay for this. I got it as a gift. Okay, sorry, Aurelio, but you know, red's a great color, love it, but I wouldn't pay for this. He gave this shirt to a friend of mine named Anthony Garcia, who doesn't even live in the city. In fact, he lives in Texas, and he posed with the shirt with U.S. Senator Ted Cruz. Now, I don't know if they have a coyote problem in Texas, and I'm not sure how he's making money off of a shirt next to Ted Cruz or anything. This is just people looking to create a problem, or this is like a crisis that they don't want to go to waste. This is shameful. It's outrageous. I can't believe it's come to this. And you know what? It's his Facebook page, and maybe more of you should have done the same. Why wasn't it any of your idea to expose this? We want to hear from our city council members. We want them to address these issues. Mr. Goodrich, don't stand in front of my car when I leave the parking lot. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Johnston, and I apologize if this sounds a little disjointed, because I have a number of issues that I want to touch on, and my time is really limited. First off, I think Aurelio has blocked you guys to avoid some sort of violation of the Brown Act. My personal opinion in that case would be different from his, I think, in that I would say that interactions on Facebook are in the public realm, so would maybe not fall under a violation, but I'm not a lawyer. So I think that's an abundance of caution. It's not because he doesn't like you or doesn't want you to see his stuff. It's not like it's trying to keep a secret. Number two, Kathy Cullen, the teacher in question here, is a radical political activist. I know this because she's a friend of friends on my Facebook, and so I see pictures of her. She is a real PETA acolyte, a real does your food have a face type. She teaches kids regularly that meat is murder, and she brags about it. The moment that she sent these letters to Torrance City Council, they became public record. So we are here talking about a city council member breaking some sort of a rule or law, wait for it, by making a public record public. So forgive me here, but I'm having a real hard time with trying to figure out why we're all spinning about this. I'm grateful that Mattucci brought this to my attention, because I had no idea how rampant the radical indoctrination was in our schools. I take real exception to it. I actually went to my kids and I said, now they're not in middle school or grade school anymore, but I went and I said, God, was it like this for you guys? And they said, well, not this bad. So I'm appalled, honestly. I have no issue with the concept of teaching civil discourse, civic discourse, even in the 3rd grade. I do have a problem when teachers are pushing a radical political fringe agenda. Does your food have a face? To a 3rd grader who doesn't have the experience to discern truth from falsehood, right from wrong. They barely can feed themselves, for goodness sake, and get themselves dressed in the morning. And now you're going to try to have them make an informed decision on whether it's good to eat meat or not. How are they equipped for that? They don't vote for a reason. They can't enter a contract for a reason. They can't give consent for a reason. They're children. I'm forgetting things here. I'm sure none of you have ever had someone post a comment on a Facebook posting of yours that made you cringe. I can't believe we're actually spending time on this. And again, we're talking about Aurelio Mattucci trying to fulfill a campaign promise by legal means. So he's doing something legal to fulfill a campaign promise.
Thank you, sir. Janet Schoenfeld and Jimmy Gow.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff. Thank you for taking my comments this evening. I'm sorry to have to address you, and I'm sorry to have 19 people on the dais spending hours talking about this sort of a matter. I'm sorry because it's my understanding that when an individual takes employment with the City of Torrance, they agree to be bound by a city code of ethics, which in printed form as attachment E to the staff report is prefaced by the following. The ethical person does more than he is required to do and less than he is allowed to. I don't know. I'm thinking that ought to set the stage for perhaps a tone of discourse and conduct from there on in that's a little bit different from our basic freewheeling Facebook. With that said, that's the expectation that I have of my city officials. That's the expectation that I have of many adults. I'm extremely disappointed, Councilman Mattucci, by the fact that the Facebook post started with, hey, I got these letters in my capacity as a council person. Again, setting a tone. I would like all of you to think seriously about whether I and the rest of the community have a realistic expectation that setting that tone should then translate to perhaps a more considered action. The Facebook post itself is one issue. The failure to repudiate hateful and violent comments is yet another. And a third issue that may be a little more of a hard number thing than a subjective ethical thing is how much in terms of dollarized resources had to be diverted within Torrance, USD, and TPD in order to ameliorate the safety concerns generated by this level of dialogue. I thank you all for your consideration. Good evening.
Thank you.
Jimmy Gow, North Torrance. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Aurelio Mattucci recently posted on Facebook, and I quote, "The thing I hate most about politics is politicians. The problem apparently is that he doesn't realize he is a politician. And that comes with a certain discipline that is expected above and beyond that which is requested of a civilian citizen. And that may be where the problem lies. Aurelio still thinks that he's the civilian crusader, tilting at windmills that offend him. But he seems to lack any sense of decorum or awareness of what is expected of an elected official. For example, he should know that some people are going to disagree with him, and he doesn't need to lash out at everyone who does. But it seems that he just can't help himself. Every little thing is perceived as a slight that he must reply to, whether it's high school girls exercising their First Amendment right of free expression, or a local teacher who uses a current event, the coyote issue, as a writing project to send letters to the city council. Or even me for posting a picture of him on somebody else's Facebook page, not even his, somebody else's, that he doesn't like, and then he accuses it of being false or doctored. So the issue isn't just one thing, but rather it's one thing after another, one thing after another, until they add up to conduct unbecoming of an elected official. He just has a bad habit of taking things to the extreme.
He couldn't even take getting a 5-month trapping season for coyotes as a partial win. For Aurelio, it's all or nothing. And let me get right to the point. His actions on social media regarding a local school teacher are nothing less than an abuse of power. Rabble-rousing an angry mob to attack an educator who disagrees with him is absolutely disgusting. And I have so much more here than 11 seconds. But let me just say that you must censure Aurelio Mattucci at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you. Lou Outland, Rick Marshall.
Good evening, gentlemen. Please forgive me. I'm new at speaking, public speaking. I want to thank each and every one of you for everything that you do. I love the city of Torrance. However, regarding coyotes, I'm a widow of 20, let's back that up, 20 years, and I'm raising my granddaughter. It doesn't impress me that men feel safe. I feel very vulnerable. And I expect for my city to look out for those issues. I know that you can't be with me 24/7 to protect me from coyotes, but I get up at 4:30 so that I can get some exercise. I have to take a bat with me to Wilson Park because I'm afraid and I have my child with me. And so there's other concerns other than just, men and what they think about safety. I do remember, though, that I've worked for each one of you to get you here, representing several different organizations, and I'm proud that I've done that. I do that for her. And what I expect of my city council is to solve the coyote problem. That's what's going to affect me. What he said, he brought something to light. We need to talk about it, and maybe we do need to get some policies in place. But until that happens, can you focus on the coyotes and not, what someone said? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Marshall. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'd like to commend you on all your courage in taking on this tough issue. But I'd also like to encourage you to take a breath. Winston Churchill said, however beautiful the strategy, you should occasionally look at the results, and that's what I want to talk to you about tonight. I'm asking for you to take the Seinfeld approach to the issue. Of all the options that the city attorney has listed in his, I counted 238 pages, other people counted more, I appeal at the council to do nothing. Why? Well, first of all, censorship will create problems with the council working together. I think it's important to recognize that Councilman Mattucci hasn't been on the council 6 months, and he's still getting his sea legs. We all make mistakes. I think as humans we can recognize that. He probably would react differently knowing what he knows now. I think we need to give him room to make some self-correction. Secondly, I think investigations are costly. First, I don't think the FPPC will investigate because it's not an election. I don't think the county DA will investigate because bad judgment, intemperate remarks, poor social media management, none of those are violations of the law. And if we hire an outside independent counsel, what are we going to get? Can you say witch hunt? I know social media is the Wild West. I am old enough to remember when there wasn't social media. I'm also smart enough not to post all my thoughts on social media. But if you develop a social media policy tonight, I think you'll do nothing but create bad law. It's bad cases that make bad law. Attorneys would know that. An extreme case is a poor basis to make a general law. You need to have a law that addresses general circumstances. I also believe a social media policy will diminish free speech. And if there's anything I want to hear from my council, I want to hear their speech. I want to know so that if I need to vote against them, I can. If I need to vote for them, I can. I think it's important that I know that Councilman Rizzo likes Harley motorcycles, that Councilman Goodrich wants to ban MHF. I think he should be able to put a sign in his front yard. It's not going to hurt me. I would even prefer preferential treatment for more hair transplant studios.
Rick, I want to tell you, that's self-serving.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but the idea of how we handle with speech...
You're looking at your future.
I know I'm looking at my future. I certainly understand that, Mr. Mayor. The way we handle bad speech is with more speech. We can condemn speech, and we need to give... We're all human. We're all free moral agents here, and we need to act as such. I think we all have character, and we all regret things we say and do. And I think we need to give people a chance to back off. I think a social media policy, and I'll end here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Will tie the hands of the council. And any policy you devise will either be struck down in a lawsuit, will prove unenforceable, like some campaign finance donation law I don't like.
Okay, time's up.
And time is up. I knew you would do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We've been up here for 2 hours. We're taking our mandatory break right now. Anybody who wishes to speak, we have Torrance Dital, George Otinhanio, I'm so sorry, as the first two up, and you can sign up so we get on the list. Thank you. Calling the meeting back into order. The next speakers are Ms. Deitel and Mr. Ocinasano.
Yeah, you're going to hold this one. Just wait till I give you the cue. Okay. I don't want my cane to fall. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Fury and City Council. My name is Taria Deedle.
Judith Simmons.
And Judith Simmons is with me. First of all, thank you for all staying here and listening to all of us tonight. First, I want to address a couple of things. This is a little bit of a rewind of the 12-18 City Council meeting as to where this whole blame game starts. And it starts right here on this poster. You've seen it before. I had it. I gave you copies at the previous City Council meeting. Judith has held it up for us. And I want to read it to you one more time because I want us to all understand something as to where this blame game starts and how we can solve this, okay? It says, this is from Kathy Collins' Facebook post herself on 11/29, and you all got a copy on 12/18. Did you know that if you are an angry mob wearing red shirts at a City Council meeting, you can get whatever you want? Apparently, the Torrance City Council has decided to go from their current humane program of managing the coyotes to killing them 5 months out of the year. Shame on you, Torrance. There were so many other options you could go with. Violence wins. What a great message you're sending to our future. First of all, I find that very disheartening for her to say that to you, the City Council, when you're trying to work with us. And we do have a coyote management plan. We know it's not working, and we're trying to improvise it, whether you're inventing something to haze the coyotes with or whatever. But I want you to understand, 11/29 is when this started. Tonight we got in our packets all of the letters that we've all seen. All those letters were written 12/6 of 2018, a few days after this. Stop and think about that just for a moment. She was so angry the night that she was here. She went home, she did this, and the next thing you know, there go the letters to the City Council, which you all received. Now, isn't it kind of ironic when you stop and think about it? Her time frame. Did she have her class write all those letters? Well, I do find it ironic that she would post this the next day, and 12/6 she would have the kids write the letters. All right, whatever. Councilman Goodrich, you just said, where does the hate and vulgarity begin in these letters just a few minutes ago to all of us here in the audience? It started with this. Nothing was done on Facebook, said on Facebook, remarks, etc., until this happened, just for the record. So that's where it began, and it's continued ever since, and we are all sitting here in this quandary trying to figure out the right answer for this. So now let's place the blame game where it should be placed, not on Councilman Mattucci. He just ran for an office and campaigned on a platform.
Ma'am, your
that
time's
was his. That was what he needed to do.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Your time's up.
Okay.
George?
Could I, Honorable gentlemen, my name is George Oteniano. I've been living in Torrance for 35 years. And I'm going to cover a little subject here. It has come to my attention that the mayor and council members are wanting to investigate our Councilman Aurelio Mattucci regarding the violation concerning the sale of the Evict the Coyote t-shirts for profit. And I'm one of those people who received a free t-shirt. I know many other people that have. Mr. Mattucci is not out to make a profit. He's one of us. like all of us, concerned Torrance residents interested in safety of his family and that of the community. His interest in the safety and quality for life of people in Torrance is beyond merit. We voted for him because he was genuinely concerned about all of us. And I'm kind of sick about this type of investigations and accusations that consume our time and our energy and money. It's time to spend more time on important matters that truly help the community. So let us drop this and get to work on important matters. And I believe that deep inside, you all feel pursuing this frivolous investigation is outrageous. So I hope that you can help us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ruth Vogel, Jan Judah.
Oh gosh, I can barely reach this. Okay. Can you all see me? More importantly, can you hear me? Okay, first of all, I have a question. Don't count this in the minutes, in my time. Will additional tonight's supplements be made available, as there weren't any, and I sure would love to have one for my file?
They'll all be online, so you can look at them on there. Do we have hard copies? No, we ran out of hard copies.
Right, I know that. Okay, so
Yeah.
there'll be no
We
more
can
hard.
get you another one made, but it's a lot better for our environment if you just look online.
I understand. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to start by saying to Councilman Mattucci that my family and I have been loyal customers of Mattucci, the tailor, for 60 years, since Senior Mattucci had a small shop on Hawthorne Boulevard. And I personally had a long-standing, warm and friendly relationship with your father. And he hugged me every time I came in. He was fondly called Mattucci. I'm sorry to hear about his declining health, and I wish him well on his journey. Okay. I am addressing you tonight as a parent, grandparent, and a former teacher. Back in the day, I was a credentialed elementary school teacher, qualified to teach K-8th grade through 8th grade in New York State and California. In 1957, in my first year of teaching in the large city of White Plains, New York, I taught 2nd grade. And at the end of that first year, I was named Teacher of the Year. 2 years later, I was in California because my husband accepted a job here, and I began teaching a 2nd, 3rd grade combination class with LA City Schools in the Silver Lake area of LA. At the end of my first year, my principal asked me to become a master teacher for incoming UCLA education students the following year. I only tell you this to lend some credibility to what I am going to say in defense of the Riviera school teacher. Also, I have been a member of the Torrance League of Women Voters since the early 70s and president from 1977 to 1979, and a conscientious observer of quote-unquote good government ever since. However, tonight I am speaking only for myself. Because of my parental and teaching background, I know full well just how emotionally charged young kids can be, particularly when they are surrounded everywhere they go by hysteria and fear. From both a parental and teacher point of view, I see this as an opportunity to calm fears and educate, and I applaud this teacher who used this topic for some valid reasons. And by the way, my understanding is that there were parents in the classroom when the assignment was given out, and no parent complained. And I also understand that the kids were given an opportunity to take sides, pro or con. By assigning the kids with a learning opportunity The teacher was enabling them to hopefully analyze and think through the situation in a thoughtful, rational way, and even more importantly, use it as an opportunity for these students to bring their words to the attention of our elected body, who they know will be making decisions, partly on the information and opinions that their constituents bring to them. It is my humble opinion and judgment that this is what education is all about, teaching young folks how to think, not what to think, and most importantly, how to think in an orderly, concise manner appropriate to their age level so that they may become effective as they grow on through life. Now,
Mrs. Vogel, your time's up.
Can
I
I
gave you
have
an extra minute. 'cause
one
you had a
more minute?
question.
1.5 minutes? Now,
I give a half a
I've
minute
sat
to
very
everybody.
patiently all night.
Now you're using my time up.
Now, regarding the matter before you tonight,
Ruth, have to go to the next person.
no more time?
No, everybody gets the same.
Anyway,
Jan Joda?
I feel I am in support of 1, 2, 3, and 5 because the purpose of being a council member is to listen to all points of view.
Yeah. Ms. Vogel? Please, relax, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Jan Judah. As a Torrance resident and taxpayer, I'm deeply concerned about what I see as an unprecedented attack on the integrity of Councilman Mattucci. I was a little late getting here, and I was glad to see you alive and well up there. I thought you might be pilloried on the front lawn. Although I don't know him, I did not know Aurelio personally when I contacted his office to purchase an Evict Coyote shirt. I paid only $8, and he then offered to deliver the shirt to my home in Torrance, and did so using his own gas to get there. On this particular transaction, he most certainly lost money. To suggest that he profited from the sale of these shirts is preposterous. Most of us would not be here tonight if it were not for a highly unusual decision of one single teacher in the city of Torrance who was very angry at the council's decision on November 27th to initiate coyote trapping. She spoke at that meeting in opposition of this policy. This teacher then took to social media to rage about that decision and was not shy about using her name there. She made 2 postings on November 28th and 29th with regard to same, railing against the decision and calling those that opposed her point of view a mob. I was there. Do I look like a member of a mob? I'm actually a taxpayer in the city of Torrance who pays her salary. Shortly thereafter, within just a very few days, she shamelessly decided to exploit her 3rd grade students by having them write letters to the city council in opposition of their decision to initiate trapping and to further support her own personal agenda. Her letters, those letters that were submitted, are dated December 4th and 5th. And with one exception, all of the letters are use almost identical language, phrases, and are almost clones of one another. These are young kids, vulnerable kids who are overtly influenced by their teacher to undertake her point of view and to write these letters. They desire the approval of their teacher. She's the authority figure in the classroom. Their success depends on her good graces. Is it appropriate for a teacher of 7 and 8-year-olds to embroil her vulnerable young students directly into the most hotly contested political issue to hit our community in years, using her influence to align them to her own beliefs? I think not. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Deigel and Linda Gottschalk-Syed.
just have my daughter with me. Hi, my name is Kathy Daigle, and I'm a resident of Torrance for 10 years. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. This is my daughter, Caitlin. I want to echo what Councilmember Rizzo said. I was horrified when I saw your post. Absolutely horrified. My daughter went to Riviera. She had Mrs. Cullen for 2 years. I was there when Christopher Donor, when they had to lock that school down because of the shooting incident. You don't want to be in a school. And you were pointing out her classroom number and her name. That is completely irresponsible and put those children in danger. The police had to go over there. So your behavior is just ridiculous. And your Facebook post was littered with assumptions and accusations. First of all, you weren't in that room. No one that I know of was in that third grade room. You said it was single-sided indoctrination. I'll go ahead and read the Facebook. You have no idea that was. It was all about her personal beliefs. You have no idea. Not properly teaching democracy. You don't know that. Not personal views of an adult. She needs to keep her personal opinions out of teaching. I don't think so. I volunteered in that class for 2 years with my daughter, pretty much twice a week. Third graders can write just fine. And believe me, they have opinions of their own in third grade. She never presented her opinions one-sided. She's an excellent teacher. And if anyone had taken the time to actually go talk to her or go sit in that classroom, you might have not posted what you posted. Your behavior as a public servant is just awful. And I think you need to step down. And I support the first two options. I just want to say that I'm pretty horrified at the amount of adults in this room that are stating opinions rather than facts. I have been in that classroom. And if there's anybody else that's been in that classroom, let me know. Because she is not like that. And through social media and through irresponsible adults, she's now been painted like, the PETA poster girl. That is her own personal opinion on that one particular issue. And she's allowed to have it. And she does not run her classroom one-sided at all. And my daughter here can attest to that. And that we were at Riviera for 6 years. And I saw that teacher off and on the campus. You might not agree with her personal opinions and PETA support. That has nothing to do with her classroom. And the assumption...
She will not hold it against you.
Yes, she won't. And to sit here and paint her in that way is completely irresponsible. And I hope that the board takes action. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Linda Gottschall said. I'd like to compare Mr. Mattucci's alleged acts of inappropriate T-shirt sales and a social media post posted in reaction to the First Amendment, which he clearly has, to those of our mayor, who in 2014, 4.5 years ago, admitted he broke the law during his campaign with a co-conspirator, McCormick Ambulance, and then 4 months after he was elected, cast the swing vote to give them the lucrative 9/11 contract in the city. 4 of these council members sitting on this dais, and Rizzo was one of them, despite my plea for this council to censure the mayor and those of others in the public, remained silent. There wasn't a motion, not one. And there was a violation of law. It was a matter of fact. It wasn't a question. It's hypocritical. I call this hypocritical to do this now to Mr. Mattucci, given the history of the council that we have sitting here. Is Rizzo positioning himself to be the successor mayor to Fury? Or is this simple bullying of a now council member by part of the council that then had the voting block before Wiedemann was unseated by Mr. Mattucci? Whatever it is, it's ugly. As the city attorney report states, there's no rule that Mr. Mattucci broke. If the council feels it's appropriate to discuss the extent to which other members express opinions on social media, bring it back. Perhaps set some rules and discuss it. I am not a Mattucci groupie. And the Evict Coyote movement is not his mob. It was born out of the Facebook page South Bay Coyote Activity, begun in 2016 by Jennifer. When he announced his candidacy for city council in 2017, that was a year later, he ran another Facebook page, altogether different, about coyotes. I suggest the city council adopt item number 4. And if after discussion you desire, go ahead and discuss option 5 at a later date. Thank you.
Doug Bender, Judy Bernetti.
Hi, I'm Doug Bender. I've been a Torrance resident for 22 years. I'm going to make it brief. So, Councilman Griffiths, thank you all for being here and working so hard every Tuesday night. I've been to a few of these now, and boy, I'm glad I don't have your jobs. Councilman Griffiths said his criteria for whether this should go to an outside council or outside investigation is whether there's a law broken. Well, you don't know if there's a law broken until an investigation is done, and that may not be the only reason to do an investigation. There may be violations of city policies and decency and common sense that aren't particularly law violations. So I think the code of conduct, things like that. Ability of citizens to feel free of threats. I know a lot of people have been very careful now what they're putting on social media because people like Aurelio Mattucci may pick it up and start attacking them personally as he did the teacher. And if this is all so innocent, why did all those posts that were on the Facebook page suddenly disappear after the December meeting? So there's a cover-up aspect here. And if he's so innocent, Aurelio Mattucci, I would expect him to vote for an investigation. He should want an investigation to clear his own name. So I think option 2 or some combination of 1 and 2 is a clear choice. There really is, since we're all here talking about it, obviously it's an important enough issue to warrant some amount of investigation and some amount of recommendations of conduct and social media and so on. And also, again, as I mentioned last time that I talked here, you guys should think about liability to the city. If there's threats, pictures of guns being posted on Facebook with words silent and deadly, stuff like that. Clearly liability. We don't want to be one of those news headlines that we've heard about the last few years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, council members, staff, and residents. My name is Judy Bernetti. I've been a teacher at TUSD since 1993. I'm currently retired, but I'm still subbing at South High, where I work today, and I'll be there tomorrow and Thursday, too. As a teacher, I've always tried to engage and interest students in the topic at hand, and I applaud the Riviera teacher for getting students to think about a local issue and respond to it. However, when the topic is local politics, it's important for the instructor not to share his or her personal opinion, excuse me, or political belief. The student letters indicate that there was a balanced presentation by the teacher because the essays are both pro and con re-coyote culling. If the teacher's presentation was biased, then that needs to be addressed and the teacher sanctioned, which she was not. Having said that, even if she was biased, nobody deserves to be harassed or threatened for sharing a personal opinion or belief in a classroom. It is unacceptable for a council member to use social media to berate someone professionally and personally. Also, calling for the resignation of this teacher is inappropriate and an abusive position. It is a TUSD matter, if anything at all. what is obvious is that the use of social media is very volatile, and that the council and maybe others of us need guidelines that we need to adhere to. So I'm looking at option 5 and recommending that is my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Blue and Nazila Magareth.
Mr. Rizzo, I respect your opinion. I know you're a retired police lieutenant, and I know you can recognize threatening behavior when you see it. If any student did what Mattucci did, they'd be disciplined. So why should a grown councilman get off scot-free for bullying a teacher? Mattucci, you're a father and a businessman. I think you know better. But you got your friend Arthur Shopper involved, and Arthur is listed by the Southern Poverty Law Center as the founder of a hate group. His followers, like David Feiner, have pepper sprayed children in Cudahy, and another follower of Arthur's has pulled a gun out on innocent people. So, and do we want anybody from Arthur's group near our children? Ask yourself that with what happened at the Gable House bowling alley and with what has happened at schools across this nation. And even the mayor, Mr. Mayor, you even apologize for Arthur's actions. And I do not want to see Arthur bringing his shenanigans over here. This is why I'm calling for the censure of Mr. Mattucci, a third-party investigation, and refer the matter to the DA and FPPC, as well as a social media policy. Because while you guys may be blocked from Mattucci's Facebook, I've seen what he does. He will start drama on Facebook. He'll just do all kinds of things. He'll throw insults or say very inappropriate things. I have seen the post, and it is in your packet, about the African American students. And he'll post that incendiary stuff, and then he'll scrub it out. Mr. Mattucci, if you are innocent as you said you would welcome an investigation to clear your name. And you wouldn't mind having the DA look at what you are doing, or the FPPC look into what you're doing. Okay.
Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Nazila Mahia. Knowing the teacher, apparently she had followed the curriculum, and she's taught there for 22 years. Obviously, she's been doing something right for her to last that long as a teacher. Mr. Mattucci knew that the teacher followed the curriculum, school curriculum, and she was not breaking any laws. Yet he did not choose to discuss this matter personally with her and made it public, made it attacking in an attacking way. I want to take a second to see if the situation was the reverse and the student had voted for if the majority of the student had voted for the coyotes to be killed, would this be an issue at all? Like, we are here tonight to discuss that. At that point, most parents would probably applaud that teacher for saying that that teacher is trying to protect our kids from the coyotes. But since the students, by their own free will, majority of them chose compassion over killing, now this has become an issue because it's against what Mr. Mattucci thinks should be done. The teacher did not present her own personal opinion with the students. She just brought this to attention of the kids. The kids, some of them did not vote against killing the coyotes. So obviously that shows that she was holding a neutral position. Unfortunately, when something is not to our desired result, we have come to a point that we want to attack it and kill it and destroy it. The teacher said this, let's get rid of her. As a pediatric doctor, that is my specialty, I see more and more young people coming up to me and telling me how their teachers in school are teaching them these things. And I think we should get used to that. This is just one case, and it's the start of realizing that our teachers are teaching the students something that is so important in this time of society that we live in, which is a crucial time for our nature and our future generation. If we don't address these things about nature and preservation of the nature, in 30 years, they wouldn't even have water to drink.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mark Stevenson, Charlene Haynes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City staff. My name is Mark Stevenson. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. First one is my recommendation is number 4 in reference to the options. Secondly, council members, once they become council members, they still do not abdicate or their free speech liberty rights or free speech liberties are not, automatically taken away from them in reference to what they can talk about. We've had it said by the city lawyer that gave a legal opinion or assessment based upon some defined analysis that there was no laws broken. There was no California governmental code. There was no Fair Political Practice Commission code. There was no health and safety code. There was no penal code. There was nothing that was broken, no law broken. Yet there's an option on there to go ahead and investigate or use taxpayer resources for basically an investigation. So we live in a country where the presumption is basically you're not guilty unless you can be proven. The first thing is you have to be charged with something. So if you're not going to charge City Council member Mattucci with a charge in reference to this package process, my recommendation is that this agenda item be pulled and taken off. That's the way I feel about it. The other thing is we've had people come up here and say that, that basically the person was being bullied or anything else like that. We had Mr. Gao stand up here and say that basically it was unprofessional or that there was standards, conduct unbecoming of an elected official. And for general information, I've yet to see that in any legal statute within the city of Torrance or within the state of California. So there's no law that says that Councilmember Mattucci had conduct unbecoming of an elected official. There's no such thing. Secondly, that was from a person that basically was involved in an incident when Sheriff Joe Arpaio was here, and his element, the DNC, or correction, the Democratic element here within the city of Torrance, organized a hostile and aggressive counter-protest in reference to Mr. Mattucci's. So I find it very hypocritical for a commissioner in the city of Torrance to stand up here and point the finger at an elected member when his actions are basically more derisive, more antagonistic, and unprofessional in reference to what he has done or coordinated within the civilian population. The bottom line is there's been no laws broken. So if you're not going to charge him with an offense and document that and bring it forward, then basically there should be nothing done. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Councilman, everybody. My name is Charlene Haynes. I'm the parent of Christopher Mitchell. He was murdered by Torrance Police Department December the 9th. I'm still waiting for information on why they murdered my son. Chief, you said earlier you apprehended the person that did that shooting in 28 hours. Tomorrow will be 30 days. My son has been gone. So I'm looking for justice as well. I want
them officers involved. I want their names. I want them fired. I want justice for my son. I want to prosecute him. I want the video cam. I want to see everything, what happened. Because I don't believe that my son was a threat to the officers for them to kill him like that. And I want your help to put a stop to this, but this won't keep happening to everybody. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person up is Jennifer, followed by Kelly Kessler. Jennifer? I just have one name here, Jennifer. Followed by Kelly Kessler.
Okay. Hello. I just want to come up. My name is Jennifer. A couple things I wanted to cover. I'm really getting tired of being called a mob. I started the page. It is not a mob. It's actually your community coming together with concerns and bringing it to your attention. So unfortunate. There's people that have come up here who have lied, stating that there's aggressive, horrible stuff being said on the South Bay Coyote page, along with violent things. I boot people. I don't let them talk crap. They don't mind their manners are off. So I'd like to start with that. Mattucci's done a very good job of helping support public safety. That thing with the kids was horrible. I think it's really bad that a teacher put the kids in that position. I think it's unfortunate that Gingrich took that opportunity. It was very opportunistic, I feel, for you to go up there, write a letter condoning it when this is already a heated moment. It seemed very opportunistic, and using the letterhead I thought was pretty crappy. Self-promoting, quite honestly. That's it. That freaked me out with those people just now. So sorry, they're very upset. So kind of threw me off my game, but thank you very much. Good luck with this. I vote for 4. Quit wasting time and money. You really need to spend money probably on some gang warfare for the poor police department instead of investigating stuff in the city council. Spend your money wisely. I'm not done yet. I can sit here for another minute and 40, but thank you.
Threat or a promise? Kelly Kessler?
Good evening, folks. How are you? I don't know anybody here. It's a heated debate or passion on like the evict coyotes and the teachers. I'm wearing the red shirt because I follow their social media because I don't like the coyotes. If you ask anybody wearing an evict coyote shirt, I bet 100% love animals. They love their cats. They love their dogs. They're part of their family. Fido, is their family member. Fluffy is their family member. They're looking for their best interest. I know the teachers love their animals too. The evict coyote people love their pets as family more than they love the animals of coyotes. Coyotes are predators. They don't belong here. Their breeding season is now. So after they eat the rats and the rabbits and the deer, oh wait, we don't really have rabbits and deer. They're going to have to eat something else. And that's going to be the cats and the dogs. So Bob the pug is up on the menu, just like Ralph the cat. It's going to be on the menu too. So I don't know if the teachers have really discussed that with their students, that their cats and dogs are endangered of being eaten. Have you ever heard a cat scream before it dies? You'll never forget that. It's the same sound of when a rabbit screams before it dies. You don't want to hear that. So they love their animals as pets more than the wild animals. Thank you for keeping the community safe, thinking that or knowing that the coyotes are domestic terrorists, because they are. It's their breeding season. They have on this paper here from Grubbs and Klossman of 2009 find that coyotes kill the largest number of cats, 68%, during the pup rearing season, which is now. Similarity, a study in California found that predatory attacks on children were most common in the spring, summer. This is by Tim and Baker for 2004. So yes, coyotes attack children. They do. This suggests that coyotes are most likely to attack pets and young children when they are under the increased food demands of gestation and raising pups. Did the teachers tell that to their students? They are endangered. Now the coyotes take the train tracks. So putting more train tracks, you'll bring more of the coyotes here. That's part of the area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So thank you, all you people, for
Thank
keeping
you.
the community safe. Really appreciate it.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Come on up, state your name.
Yep. I'm Scott Fellows. I've been a resident of the South Bay since the early 80s. Been living in Torrance for a long, long time. My kids went to school here. And I respect and I know all of you guys on the city council and the mayors. Been to events with you, and I know and appreciate everything that you guys are doing. But this whole process that's going on now is really about freedom of speech and the rule of law. And the freedom of speech was established, 250 years ago when our country was formed, and the founding fathers had this idea about people being able to express themselves, and then everyone would understand and then vote and do things accordingly. And this is why our country has progressed to the point that it is right now. But freedom of speech, 250 years later, in the year 2019, is now about social media, and a lot of it is out of control. But it's still freedom of speech. And what was said here earlier tonight was that there has not been laws broken, and the situation with the school teacher and the problems there are about the PTA, the parents, and the school board. It's not really about anybody in city council. Maybe you all have opinions and you can do things, but in terms of the vote, it's not about that as much as it is about Mattucci and the problems that he's had with this. And it's all about freedom of speech. And I've gone through that whole list tonight, and I looked at it, and what really needs to be done here is number 4 needs to be done. Basically, nothing done, but then more important than that is number 5, and that is the social media. Something has got to be done with you guys on the council here to modify, moderate, and set rules of conduct so it doesn't get out of control for everybody. I mean, we got people running the United States, Congress, and they tweet all night long. Yes, it's freedom of speech, but there's a certain amount of, the word I'll use is decorum. And decorum needs to be observed on all levels of our society. And that's just my point. That's my word, and I'm going to stick to it. But all of you guys have conscience. I've talked with all of you. You guys are smart. You care. And this thing needs to go away, and people need to learn from it. That you got to control the thumbs late at night, and that's everybody here. And I have thumbs too, but I'm not responsible that way. So it's just the same thing, though, that I want the city to move forward and get better, and not, in a sense, try to punish and regress. Anyway, that's it. Number 4 and number 5. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Clint Paulson, 21609 Vicky Avenue. I've been really hesitant to wade into this debate, and frankly, I'm not even sure. I was sitting back there, and I'm not even sure exactly why I got up, but I guess I felt compelled to do so. Aurelio, I want you to know that I don't agree with everything you say, but one thing I've always respected about you is that I know where you stand on nearly every issue. Watching Torrance politics for a long time, it's been very few politicians that have been willing to say anything substantive about any position that they have. You put yourself out there on nearly everything. And as a voter, constituent, I appreciate that. I'm very conflicted with this situation. I have people I respect a great deal that have gotten up and spoke tonight on both sides. I think, Aurelio, those have spoken against you. I hope that there's some lesson you can find from it and that you're taking it in and really listening to these people. But I guess I just want to point out one thing. So there's been some talk about free speech, and there's a lot of Facebook groups out there, and one of them that Jen Graham runs, who I also have a lot of respect for, is a Torrance Parents group. There was a comment on her group not that long ago, and it was a mom who said, "I'm pissed, livid, and tears writing this," and she goes on to talk about how at the YMCA, the Edison YMCA, that says they were short-staffed. She has a whole list of things. She says her son's hair got cut at that school, and she blamed it on the staff at the YMCA at Edison. That comment is still on that group. Now, you can argue, should she have said that? Should she have called out Edison YMCA? You know, everyone can have their opinion on whether that was the appropriate thing to do. But frankly, I don't see a lot of difference between that post and Aurelio's post, where he's sharing a concern he had about a school site. And I'm not saying whether Aurelio was right or wrong or this mom was right or wrong. But what I am saying is I do believe that mom had a right to free speech to put that out there. And I don't believe that you lose that right because you become elected official. If anything, as others have said, it would be great if our elected officials would be more willing to exercise that right so we know about them. And then the voters, if you're upset about Aurelio, you have a chance to vote him out because you know where he stands. If you want to do a recall, you can do a recall. That's your option. But at least we know where he's coming from, right? I'm out of time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
My name is Lola Kornevets, and I've been observing today's comments, and it appears that a lot of people make this about the coyotes, about different side issues, but I believe this is about Councilman Mattucci's conduct on Facebook. The problem is that when we have an elected official, we look up to them. You are leaders in our community. A lot of us will take advice. A lot of us will form opinions about certain issues based on what our elected officials are saying. For Mr. Mattucci, instead of going to have a conversation with a teacher who's been teaching for 22 years, with apparent no issues with the school district, with the parents, he threw this on Facebook. It's one thing to react and do this because he took it as a personal attack by the kids who clearly wrote their letters on opposing use because the teacher presented cons and pros. But when there was talk of violence and such hatred on his post, not once did you say, folks, this is wrong. This is not the kind of language I will allow on my post. This is not how I will allow you to speak of your fellow citizens, of your neighbors. That was wrong. Handle it like a man with respect. If you think what the teacher did was wrong, you responded to her wrong, in your view, exactly the same way. You did not have a discussion with her. You presented you presented it as facts, and it was not because her presentation to students was not one-sided. You did not mention that on your post. So you incited hatred and violence, and it is scary because violence on our schools is very real, and you should recognize that, and you should have de-escalated. I read your post, I read the comments, and it's horrifying. You did not even attempt to de-escalate, you just fueled it. and that is wrong. I don't know if there's laws broken. I'm not an attorney, but it's unethical, and it's not how we want to see our leaders behave and conduct and lead us. You are our leader, and we look up to you, and you should behave a certain way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Debbie Meany, Mayor, Councilman. I just wanted to bring to your attention that everyone up here that is talking against Mr. Mattucci about how bad he talked about the teacher and everything else, they were all here with Ms. Cullen on November 27th when we had our meeting. They were all here talking about the coyotes, how they want to save the coyotes, not use trapping. You know, I just wanted to bring that to your attention that these are her friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please come up here so that we can get through this in a timely manner.
Good evening. Out of curiosity, I looked at Mr. Mattucci's Facebook page just now, and even within the last day has posted this teacher's workplace.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Deborah Bayak. He's posted within the last day her name, her place of employment, and her room number. That's a personal vendetta against her. I just feel it's so irresponsible and so hostile. It's just created such horrible, frightening comments. I just read them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, I do not envy you guys. This is actually a no-win scenario, so good luck. I've heard a couple of times, well, just because you're a councilman, you still have freedom of speech. Yes, you do, but no, you don't. Because I'll take you, Mr. Fury, you're the mayor. When you put something on Facebook, it's not Pat Fury. Everybody reads it. It's the mayor. You hold more say than just Pat Fury. And even when I tell somebody, well, you're ex-councilman, so you must know a little bit more. So I have no skin in this game whatsoever. But my suggestion is two things. One, you have to make a Facebook policy of some sort. And as much as I've never seen it done before, but then again, I've never seen a councilman denied an absence. I think he has to be censured so Mr. Mattucci knows you can't do this. You are no longer Mr. Mattucci. You are our representative on city council. We hold you to a higher standard. When I was on council, I opened my mouth a few times where I shouldn't have, but I kept it closed. Yes, thank you, Mayor. But I kept it closed a lot more because I wanted to say stuff, but as a councilman, it was not appropriate. And I think once you look at that saying, I'm a councilman, I got to respect the people that voted for me and then react to that. I never, of course, they didn't have Facebook that many years ago, but I would have never put an email out to the public that I got privately as a councilman. If somebody wanted to check into it, they can call the city. So I would suggest a censor, which in all honesty means nothing, except Councilman Mattucci would know that he has to change his way and then make a policy. Just my two suggestions for what it's worth. And thank you again for allowing me, and thank you again for these nice short meetings. I miss them.
You really miss them, don't you, Bill?
Oh, I love you.
I'll be brief. My name is Dorothy Moore. I'm a homeowner at 90504. And I, too, along with the younger gentleman, was undecided. When I first heard about the incident, I did not want a teacher influencing her class. However, because that's kind of a powerful position. However, with the statements regarding the freedom of speech from the kids, saying that there were some positive and some against. That shows that, and it also followed a presentation by the Torrance Police Department, I believe, a half-day presentation to these kids. They're going to be heavily influenced by that, including the materials and possibly using the wordage on those materials. However, my concern is the response from a council member using a powerful position. That's an abuse of power, just like I would not approve of her using her power. So I take the position that of possible censorship and a learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Melissa. I'm a little nervous. I've never been to a city council meeting before, and this is my first time speaking, obviously, as well. Thank you for your service. I'm, like I said, born and raised in Torrance. I love this city. Lived in a different state for a little while, and I couldn't help myself. I had to come back. My family's here. But anyways, I love Torrance. It's really handy with that little countdown. So I wanted to say a few things. So first, I hold a 3.9 GPA in my college courses. However, I did get a D in my ethics course because it is very difficult for me to choose a side. I feel that many issues are so relative to the individual situation and case by case, per individual, per situational stuff. It's so hard that teachers, they give me a D because I didn't want to pick a side. That was just the one class. But it's very difficult, and each situation is unique and difficult, and I really don't envy your position up here. And so as an outsider in these issues, I don't know what happened with the teacher. I don't know what happened with Councilman Mattucci. But I think that in a human way, we all, if we're not balanced in our own lives, we end up arguing over stuff that is, not necessarily as important as other matters at hand. While I'm not saying that one side is wrong or the other side is right, I'm taking absolutely no side. I just love this city, and I had a good point, but now I'm really nervous again. So I just think that there are more important matters at hand, and I do think that free speech is very important. I do agree, though, that there should be some social media guidelines, and it does sound to me that as far as the law goes, law is pretty much black and white, maybe with some gray matter that therefore is kind of ethics stuff. It doesn't sound like any laws were broken. I think that, like someone said, that, a student would be disciplined, and I do agree that, there's room for growth in any kind of a situation where someone maybe did something and was like, oops, maybe I shouldn't have said that publicly or whatever. I've made mistakes on social media before too, and it's gotten me into trouble. So I'm in a different place in my life now, though, and I just want to thank you guys for your time and your service and listening to all these people. And yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I think you stuck with that ethics course, didn't make a decision.
Hello, my name is Richard Castrant, speaking as a 9-year Torrance resident now. Super nervous. I don't really, I'm not really on the other side of the cameras like this. But I'm speaking as someone that's been on the internet ever since I was in high school, which is like 15 years ago now. And to all the old guys, welcome to the internet. But from that time, I've learned a lot of online behavior. There's a lot of online behavior that you just learn just being online, and there's targeted witch hunting, which you get banned for in plenty of forums. There's free speech. You could hold your opinion on whatever subject matter and whatnot and discuss it and all of that. But once you start talking about certain individuals and talking about where they live, or we're not talking about where they live, but just very targeted information, very very pinpointed information about that person, it puts them in danger, because you never know who's the internet's crazy, and you don't know who's going to be ingesting this kind of information of whatever you put out there. So when it comes to things like that, it's just dangerous. I mean, it's kind of scary right now with my name just out here on public record now because I'm talking to you guys now, and any kind of opposing position. Now there's a list of names, and sure, all of our names over here, we're all on, public forum, so we could just easily put a list of any kind of opposing names all on the list. And what if we just present that list online for whoever to be like, hey, all of these people don't agree with me. There you go. Take it as you will. Yeah, it's just wrapping it in a nice, scary bow to just present to people. And that's just kind of where we're at when it comes to, presenting this information to the internet. Sorry, I didn't mean to be insulting about the whole welcome to the internet thing, but I mean, that's the way it's like that, like online. And targeted witch hunting just instantly gets you banned in most forums. You just don't do that. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. We have another gentleman, I think.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, staff, and fellow residents, I'm Parker Bostwick, 1840 Torrance Boulevard, and I represent Torrance High School 24/7. I've been a full-time teacher there for 12 years. And I just wanted to make a statement about this, about the teaching profession, if I may. I have a face, and I have a book, but I don't have Facebook, and this is why. Okay, it can get you in a lot of trouble, type of thing. I teach rhetoric at Torrance High School. And I was just reviewing with my students today, and I'd like to know in this group here, how many of you know what the 8 parts of speech are? Anybody? 8 parts of speech? It would be hard-pressed to find them. And we're talking about 11th graders, 16 and 17-year-old kids who still don't know what nouns, verbs, adjective, adverbs are, and so on. That kind of thing. What I find appalling, okay? So this teacher is spending this time with these youngsters on political issues, and that's not the issue. The issue is give them grammar. I mean, I'm all about grammar. I love grammar. Grammar is the foundation of any language, okay? I talk about grammar when people come over to the house. That's why they don't come over anymore. But it's foundational. We're talking about language here, okay? And I think this is the biggest problem. And to wrap this whole thing up with Mr. Mattucci, it's who's got the first blood. Okay, who took the first punch? If you're out on the playground, who got hit first? If this woman took these things and sent them out there, then she's wrong. And Mr. Mattucci should not be held responsible for his actions. And I sit through these teacher meetings. These teachers are crazy. I mean, they bring all kinds of agenda stuff there. I have my own agenda, gentlemen, and that is the English language, the propagation of the English language and rhetoric thereof. And that's it. And that's enough. Thank you for hearing my time. Thank you.
Oxford comma or no Oxford comma? Oxford comma or no Oxford comma?
I'm sorry? Oh, definitely Oxford comma. Oh, okay, you asked for it, if I may. If I may, let's say you're composing something, sir, right? And you say,
42 seconds.
My favorite dishes are peanut butter and jelly, spaghetti and meatballs, and macaroni and cheese. If you don't put that Oxford comma in there, one dish is spaghetti and meatballs and macaroni and cheese. You have it for lunch. Thank you very much.
I just had a PB&J bacon cheeseburger together, and you can get that at a Lazy Dog.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I made you hungry.
Yeah, I hope they're open. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Sharon Pizzulli here. Kathy Cullen, she clearly had her kids write those letters out of retaliation based on her very first post the day after the last November 27th meeting, which they showed. And they're trying to make us look like a bullying mob, but in fact, they're the ones bullying. When my dog Roxy was attacked in her own backyard, I posted it on Nextdoor to my neighbors so they could be careful. And I was bullied by her friends and a woman that came to this podium tonight and spoke, who was a lead on Nextdoor, had me kicked off of Nextdoor for over posting about my dog being killed by or attacked by a coyote. So, and also I just wanted to say that Aurelio is trying to help us out, those of us that have lost pets and that are desperate to feel safe. But we know where he stands, and people who wear dark glasses and hats have something to hide. Thank you.
Is it conjunctive or disjunctive? Anybody else? Okay, that's it. Closing that part of it. Now it's up to here. Who wants to be heard on the council? Councilmember Chen, you did ask for a priority the last time when you passed out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure it comes no surprise that a lot of people say why I'm so quiet a lot of time, and I have been spending all my holidays the last month and a half processing this whole situation out. And we all have a lot to learn from this experience the last, I'll call it, month and a half. Myself, in 2 more days, we've been on the council for 6 months and 2 days. As an elected official, I am learning from the veterans here all the time. Lots of time swimming upstream, being thrown in a swimming pool. I hope our desire here tonight is that we always strive to learn and press on. After listening to everybody's emotional feelings, I want to put a 6th option for the council to consider we take. An option that all 7 members, every one of us here of the City Council, and maybe even the other elected officials of Torrance, take a refresher ethics training class. Very similar to the one that we were given when we were candidates, when they gave us real life scenarios, vignettes to play through, to go through the different social media options people use, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, web pages, emails, letters. We're all going to err at some point in our lives, and I'm sure I already have many times. But my option is that we collectively take some type of a ethics refresher that gives us that kind of guidance with maybe some near real life examples. And that would benefit all of us going forward. And we've all have learned from this issue already. And that's my option on the table for us to consider, Mayor.
Thank you, George. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank all the members of the audience for coming out tonight and spending their Tuesday evening with us. So we're not so lonely. But in seriousness, I appreciate everybody's feedback. I wanted to respond to a couple of allegations that have been made. One was that this council is hazing or even bullying Councilmember Mattucci. And I can honestly say I know for a fact that is not correct. That has never been something that I've seen happen on the Torrance Council. Councilmember Chen came on at the same time, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm pretty safe in saying that he doesn't feel hazed or bullied. It's because he didn't take the actions that Councilmember Mattucci did. In fact, I've reached out to Councilmember Mattucci multiple times since he came on board, knowing that he was the new guy, offering to help, because nobody was there to help me when I came on board more than 4 years ago. And that offer still stands if he wants to accept it. Wanted to also respond, a couple people raised the issue of me sending a letter to the students on city letterhead. And I guess that's a classic scenario where you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. Because if you don't respond, you didn't do your job as a council member and respond to a constituent. And if you do, some people will take it the wrong way. And I was doing exactly what I do with just about everybody that writes me without using profanity and responding. And the letter's out there for all to see. I'll let you guys be the judge, but it basically says, hey, thanks for writing and sharing your concerns. I voted this way. This is why. If you ever want to visit City Hall, you're welcome to. It was responding to constituent concerns, which is, I feel like people are having a hard time making a discernation between civics and responding to constituent concern and incitement, which is what we're dealing with here tonight. I feel like some of this stems from an inability to accept compromise solutions. I've heard that Councilmember Mattucci fights for us. And I think that every council member up here fights for every member of the community. In fact, on the modified hydrofluoric acid vote, I was on the losing end of a 5-2 vote on that. But did you see me go out and publicly post people's names, home addresses, people from PBF Energy? Did you see me put their private information online because I was upset? No. And that's what it comes down to. We need to continue advocating, but do it in a productive way, not a divisive way. And that's a lesson that's sometimes hard to learn when you arrive as an elected official, is that it's all about compromise. You're not going to please all the people all the time, and that's something that sometimes you have to live with. And sure, you can continue fighting, but again, do it in a productive way that doesn't divide the community and doesn't put people in danger. I came into this disturbed by the situation, but after reading all the material in this almost 300 pages here, there were more than 300 pages, thank you.
Almost 500.
There were a couple things that concern me that haven't been mentioned here tonight. Reading the Facebook post, some people said, who was it, which teacher did this? And Councilmember Mattucci's response was not only the name, but the address. And that occurred multiple times. And that led me to believe that there was an intentional attempt to create a disturbance at that school, because posting that address multiple times just was not necessary. And now I've heard an allegation, I don't know if it's true, but I heard an allegation from a member who came up here to speak that that was just posted again as recently as yesterday. So I'm not going to make a decision at this point. I'm going to wait and let there be some further discussion and also give Councilmember Mattucci a chance to reply. Scott came up here before and said, people need to learn from this. And so far, I don't have any indication that anything has been learned from this. But I'm going to give it a chance for everybody to weigh in here and for Councilmember Mattucci to have his due here. And based on how all that happens and what comes out through that, then I'll make my decision on how I'm going to move forward here.
Just in time, Councilmember Mattucci.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say Happy New Year and thank you for all the supporters that showed up tonight, and also for those that actually came here to oppose me. I appreciate your passion. I would have to say that's probably, maybe, the only thing that we may have in common, but we're all in here. You wouldn't be here at 10:30 p.m. if you weren't passionate about what you believe. And I respect that, just like I respect Tim Gurich and I having completely opposite views politically, but I respect his opinion, and he has been helpful and upfront. At least I know where he stands. That passion is something that I never hid from anybody. I ran with that passion. I was born maybe with that passion. I grew up in a household that we just didn't allow things to happen around us that we didn't like. We did something to fight back. Now, you may not agree with me, and I'm okay with that. You may not agree the fact that I in my opinion, expose indoctrination in our schools. You may not agree with me, but again, it's my opinion. My personal Facebook, to some, seems like an attack on this, an attack on that. Hey, I have a right to speak up. I didn't get elected to make friends up here. I didn't get elected to be invited over for Thanksgiving. I got elected to serve you guys. Now, half the room supports me and half the room doesn't. That's okay. I knew what I signed up for. From the day that I filed my 501, I knew exactly what I signed up for. What I didn't sign up for is these petty politics attacks. One night that I don't show up, and all hell breaks loose. You know where I was, guys? I decided to take a night off to spend with my family because the night before my sister got engaged. That's where I was on December 18th. With my family, with my 81-year-old with Alzheimer's, that soon enough will not even know who my son is. You can oppose me. I know what I signed up for. And I always thought that the worst attacks would come from the public. But I was wrong. The worst attacks come from up here. And, you know, I don't want to micromanage or micro-think the situation. I really want to move forward and work together to solve the real problems here in Torrance. The real issues. The issues that I ran on. Nobody in this room can say that they can pick up my flyer from my campaign, go down the checklist, the little dots, the little things that I'm going to do, and say, Aurelio didn't do this. Aurelio didn't do that. He promised he was going to do this. He promised he was going to do that. What a novel concept of a politician running on something they truly care about, and once elected, instead of heating up these seats, these beautiful leather chairs, instead of just heating them up, actually advocates for what they ran on. That's all I have been doing, is advocating for what I ran on. If that makes me guilty, then guilty I am. I'm not upset at you guys for not liking what I said. I'm upset at myself for not realizing that the real people that I'm fighting here is right here, right next to me. Not all of them, some. This is petty. It is absolutely petty. I am ashamed of December 18th. I consulted with our city attorney before doing everything, each and every step of the way. Now, somebody said that I shouldn't be using government resources. Well, that's what the city attorney is there for, to give us guidance. I'm new at this, and yes, I've made mistakes. I take responsibility for my mistakes, but no way in hell will I apologize for standing tall for what I believe needs to be done here in Torrance. There's no way that I will look back and say, well, I regret doing that, because you know what? I stand by my actions. Whether they were wrong or right in your mind, they were right in my mind. Can you at least respect that? Can you respect the fact that I have a duty? When I sat there on July 10th, I swore to uphold the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of California, including the Bill of Rights, which includes the First Amendment. Again, I did not get elected to make buddies up here. I didn't get elected to be on Team A or Team B. I got elected to solve the city's problems. My way, the way that I promised I would. Elections are here to get rid of people like me. Right, Jimmy Gal? Yes. Since I met you, you've constantly attacked me, and I'm okay with that. God bless America. God bless America. I dare anyone to try to take away my right to free speech. See those shirts, Yvette Coyotes? Those are protected by free speech. My Facebook posts are protected by free speech. Your complaints about my Facebook posts are protected by free speech. And when you say that a teacher that works for us, is paid by public funds, is protected more than I am when it comes to freedom of speech, I am appalled at that idea. I am appalled at the idea that anyone can try to take away my right to free speech. You want to call this grandstanding, call it whatever you want. I don't need titles. I don't need this job. I want this job. I chose this job. I ran twice to win this seat. Why? Because I want to serve the public. I don't work for City Hall. I work for you guys. And when I ask a question online, it's because I want to hear what you guys have to say. I'll tell you one thing. There was a poll that was done on Nextdoor, and another poll that was done on Facebook in May of 2018. Both polls show Tim Goodrich, myself, and George Chen winning. What was the result? Us 3 won. I took another poll on those same platforms. Now we can discount it and say, you know what, that's not scientific, that's not here, that's not that. I don't care. A poll is a poll. You can only vote once. There was another poll that was taken just recently that asked a simple question, a yes or no answer. Is it okay for a public school teacher, K through 12, to promote their own personal, political, and non-political views onto the children? You want to call my poll a joke? Well, guess what? It had over 4,100 votes. 98% said no. 98% of 4,100 people. You want to throw that in the trash? Throw it in the trash. It's non-scientific? It's non-scientific. Now, Rizzo, you say that added resources. Chief, how many patrol cars were dispatched to the riots at Riviera Hall or Riviera Elementary? Did the SWAT team go out? Or did they simply do a drive-by? They did a drive-by. A simple drive-by. Am I going to be lynched outside because a few people put some stupid comments on my Facebook post? Is it my responsibility, the actions of others? The question is, it's not who started it or who's going to end it. The question here is, do I have a right to have a voice? Because I don't see 300 pages or 400 or 500. You know what I see here? I see freedom of speech. This is what I see, freedom of speech. Not everything in here is to support me. Not everything in here is to go against me. But I respect each and every letter, each and every word, derogatory or not. I respect them all. Because I respect our First Amendment right to have a voice. What the hell did we get voted in for? To sit up here and rubber stamp everything? I'm not part of Team A or Team B. I believe that we're 7 individuals here doing what's right for Torrance. We may have different ideas how we get there, but I'll tell you one thing, that I'm not going to back down on this. And I will protect my First Amendment right all the way to the Supreme Court if I have to. I will not back down and I will not be quiet. All right! Thank you, Your Honor. Take action.
Anybody else from the council? Well, I'm just going to say, there was a misunderstanding at the December 18th meeting, and it was that Mr. Mattucci apparently had sent an email to the city clerk that morning asking for an excused absence. She was at the hospital bed of her father, who has since passed. Eventually, she saw it sometime around noonish, I believe, and she forwarded it to, did you send that to city attorney? About 2:30. She sent it to the city attorney, and he, again, was involved in something else. But the first time that I had heard about it was 4:15 or thereabouts, that he had asked for an excused absence. This was after we received a bunch of these emails concerning the letters that were sent to the mayor and council by 25 or 30 7 and 8-year-olds. And there was a subsequent social media post, which may or may not have been appropriate. I'm not the judge of that. I'm sure there is somebody who could judge it better than I. But in any event, we had no other thing. And in fact, Councilmember Rizzo asked that night, did he tell us what it was for? And we had no idea what it was for. But it appeared to us cowardice, because a whole bunch of stuff had occurred, starting with the post, and then we received all these letters. And then on Monday, I received a message from one of the school board members telling me that Councilmember Mattucci was outside Riviera with a camera crew from NBC News. And they were not happy. The school district was not happy. They would not let him on the campus because he didn't have an appointment. So
I didn't ask to go on the campus. They request, Channel 4 requested to meet there. I did not want to meet there. Channel 4 wanted to meet there, and at no time did I, let's not spread lies. I did not ask to go on campus.
I didn't say you did. I'm just saying.
You did. You said that I didn't have permission. I didn't ask for permission.
This is what was given to me.
I did not ask for permission.
Okay. The information I received from someone from Torrance Unified School District told me that you were there and they would not let you on the campus. That's what I was told.
Well, great, but I did not ask for permission to go on campus. I was on the sidewalk.
In any event, NBC News was there. Right. And then later, NBC News contacted me, and we had a conversation about the situation, and they decided there was no story there, and they left. And that was a good thing. I have, in the 10 years or more than 10 years I've been on this council, I probably received, 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000 letters, mail, emails, all of which I try to respond to in kind. If they don't cuss me out, sometimes it's just people here, you send an email, it was forwarded to the clerk for inclusion in there. We read them all. I want to make sure everybody has it. It becomes part of the record. It's not for any reason to embarrass anybody. It's just so that everybody on this dais can read it and everybody out there can read it, because this is a public hearing. I did go back to that school over there. I wrote a letter to each and every one of those children, and I thanked them for the civic engagement, writing them a letter. I didn't tell them how I felt about what they wrote. It had no bearing on it, because what they wrote to us was way after the fact. It was something that was, it was in a civic class. I received that every year from every third grade class in the city of Torrance. You know how many that are? And the kids think of different ways. And I read them and I respond to them. I try to make them a little personal. And then in those, I attached our coyote management plan. Then I went down to the school on the last day of school just to tell them that I appreciated them sending the letters to me, and I encouraged them to continue to do that. And explain that that is the process. When you send a letter or you receive a letter, you should respond back to the letter. It's, to the English teacher here, that's one of the best ways of learning English is by writing letters and getting it out there. So You know, this is not anything that I wanted to do. There's no teams up here. Everybody's an individual, always has been an individual. I don't talk to these gentlemen and say, vote this way on 10A, vote this way on 9B. That would be totally inappropriate. We have to do all the conversation out here. And this is where we do the conversation. We, you know, with the public, with your input, with the learned input from my colleagues up here, and the guidance we get from our city staff and our city attorney. I've got guidance tonight from a former council member, from a guy who's been a perennial candidate in our community forever and ever, and we very rarely agree on everything, or maybe anything, but I agree with a lot of what you said tonight, Rick and Bill. You know, when I did this, we know what that was talking about, because sometimes you say something, you wish you could just pull it back in and stick it inside your head. And that's the way it is when you're talking. But we have to have a social media guidance, because the First Amendment is wonderful. I'm probably one of the, I know at least there's two of us in here who's actually had constitutional law. I've learned constitutional law. I've practiced law. I'm an attorney. I understand the law. Free speech is free speech until you violate free speech. Political speech is political speech. It's protected media. But defamation is never. Defamation is not protected speech. I cannot say that John Blow is a bad iron worker and he should be fired from his job. It could be my opinion, but I can't base it on the fact that somebody told me that he's a bad iron worker. That's why he should be fired. I'm concerned about that. We need some kind of cohesive mechanism so that positive things are put on social media. And if there is a negative comment to it, there should be a control mechanism, that it doesn't sit there forever and ever. You see what it's caused. It's caused people to be angry, whether you're angry on one side or the other. I don't think it's appropriate to call people a mob. I don't think that's appropriate. But, you know, people got the First Amendment right to call you a mob. They can call you anything they want as long as it's not late for dinner, right? You know, we have to ramp this all back. You know, it's not about coyotes at this point. We did that. That's done. We sat here till 1 o'clock in the morning. We beat it, you know, everything we did. We came up with a compromise that was a 4-3 decision. I'm not so sure I like it, but, you know, I can live with it. I think it's appropriate. I don't love coyotes. You know, I wouldn't want one as a pet. I'm frightened to death. I have little animals of my own that I protect. I've taken that responsibility very strongly. I don't leave them out alone. I've explained this over and over ad nauseum, hip Latin term. You know, we have to take responsibility for our own things. And that is done. That is all over. The coyote thing is not even on tonight. That has nothing to do with it. What we are talking here tonight is we had a perception that something happened and somebody didn't show up because of it. And I think Councilmember Rizzo brought that up earlier on. We're going to bring that back for reconsideration to see, you know, we don't even have a policy for that. It was just, okay, maybe you should contact the mayor. And, you know, in essence, that's usually what we do. But that's not explained fully to everybody. They're brand new. George wouldn't have known what to do either. And, you know, perhaps some people don't. I've received text messages from council members saying, I can't be here tonight. Is there anything important? Can I miss tonight? You know, there's lots of times. We do have a life outside of this place. We try to do the best we can with what we have. We have to listen to everybody. I don't agree with a lot of people. I agree with part of some people and disagree with others. And that's what this is all about. This is civic engagement. Same thing those 25 or 30 kids did, civic engagement, just telling us how they feel. I have no knowledge of what occurred in that classroom because I was not in that classroom. All I can do is see what was reported to me. It was reported to me that there was a newspaper article about what had occurred on November 29th, which was provided to the children, as was the staff report that was provided to us that night. That was provided to the children, and they made a decision based on that. I would think, after I read some of them, that they had some parental help writing it because of the grammar that they use. Sometimes it was a little bit better than I would expect it from a third grader. Other times it was not quite as good as they should have done in third grade. But that's where practice comes into doing that. So I highly encourage them. I will have a third grade class visiting here one day this week in this chamber, sitting right down there, talking about the city of Torrance as part of the civic engagement. One day this week, I will be in all the classrooms at North High in their U.S. government classes, teaching about Torrance and how it interacts with the U.S. government that they want. We have to embrace the youth of our community, and we have to embrace the educators. I worked long and hard. You know, when I first came onto this council, we were just starting to build a relationship with the Torrance Unified School District Board of Education. There had been, decades ago, they didn't talk at all. And now we do have a communication. We have a sharing arrangement for their facilities and our facilities. That was not done years ago. And I embrace that. I appreciate it. And I think we have to protect that as well as our children. And I don't think that it's appropriate to lash out at anybody, including Councilmember Mattucci. He's new. He's like he said, he's 2 days away from being here 6 months, and there's always a learning curve, and I take this as a big learning curve. I think it's an important thing to learn, that what we say as an elected official has a lot more weight than Joe Blow out on the street. If Joe Blow did the same thing, nobody would even care about it, or they'd just say Joe Blow's crazy or whatever. But if it says it came from Mayor Fury, or it came from Councilmember Griffiths, or Goodrich, or Mattucci, or Chen, or Herring, or Rizzo, they take that much more serious because you elected us to be your leaders. So I hope we can move on from this. I agree that I don't think the fair political practice is. I don't think hiring a third-party investigator, I think that's counterintuitive to what we did. I think censuring Councilmember Mattucci, with all due respect, Bill, as you said, censuring means nothing. I think we've censured everybody tonight. We've censured the audience as well as my colleagues and myself. I think we have to establish a social media policy and a disclosure of public records policy as well. Because public records, although an item is a public record, there's methodologies for getting that public record, and that's to go to the clerk's office or to go to the police department if it's a police record and request it so that it is reviewed before it is disclosed. The other thing is that being an attorney, I'm very protective of the attorney-client privilege. Saying that my attorney told me to do it or saying my attorney is a violation of the attorney-client privilege. It truly is. You do something knowing that your attorney said you can do something. If your attorney says, yes, that's appropriate to do that, you just do that. You don't say, my attorney told me to do it, because maybe you didn't understand what that attorney told you. That's the most important. I've found that out with clients over the years, that they sometimes don't hear what you're saying when you're giving legal advice. They hear what they want to hear, and all the rest is just garbled out. So, our city attorney answers our questions all the time, and they're always city-related. And nothing that Councilmember Mattucci asked was not city-related. He asked him if these were public record, and he said, of course, when they come in. I guess he did. I wasn't in the room. But I recognize that, but I think we have to go on and make some changes. I think the public records policy for elected officials is important, and the social media policy would be as well. And I would entertain a motion from one of my colleagues or further discussion if necessary, or you think you want to chime in. Councilmember Rizzo.
Wise words. This is an opportunity for us to learn, because this is unprecedented. We've never dealt with anything like this before. So I think we can all use this as a learning opportunity moving forward, but it does, in fact, indicate a need for a social media policy and a public records policy. But to Councilman Chen's option of a refresher ethics course or refresher ethics training, I would entertain that as well. For some, and for some of the emails that we received from the public, they just completely walked down that whole list of ethics within the current policy for elected public officials and candidates, and in their minds there were clear violations of our own existing ethics policy. So perhaps a refresher training would be appropriate as well, along with the social media policy and PRA policy.
Colleagues, I'm looking for you. Councilmember Mattucci.
This is for our city attorney. Can you hear me? I'm going to be abstaining from this vote, of course.
Actually, under the law, you can vote if you choose to do so, because there's no financial conflict.
Well, considering they're voting on me, I would have believed that it's...
You can abstain if you want to.
Yeah, you can abstain. I'm just giving you the option that there is case law in the area of censure that a council person is entitled to vote on it, and there is no financial conflict. So if you choose to vote, you can. If you choose to abstain, you can.
I choose to abstain.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you. I could also go along with establishing a social media policy and a disclosure of public records policy, especially if it ran through the city clerk and they were redacting those records just like they do for all the other correspondence we receive. But I'm concerned. I'm concerned that at some point we're going to end up back here discussing something similar or perhaps even worse in the future, because Councilmember Mattucci's response, it was very clear to me that he still doesn't understand what this is about. This is not about stifling free speech in any form, sort, or fashion. You have free speech. Nobody's trying to stop that. It's about societal norms and taking that speech too far and perhaps even putting the public in danger. And that's what concerns me, because our job up here is first and foremost to be fiscal stewards of the city's resources, and that means preventing liability. And I'm just afraid that we're going to be down this road again at some point in the future. I certainly hope not.
Councilmember Herring.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank the public for being here and expressing your concerns and your views and your positions tonight. And as been said or alluded to, this is not a referential on coyotes, what to do with coyotes, nor is this about the character or the ethics of Councilmember Mattucci. I went along with the oral for an investigation to look into this because I was concerned about some of the things that I heard about the police having to respond to Riviera Elementary School. And there were some accusations that was made by Councilman Tim Goodrich that allegedly there was some monies made off of the sale of some of the equipment, T-shirts or something by Councilmember Mattucci. And I wanted more time to look into that as well. And so we're here. I'm deeply concerned about the divisiveness that's in our community as Torrance, the things that come out and the way that it come out, the manner that it comes out, it troubles me. I believe that as a community, we're better than this. Sure, we can disagree without being disagreeable, but there's just so much seemingly animosity that I'm concerned that that is eroding our very fabric here as a community. And I want to challenge us to rise above this. We are better than this, and we can be better than this. To my fellow council member Mattucci, I'm also concerned that you feel like the people who are most against you are here on the dais with you. That includes me, so I take that personal. And I'm not against you at all. I respect you, and I've said these things to you personally and publicly. We're all here as representative of the city of Torrance. But when you post something on Facebook like when a decision has been made by this body, and you call it half blank, I won't repeat what I wrote. I mean what you wrote, but it's a personal attack on me. We campaign, and there's a lot of things that I campaigned on when I was campaigning that I said I wanted to do for the city of Torrance, and you elect me, and I was going to do this. Well, once elected, my worldview changed, and I was enlightened, and I learned some things, and some of the things that I was campaigning on, I came to understand was not realistic. And so now that I'm a council member, I'm not campaigning, I'm governing and setting policies and rules for the entire community and what's best for the city of Torrance, not just for today or tomorrow, but for the next generation. Because we're here because of previous council members have made decisions about where we are to be in past generations. And so we stand on their shoulders. And so we do have an obligation and a commitment. Yes, we have a First Amendment, but we can't go into an airport and use our First Amendment right to holler, shout out, bomb, I got a bomb. Well, you may have the freedom of speech there, but you don't have that right to do that. 9/11 has changed a whole lot of things, and it's been said that there's some things that there's some do's and don'ts when it comes to social media, and I think that we need to look at those things. I'm concerned too that we don't circle back around to where we are now, that we learn from this and that we can move on. I'm sure that the elementary school teacher at Riviera, Mrs. Cullen, I believe her name is, I'm sure that she's gotten more attention than she desired to receive. And I think we all can learn from this, and we all can move on from this, and we should. And maybe doing something like Councilman Chin has suggested would give us an opportunity to kind of reset and refocus and look at some things on how we present ourselves and how we represent the citizens of Torrance as we move forward. I don't think there's a need for an investigation. I wouldn't vote for that, or censure. I was concerned that we did not give Councilman Mattucci an excused absence, and I think that we could reconsider that as a body and do right, and do the right thing. And it's all about doing the right thing. You may not agree with everything, but there's a word that starts with a C. That's not a curse word. It's called compromise. And we have to learn how to compromise. We have to learn how to live together. We have to learn how to work together. We may not always agree with one another, and it's okay to state those disagreements and state our positions. But it's living together. And that's my sermon for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend.
I'll stop.
I'm not going to say amen because Councilmember Griffith wants to speak.
I'm not going to say amen either, and I'm not a preacher, and I'm not going to sit up here and preach. But I do have a question of staff, or maybe just a recommendation to my colleagues. As far as any recommendations for tonight, can we do individual motions on individual actions that we might consider? Is that as opposed to say, I want to do 2 and 3, can we say, I want to do 2 and then vote on that, or I want to do 4 and vote on that?
The council can approach each one individually or added one, as Mr. Chen's also.
So I appreciate that. And then I did want to just comment, I really don't feel like my position has changed from what I said at the beginning of the meeting. I still feel that option 4 and option 5 are the best options for us to take tonight to help us move forward as a city and let the people decide what teachers they want and go to the Torrance Unified and deal with Torrance Unified. If you're unhappy with the teacher, this is not the place for that. And if you're unhappy with Councilman Mattucci, recall him, vote him out. That's your choice, but I don't think that's our business to do. And everybody's welcome to their opinion, and that's why we're all here. We were elected by you to do this job, and if you don't like the way we're doing it, you'll, I assume, not elect us again, or if you're really upset, you'll choose to recall us, and that option is available to you at all times. So unless there's no other comments, I'll go ahead and make a first motion.
I see a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is. Great, thank you.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, democracy in action. First of all, amen, Reverend. Amen. I would go see that sermon anytime. This is what it's all about, and this was my concern, and this is why I asked to bring this forward to take a look at this. I think former Councilman Sutherland said it best. When the mayor speaks, it's not Patrick Fury speaking anymore, it's the mayor. When I speak, it's not Jeff Rizzo speaking anymore, it's Councilman Rizzo, and any one of us up here. So what we say, how we carry ourselves in public matters. And when we fail to realize that and we start expressing our opinions in such a way that it can create divisiveness, we need to understand that maybe we need to temper our words a little bit better. Maybe there's a different way to handle something. And we need to avail ourselves of that. And I think we've heard that from everybody here tonight. We've heard from people that say, hey, there's a different way to handle that, and we've heard from people that say, no, this is the only way we should be handling this thing. And those are different opinions, and we've sorted those things out. But again, once, as it was mentioned up here, once we have kind of made that decision, yeah, we still disagree on that decision, but we need to work with it and move forward with it without continually attacking because we didn't get our way. And tonight is a perfect opportunity for us to learn from that because it's been thrown out there on the table. It's been discussed. And as a result of that, I would agree with Councilman Griffiths on this, that this is a learning experience for all of us. Don't need to take any action as far as censuring or sending anything out for an investigation. We do need to establish our social media policy, but I'm also inclined to go with Councilman Chen's recommendation for a refresher course on ethics. So again, that's my position on this, and that was my sole reason for bringing this forward, so we can get this out in the open and discuss it, which I think we've done.
Yeah, we've discussed it. One of the things, with regard to the refresher course, I get the refresher course. We got to do it anyhow, but I would like to see some training program with regard to social media, to include that, because there has to be somebody who has addressed this with regard to elected officials. There has to be some way to point out what you just said, Mr. Rizzo. Yeah. Okay.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
So, yeah, I think Councilmember Griffith said, you willing to make motions?
I see a motion already sitting, honey. That seems like there's a...
Councilmember Chen, you didn't even tell me.
You guys are talking, so I just let you speak.
Councilmember Chen.
This is recommendation, so I move that we conduct.
You're going to do them one at a time?
Oh, one at a time?
Yeah, that's what.
I thought it was our choice.
It's actually up to the council, and just appearing from the comments, there seems to be some consensus, and that it would be essentially...
4 and 5.
You can either do 4, or if you're not going to do anything, you don't really need to adopt 4 not to do anything.
Yeah.
So it's kind of...
Let's pass on 4.
Yeah, so you can pass on 4 if you're not going to do anything, and look at number 5, which would be the social media policy and the disclosure of public records policy. And then I believe Councilman Chen was adding our ethics refresher training dealing with social media. I believe that was which kind of tied into yours, because he had his for...
So I asked, maybe I'll need some guidance from the veterans. My motion was going to be that we establish social media policy and disclosure of public media policy, and all 7 of us take an ethics refresher. And within the ethics refresher, we have some people who have some expertise, a moderator who gives guidance on different types of social media and the do's and don'ts recommendation, and give us the warnings that and ramifications of what happens if you go down a certain path. At the end of the day, Mayor, even after this training, we're all human, we're flawed, but at least we're going to make a conscious effort that all 7 of us has committed. Once again, it's at the top of our list.
I can't believe you have 2 days left until your probation is over. You've done
that's my...
You just made a motion like a real old-timer.
Well, you had a second on well done, sir. I'll second that.
And we have a second by Councilmember Goodrich.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Mattucci abstaining.
Okay, we've been officially here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Everybody, please take a seat so we can go back to order. We are back in order. Item 10A. Now is the time and a place for a discussion on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Finance Director that Council conduct a public hearing on taxicab regulatory fees and adopt a resolution authorizing the actions setting regulatory fees indexed to the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, May to May, for taxicab service operator and driver's permit applications. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Your Honor, there is a brief oral presentation.
Do we have to move around?
No, just an oral presentation, right, no slides.
Give it to me.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the Torrance City Council. Ian Daly with the Finance Department. Item 10A is the recommendation of the Finance Director that City Council take two actions. The first is to conduct a public hearing on taxicab regulatory fees, and the second action is to adopt a resolution authorizing the actions setting regulatory fees indexed to the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, May to May, for taxicab service operator and driver's permit applications. This item and staff's recommendations are a follow-up to item 9H from the December 18th City Council meeting, which adopted an urgency ordinance to amend Torrance's municipal code addressing Assembly Bills 1069 and 939. The new state law, which didn't allow for our taxi franchise model to continue, only allows for fees to be charged that are sufficient to pay for the costs of carrying out these services. As such, staff contracted with ClearSource Financial to conduct the cost analysis and help determine the recommended fee amounts included in this item. Overall, the new legislation will lower recurring revenues received from permitting taxi cab companies from approximately $192,000 per year to $13,000 a year, a reduction of $179,000 annually. Should staff's recommendation be approved, the Finance Department will plan accordingly in the upcoming two-year budget cycle. As noted earlier, in accordance with Government Code Section 6062A, notice of this public hearing was published in the newspaper and a list of the proposed fees was made available. Staff was not contacted by the public in advance of this meeting. Available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody from the public wish to be heard on 10A? See none. Then if there are no questions, then I entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Does the council wish to take action on this matter? Councilmember Rizzo?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the actions setting the regulatory fees index to the consumer price index for urban wage earners and clerical workers May to May for taxi cab service operators and driver permit applications.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried.
Thank you. May we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2019-02, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth fees for taxi cab service operator and taxi cab driver permit application processing.
Move to adopt resolution 2019-02.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 10B from Community Development. Now is the time and place for the discussion on agenda item 10B. A recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that City Council consider Land Use Study 18-00002, adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code to establish a policy exemption for small wireless facilities, adopt an urgency ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code to establish a policy exemption for small wireless facilities citywide, and adopt a resolution that establishes a policy for small wireless facilities and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation? Yes, there is. Would you like to move us around?
Yay.
First time all night. All right.
Evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Oscar Martinez of the Community Development Department. I'd like to take this time to introduce Dr. Jonathan Kramer, who's got a presentation that covers tonight's material.
Good evening, Your Honor, Council members. Dr. Jonathan Kramer. I've had the privilege of working for Torrance for roughly 20 years now, and the fact that you never see me is a good thing. I'm one of the people that operates in the background supporting staff and the city attorney. I'm an engineer, radio frequency engineer, and I'm also an attorney that practices telecommunications law. You have 3 items in front of you tonight. I've got a short presentation to tell you why this is important and to hopefully guide you through the important issues that face the city now in a way that really has not happened in the past. Well, try that, okay. Look, we've all been here for a long time tonight, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. This is just to frame the area of law that we're operating in. We're operating in telecommunications law from Congress. We're operating under FCC regulations. California Constitution gets into wireless. The Public Utilities Code deals with that. Actually, the CPUC as well, in terms of some of the codes that affect us in the right-of-way and where cell sites are going. The government code. And then finally at the end, looking back to 2004 when probably I was here the last time in front of council is when we adopted the wireless ordinance that has lasted for roughly 14 years. So the fact that we're here tonight tells you the magnitude of the issue that causes us now 14 years later to come back to talk to you about changes to the regulations. Last September, the FCC approved new rules that fundamentally change how we as a jurisdiction, how all jurisdictions process cell-site applications. And this is because of 5G. This is because the FCC is promoting 5G and basically wants to limit our discretion as to where cell sites go and how they look. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. The FCC rules go into effect next Monday, with one portion of them being told for another 3 months. That's why you have on the agenda tonight an urgency ordinance, because we want to have rules in place before the FCC rules take effect. In terms of what's happening above us, a number of appeals have been filed to the FCC rules. Our firm represents the California League of Cities, Oregon League of Cities, Arizona League of Cities and Towns on that appeal. Really, effectively, thousands of local agencies are appealing these rules, and you'll understand why in a couple of minutes when I get into the meat of them. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I had back surgery last month, and this has been kind of a long wait to get here tonight. So if I'm a little bit slow, I'm going to blame the back surgery. The appeals have been filed. It's going to take a long time. It's not likely that the rules will be that the FCC rules will be stayed during the appeal. Again, one of the reasons why we're bringing this to you as an urgency ordinance as well as a regular ordinance. You'll see how that plays out a little bit later. In kind of a broad scope of what the FCC rules are before I get to the actual rules themselves, the FCC wants to preempt us from being able to look at time, place, and manner for the most part, which is a state law concern. The rules have generally been that we've had the ability to control the aesthetics through the least intrusive means. The FCC has crafted regulations that effectively attempt to override federal court decisions in this area. The FCC shot clocks in terms of how fast the city has to process an application. The number of days has not changed, but the FCC has added new categories, and they've said, well, it's still, for example, 90 days to process an application. But when dinosaurs ruled the earth last August, that 90 days did not include, for example, appeals and the actual permit process. Now the FCC has said, what? You should be able to process everything. And if you want to have your little appeal, you can do that. Just make sure it's within the 90 days. You can imagine that most local governments are saying, how? We'll go on a little bit on this. I've already said the goal of this is to save the industry several $billion. That's dollars that can go into the shareholders that really come out of public service, public safety, which is how a lot of governments spend their money for this. These are the rules themselves, and really what it says in sum is that for small wireless facilities, which are defined as being 28 cubic feet or smaller, and any number of 3 cubic foot antennas, basically if it fits in that box, then we're supposed to approve it. Not quite that bad, but these are what the rules are intended to do. And I'll show you in several slides coming up what that actually means for us. These are the actual rules, but the FCC's order is where they layered in the, for example, well, the shot clock now includes everything else, and you can have moratoria, but you can't. More importantly, let's actually look at some of the effects. So the FCC has claimed that small cells are a pizza box. I'm not a small person, but when I can stand inside 28 cubic feet comfortably, I think we can agree it's probably not a pizza box. Some live examples of what we're talking about. I'm going to show you various pictures just to give you a flavor of what's out there now and what we should be expecting. The antenna on top, the two antennas on top of the light standard are each less than 3 cubic feet. And the rules say an unlimited number. Basically, there's no limit on the number of those panel antennas. As long as they're 3 cubic feet or less, then that's really a yes or no decision. The box at the ground level, the green box, is roughly 22.5 cubic feet. Again, not a pizza box. As I've already said, the antennas are 3 cubic feet. They're not counted. This is the important element on this slide. They're not counted against the 28 cubic feet total. So it's 28 cubic feet for the box, or all of the various boxes together, and then an unlimited number of 3 cubic foot antennas in addition to the 28 cubic feet. In terms of 3 cubic foot antennas, think 6 foot tall panel antennas. That's what we're talking about. The FCC has rejiggered what they call an effective prohibition. And an effective prohibition under the Telecom Act was essentially prohibiting or having the effect of prohibiting the provision of service. Now, under the FCC's interpretation of what Congress intended, which seems clear as they intended it, is that a state or local requirement effectively prohibits deployment when it, quote, materially limits or inhibits any competitor or potential competitor's ability to compete in a fair and balanced legal and regulatory environment. Your Honor, I'm sure as an attorney you know exactly how to roll with that. Yeah. Fee requirements must be reasonably approximate to the cost. Well, that's okay because under California law, that's what we're required to do. We don't get a profit on cost. Objectively reasonable to pass to the applicant. I have no idea what the FCC thinks that means. I know what the industry thinks. And no higher than fees charged to competitors in similar circumstances. The industry's position is that anybody who's in the right-of-way falls under that category because they're competing for the right-of-way at least. By the way, the FCC has determined that the appropriate fee for processing a wireless application is $500 for up to the first 5 applications and $100 for each additional application. And that's from intake to actual issuance of the dig permit. We don't even, our firm for many years has served the city as your outside reviewers for wireless projects. Your staff doesn't even get to the point where they send us the projects without burning through at least $100 of staff time, just in terms of taking it in, administrative work, and so forth. So it's completely unrealistic. This is critical, however, which is the non-fee component, the non-fee requirements. They have to be reasonable, no more burdensome than applied to other infrastructure deployments, and objective and published in advance. It's basically trying to say that whatever our standards are, they have to be objective and published in advance. Our standards for what cell sites in the right-of-way primarily look like. And I'll show you some examples as to why this is a problematic term and why we've promoted the resolution that's attached in your package tonight. As for the shot clocks, which I talked about, a couple of months ago we had 3, now we have 5. And the FCC has, through the shot clock, turned upside down the concept of co-location. Again, the co-location was before, well, you have a cell site and someone else wants to add to it. Now, a co-location for small wireless facilities is if a pole exists, that's a co-location. If something exists, and that's 60 days because, hey, you're just attaching to something that exists. So from intake to dig permit, 60 days. And again, the FCC has said you can have your little appeals during that period if you'd like. Go ahead, figure it out. For new wireless facilities that are qualified under these rules, 90 days is the default for if they have to put up a new pole. And then the old rules still apply, so I'm not going to go into those because those are settled. Pretty pictures from Los Angeles of actual deployments that are being put out there for 5G. This is not 5G. 5G isn't out there yet. 5G doesn't exist for consumers because the phones don't really exist yet. But this is what they're going to look like. Here's one deployment. The box below is not only the radio equipment, but it also has antennas on it. So you have two different layers of antennas here. Another picture. Here's a threefer. And the third group of antennas are inside the radome at the top of the light standard. I refer to this as a light standard cleverly camouflaged as a cell site. Yet another example, but they didn't want to do the radome here, so they just had the antennas externally exposed. The reason why so many antennas is because the wireless carriers operate on multiple bands. And by sending out the signal on multiple bands, sometimes they'll combine the bands for faster throughput. Some bands are better for penetrating buildings. Some bands are better for outside. So they kind of mix and match as to whatever works for them. Which is why, again, we're going to see multiple configurations of antennas on primarily light standards. Essentially, the result of all of this is that we're not going to be able to have public hearings. That's probably the most important takeaway from this slide because there really isn't an effective way to do that in 60 days and still meet the obligation. Now, under the current FCC rules, if we fail to act within 60 or 90 days, the wireless carrier has 30 days to sue us. State law is probably going to change next term because back in 2015, the state legislature was convinced by the wireless industry to add a deemed approved remedy to the old shot clock, so it's very likely that that'll be extended to the new shot clock. We're all tired. So here's what we're recommending. We recommend that you introduce tonight a new ordinance for first reading to amend the Torrance Municipal Code. That's the belt. The urgency ordinance and the regular ordinance are the same. Basically, we carve out small wireless facilities and we say everything else that was from 2004 still exists, except things that fit into this box for small wireless facilities are going to be subject to the resolution that you're being asked to adopt tonight. So the belt is a standard first reading. The suspenders, which is really important, is that we're asking you to adopt the same ordinance as an urgency ordinance tonight. Requires a vote of 6, as you well know, because most of the rules go into effect next Monday. And there's a real problem because our current code from 2004 never anticipated the draconian / crazy / industry sponsored acts that the FCC is imposing upon us. So that's why we're doing it as a twofer. And then the first will come back to you for second reading later. And we're asking you to adopt tonight the resolution that provides all the guidance that the FCC requires us to do in terms of locations for small wireless facilities. That's why it's really belt, suspenders, and the pants are the resolution. That's really where all the stuff's held. Now, The wireless industry is here tonight. There are representatives from Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile through Crown Castle. And I think that I know them. They all have thoughtful comments. And I know that you've received correspondence from the industry asking you to delay your actions. It'd be malpractice for the attorneys not to do that. But I know that you've had a chance to read through the staff report. I know that you've looked at what we're proposing in terms of trying to get ahead of and get a handle on this new reality. And that's why staff recommends that you do these 3 actions tonight. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Could you move us back around? In the meantime, I'm going to ask my colleagues, they click in to question. There is do have a couple questions up there. Councilmember Goodrich.
Based on past experience, I know one of the questions we can expect to get from our constituency is concerns about radiation, RF exposure, RFI, cancer, so on and so on. What type of power are we talking about?
Let me qualify my answer by telling you that I actually co-authored the FCC's guide to local governments on this subject. It's something I do as an RF engineer. These sites they vary in power. For example, if you only have 1 band of service, it's going to have less power going out than will a site that has 3 bands of power. It makes just sense. The answer is, however, that under settled federal law, the issue is not the effect, but compliance with the FCC rules. For example, if an applicant comes in and says, here's what we're planning, here are all the power levels, throw them into the formula that is in FCC OET Bulletin 65, and if the number comes out less than the maximum permissible exposure, then we don't have a legal basis to say no. I will tell you that the city for many, many years has had a strong policy that no project gets approved without that review. And in fact, to be quite honest, we're actually having arguments with the industry right now who are trying to submit generic reports that say, this is for a typical site, here's the RF report for a typical site, you should accept this because our sites are typical. And staff has consistently pushed back and said, no, this is a core safety issue, we want site-specific reports, and I can tell you that unless you direct us otherwise, we're going to continue to say anything to do with safety has to be specific to the site at question. That's just good policy.
So what are we talking about typically in terms of effective radiated power? Are we talking milliwatts? Are we talking watts, tens of watts?
Hundreds of watts. Hundreds of watts in most cases.
And at what frequencies?
Well, it varies. It can be as low as 600 megahertz. It can be up to 5 gigahertz at this point. Verizon and AT&T have multiple band assignments within that range. The actual frequencies are going to be going higher than that because as you go higher in frequency, there's actually more bandwidth available, and bandwidth means speed. So for 5G purposes, 5G is not a revolutionary something. It's simply the ability to send more information faster to a user by using the techniques of multiple bands bonded together, higher frequencies with more bandwidth. That's really 5G.
That's a significant amount of power at those frequencies.
It's a significant amount of power if the exposure, if someone is exposed to
There's a distance element.
Exactly.
I get it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurry.
Thank you, Mayor. How far are we as a city from having an infrastructure that will support 5G?
We are getting lots of applications now. You want to kick in on this, Oscar?
As of last year, for 2018, we received over 40 applications for just a standard small cell applications.
Let me give you something to think about. As a relatively prominent local government attorney on wireless, I get invited to conferences in the industry. It's under the Godfather theory of keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. So I get to go to those conferences, and really a very telling conference last year that I spoke at, the industry is talking about the fact that they anticipate that they're going to, within 5 years, be to about 60 cell sites per square mile per company. Now, I just happen to have done a little math tonight, and I could give you a big number, but I'm going to give you a small number. Now remember, this is going to be a small number. So instead of, instead of 60 cell sites per square mile per company, let's assume it's only 30. And for the city of Torrance, which is 20.55 square miles of land, let's only figure that they're going to cover 3/4 of that, so about 15.55 miles. Under the industry's estimates within their own conference, we should be expecting on the low side, the conservative side, a bit shy of 2,000 cell sites. That's why this is so important now, because cell sites aren't the big cell sites. You're not going to see very many of them left. They'll still be there to provide what you call umbrella coverage. But the point of this is to get the cell site close to the user, reuse the frequencies very efficiently, provide fixed wireless services, for example, to offset Spectrum or AT&T. And that requires a lot of cell sites. Now, I had some pictures, I didn't show them tonight, but in the city of LA, they're at the point where you're now seeing 2 cell sites just, within a couple of 100 feet from each other. That's the level of deployment. We're not here in Torrance yet, but we're expecting next week to see a whole slew of applications come in. We have put some flow controls in the resolution. We've put flow controls on the number of applications that can be submitted at a time. The industry particularly doesn't like that because they want to come in with a lot, however many a lot is. But I'd like to show you the whole staff that processes wireless applications in the city. Okay. Danny might disagree.
Along with a lot of my colleagues, they do help out.
This is the face of wireless in the city. And certainly with the fees, the fee issue is very simple. The FCC has told us that $100 per application basically is a reasonable fee, but they've also said that the bottom line is we will have to do a fee study to show what our actual costs are. And they're not going to be $100 per. I can tell you that right off the bat. I've gone beyond the question. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Councilmember Chin has a question.
Mine will be very quick. 5G is where the industry is going to. So if we don't have 5G, it'll be almost like we don't have a cell phone today, right?
No.
No?
No.
4G will still work.
I understand. This is that if once 5G comes out, you don't want to be the only guy that is still using a 3G equipment. Would that be?
The difference between 3G and 4G is far more significant than the difference between 4G and 5G.
Okay.
3G and 4G was a kind of a watershed change in how signals were sent out, digital bonding of signals. Now we're talking about 5G being simply faster throughput. It's not a revolutionary change. It just is faster. And the industry touts the fact that driverless cars will require gigabits or more of data per day. So there's going to be a lot of data users.
I just asked one question.
Yes, sir.
It's not meant, this is not a design review. 5G means, did you say we're going to higher frequency?
Higher frequencies, yes.
Okay. Higher frequency typically means the bandwidth is smaller.
Just the opposite. As you go up in frequency, the available bandwidth within that band actually increases.
I understand, but I said I wasn't going to design review. The wavelength is longer.
At higher
lower
frequencies, the wavelength is shorter.
Correct, meaning the antenna actually gets smaller. Right?
Antennas will get smaller, except historically what we've seen is that the industry has gone to larger antennas so that they can better focus the signal. Larger antennas allow them to focus the signal. So you're absolutely right. For the same unit of gain, a smaller antenna, but that's not how it's going to be.
Okay. I'll stop on the technical question. The issue right now is we want to put something together because we're about to get fire hosed within a small amount of time. I just want to make sure what the issue is. There's one, initially it seems like we're alarmed that there's going to be these big giant antennas all over the place. In my head, I was trying to figure out, going higher frequency antennas should be getting smaller. But really the issue at hand is when the FCC goes forward, we will not have enough time to respond. That's what you really want us to be focused on this resolution. To grant permission to put antennas in various parts of the city.
That's 75% of it.
Okay.
The other 25% is that we just have to change the basic rules from 2004 to comply with the new rules. Because under our current rules, we cannot comply with the FCC rules that will go into effect next Monday.
Okay.
That's a significant portion, again, of what's in front of you in the resolution tonight.
Okay.
Sorry for teching out on you. It's my nature.
Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, I do have Daisy Ukimpeng signed up. Anybody else who wishes to speak, come on up front. Hi.
Ms. Daisy Wikimpang. I would like to direct the council to your attention to a letter that was sent by our attorneys dated January 7, 2019, in response to item 10B, draft policy regarding small wireless facilities. Verizon Wireless urges the council to defer action on the draft policy and related ordinances and directs staff to work with industry to make the needed revisions. Verizon Wireless feels that the draft policy and related ordinances do not warrant an urgency ordinance because under Government Code 36937, small cells do not pose a pressing threat to public peace, health, and safety. Secondly, numerous draft policy requirements in the current draft contradict the recent FCC order, which addresses the appropriate approval criteria for small cells, as follows. First, proposed volume requirements for equipment and concealment requirements are subjective and unreasonable. Secondly, requiring applicants to show more preferred locations within a 750 feet radius to be technically infeasible conflicts with state and federal law. Third, undergrounding requirements are unreasonable. Fourth, a proposed ban on ground-mounted cabinets contradicts federal as well as state law. Fifth, soliciting public notice and comments are inappropriate under the objective standards of the FCC order. Sixth, proposed application procedures are inconsistent with the new FCC shot clock rules. And also, in response to the comment by Dr. Kramer, small cells are inherently small. I believe that the city will be surprised with the industry's response to the numbers that are projected. And as such, Verizon Wireless urges Council to defer action on the draft policy and related ordinances and to direct the staff to work with the industry to make needed revisions to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by the council? I see none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Stephen Garcia for Crown Castle. Crown Castle is a network infrastructure provider located in Southern California, as well as nationwide services. We are here tonight to ask you to defer action, as our colleague from Verizon Wireless just indicated. The reason being, there's no middle ground in the urgency ordinance or in the ordinance proposed and recommended for your adoption. It simply gives us no opportunity to dig into the details and find some compromise, as was previously indicated as the C word. The compromise gives us great opportunity to really dig into the details and identify solutions that will work both for the industry as well as for the city. Since 2004 was the last ordinance that was adopted by the city of Torrance, there's been really little action taken on applications submitted by Crown Council for wireless facilities in the public rights-of-way. I think given the history and the time it has taken to get to a decision on many of those locations, I feel it's necessary and important to take more time to look at the ordinance and how the industry and the city can work together. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the council? See none. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
That's right. Good morning. Council members, city staff, I'm John Heffernan with AT&T. I also proud to serve as the chair of the Torrance Chamber Board of Directors, and thanks for the opportunity to comment on this item. As you've heard from Dr. Kramer's presentation, it's important that the city reviews the current standards and upgrades it, and we appreciate the need for the city to update those regulations, especially in light of the new FCC ruling. We also commend the city for recognizing the need to promote access to high-quality advanced wireless services, not only for residents, but also for businesses who more and more are using wireless technology to process point-of-sale transactions. Interestingly, studies show that more than 70% of Americans are relying primarily and in some cases exclusively on wireless telecommunications for their communication needs. So for this reason, it's especially important to encourage the city's responsible deployment of the required wireless facilities that your residents are going to need. You've heard about the Internet of Things. You've heard about the increasing demand for data, whether it's autonomous cars or home automation or home security. This wireless network needs to be robust. AT&T has stepped up to invest, and we're looking to continue to partner with the city. In addition, on the public safety side, AT&T received the contract for FirstNet as we're building the nationwide first responder wireless network. So each and every new or modified facility will only strengthen those first responder communications in town. As background, I know Dr. Kramer's presentation touched on this, but at a state level, at a federal level, the Telecom Act of '96 was enacted in part to streamline wireless deployments. This is over 20 years ago. The FCC, as you heard, recently issued its small cell deployment order, focusing on three things. The local regulations for small cell siting should be reasonable, shouldn't be any more burdensome than those applied to other infrastructure deployments, it should be objective, and also published in advance. Through the PUC, we have the right to upgrade the network in the right-of-way, and we would like to see this item continued so we can continue to partner with the city and address, there's about 10 specific items that AT&T's network and legal team identified that needs to be tweaked, and we look forward to that continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions by the council? Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard? Okay, there no one else wishes to be heard. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So
I won't entertain it, I'll embrace it.
You got it.
All right, Councilmember Goodrich made his motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Obviously, what we're doing tonight is our our latest and greatest effort at local control on this situation. Just last year, Senate Bill 649 was passed by the California Senate and the California Assembly and was up on the governor's desk for his signature, which would have actually done basically the same thing, only in the state of California. I guess that morning when Governor Brown woke up and he found 600 mayors and council people on his front door, he changed his opinion and he vetoed it. That was the big smile moment. And then it was perhaps a month later that the FCC took the matter up. I had a conversation with Mr. Heffernan earlier today and explained that, and our city attorney is aware of this. We sent a letter to the FCC in opposition to what they were doing, made some recommendations which they may have used or may have totally ignored, I'm not sure. But we got some comments back from our federally elected officials thanking us for our input, and they also told us that this was going to happen. And I guess because we sent a letter, we're now on the service list for the appeals. So at least we get all the legal arguments that they're sending, and because of my profession, I can actually look at them and understand them somewhat. Not as good as you, because I'm not the engineer. I'll have to ask our engineer on the end to help me out with some of the technology. But in essence, what we're doing here is trying to maintain the local control that we have. Will things change in the future? I'm sure. But when I saw that picture of the what we called a refrigerator, that's what the mayors and the council people were saying, the refrigerators they'll be putting out on the rights of way. It's in essence what it looks like. It's a big refrigerator. And, you know, the rights of way are, you know, what they call them, rights of way, and apparently they have good legal standing or good legal guidance to let them draft up their rules, and we're just trying to control it at the local level as best we can for our citizens, because every time one of those cell towers goes in, and that was just the big cell towers, or the small ones, we hear from our community that they don't want them. Now, it's the same people that all have these things. And, you know, we're just as bad. We all have them, and we need them, and, you know, autonomous vehicles and everything else that works off of those cell towers. You know, we're going to see some changes. John, I told you, you can put one in my attic. You know, you don't have to go you don't have to go out in the right of way. Stick it right in the attic, because I want good service. We all want good service. And that's the big balancing act on it, but we don't want that service outside our window. I think what we're doing today protects our citizens, and you know, we'll get up to 5G, and then the next thing you know, somebody was saying, you know, but now the 6G is here. At 5G, you got to go away with them. So,
Your Honor, if I may, this is Patrick Sullivan, the City Attorney. I know this is not going to be a popular suggestion, but for clarity of the record, and I know it's late, but I would recommend that council take each ordinance separately as well as the resolution. Mm-hmm. That way it's clear for the city clerk in the record, and as well as on each item.
Okay. So what we will do is we will, if council wishes to take action, we're going to take it one step at a time. So we conducted the public hearing. Now we're looking for a motion to adopt an ordinance.
Move to adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code by establishing a policy exemption for small wireless facilities citywide.
Second. And Mr. Mayor, for clarity, this would be the first reading of the regular ordinance that you're talking about.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. And then the second motion would be to adopt a policy.
We have a number and title first, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. Name Number and title, please.
Ordinance number 3840, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 2 of Article 39 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code by amending Section 92.39.020, amending provisions for small wireless facilities citywide.
Move to adopt ordinance number 4840.
Is it 48 or 38?
38.
38.
3840.
Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
May we have the second number and title, please?
The next number and title is Urgency Ordinance Number 3841, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 2 of Article 39 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code by amending Section 92.39.020, amending provisions for small wireless facilities citywide.
Yes, move to adopt urgency ordinance 3841.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. The last number and title, please.
This is resolution number 2019-03, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting policies, procedures, standards, and limitations for submittal and review of small wireless facilities citywide as set forth in Torrance Municipal Code Section 92.39.020.
Move to adopt resolution 2019-03.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That concludes 10B.
Actually,
Thank you.
there's still the approval of the ordinance summaries for publication.
Oh, we do have to do that.
Move to approve ordinance summaries for publication.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Now that's concluded 10B, without getting carpal tunnel syndrome for clicking in. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Thank you, everybody. That takes us to oral communication number 2. Anybody from the public wish to be heard at this point? Oh, we have sign-ups, so let me do the sign-ups first. Apparently they were signed up earlier.
Yes, they signed up earlier.
Yvette Colburn and Reggie Bunch and Sheila.
She may have left.
Thank you for waiting so long. Appreciate it.
Yes, Council. So, my name is Yvette, and I am Black Lives Matter, and I'm here for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was murdered on the 9th by Torrance Police Department cops. You heard the mother earlier. We want answers. And one thing I want to draw to every one of you is from now forward, we need transparency. We need transparency. We need transparency that's compliant with the law. And if you're not complying with the law, we want to know why you're not complying with the law. So moving forward, this family needs to know who murdered their son, their loved one. They need all of the video cams, the dash cams. They need the Rouse store cam or video. They need the body cams. And yes, they need to be fired, as the mother stated. This family deserves a hearing. I am calling for a hearing for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We want assurances from the council pursuant to a valid public records request. Their attorney has already put that in, from my understanding, and we need to move forward with that. We cannot lollygag anymore. I am a resident here, okay, in Torrance, and I'm hearing a lot about safety. I'm not feeling safe. I have a son, I have a husband, and I have other very close friends that live here in Torrance, and there is no safety happening. And I'm not certainly feeling safe with not getting any answers for Christopher's family. And I certainly am appalled to hear upon my arrival earlier yesterday that there was a statement stated to some Christopher's friends that this has been resolved. This has not been resolved. And we are not going away. So we want to hear some answers. There is a family suffering in here. And no one has said anything to do something about that. And I am done.
Thank you.
My name is Reverend Evan Regis Bunch. My nickname is Reggie. And I'm in Torrance tonight, this council meeting. I think we're nearing the midnight hour. To demand justice for Christopher Mitchell. Recently, there was a shooting at a bowling alley right here in this city. And the chief of police, do you remember how long it took you to resolve that case?
Sir, it's really not resolved. No, they just made an arrest.
But the question is that something was done.
Yeah,
that's the point I'm trying to make. And now we're 30 days after the murder of Christopher Mitchell. No police officers' names have been released. No video, body cam has been released. The chief of police has even promised to do that 10 days from the shooting, from the murder. I know this police chief is new to this city, but not new to policing. So when 30 days go by, you can't help but to think that there's a cover-up going on. There are people working, even at this hour, not here in this building, but in the Torrance Police Department, working to cover this murder up. Because if we don't know anything, that means somebody's trying to erase something. Facts, evidence, exactly what happened, testimonies, manipulating narratives. And this is indicative of the political environment that happened from the Ferguson effect. It exposed how police departments have been working for years to cover up the travesties that happen up in their communities. And a body cam should be a way, and it was advocated in a way, to show the city that police departments can be transparent. Well, if police departments are trying to be transparent, why haven't we seen a police tape or video camera? And it's been a month Tomorrow will be a month from the shooting. Just the videotape. Where's the videotape?
I don't know the answer to that, sir, but I'm certain that the attorney who has made the request, an attorney made the request for public records, I'm sure.
But
they would be working
the
with
history of
them.
body cam was not that an attorney would make the request. The history of body cams coming into place of police departments was so that a FOIA request could be happening, a Freedom of Information request.
Sure.
Or just a police department saying, you don't need FOIAs, you don't need none of that. We'll just show you, we'll just put out the video camera. But now what we're seeing across the police departments across this country is body cams are exposing what's really happening, and thus police departments do not release them. And I think the city council has the power to call for not only for the special hearing for the family, but to demand where's the video camera? That's something police departments call as their own their reform efforts.
I'm certain that it will be provided in the appropriate time.
It's been 30
That's all
days.
I can tell you. There's no cover-up. There's never going to be a cover-up. You'll get the information will be provided.
So you have that understanding, right?
I certainly believe that, yeah.
Not only do we have that understanding, we were given a timeline. We were given 10 days. So now after 10 days, we are giving nothing.
I don't know about timelines,
Well, she can corroborate that she gave the family 10 days.
Wow.
So now we're at a lie. Now, what do we do with the lie?
It's not a lie. I'm certain that there's a reason. If somebody said 10 days, sometimes
Not just
things take a little
someone.
more.
The person is here, the chief of police. And I'm being very calm.
Okay. Well, I've given your time to speak. Thank you very much. And we'll be working on it. I'm sure, you'll receive, or the family will receive, or the lawyer will receive that information when it's appropriate.
And lastly, I don't know what's going to take for you all to wake up. I think the conversations tonight were very insensitive to this family. A lot of mockery, a lot of joking, a lot of the worst incident ever happened in Torrance was a Facebook post. What? The world is about to go to shit because of a president and all that's going on in this country, and the worst thing that's happening in Torrance is a Facebook post?
Thank you, sir. I have to move to the next person. Sheila? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sheila. I'm also with Black Lives Matter, and I just wanted to talk about the fact that safety has been brought up several times here in different capacities, and all I have to say is that this is what privilege looks like. The fact that in this city, a Facebook post and some coyotes is considered your biggest problem in the city, that's a bold-faced lie. That's not the biggest problem in this city. One of the biggest problems in the city is corruption, and the fact that sitting over there is a family whose son was murdered, and you guys won't even acknowledge that. That is a violation of safety. That is a violation of somebody's life that has not even really been acknowledged. You want to talk about safety? Talk about safety for that family. Talk about safety for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who is no longer with us at the hands of Torrance Police Department. That is a violation of safety. And something needs to be done about that. A young man was murdered by Torrance Police Department while sleeping in his car. Consider his safety and his life and how that was violated. Consider the safety of his family and friends that have been shaken by yet another person. This isn't the first time, yet another person killed by Torrance Police Department. Consider the safety of the general public, particularly black and brown communities and people of color who are more likely to be victims of police violence. If you want any resemblance of safety in this community, you will give all information to the family and to the attorney. You will conduct an investigation and hold these officers accountable. You will fire the officers, and you will push the local DA to actually prosecute these officers. And you will make appropriate changes to policies to prevent additional crimes from happening in the city in regards to the police department. Safety is not happening in the city. And it's not about a Facebook post. It is not about coyotes. It is about a police department that has never been held accountable.
Anybody else?
Sorry, I filled out an agendized item, which is 14. Should I go now, or should I wait to go to 14, which is closed session, which is minority?
14 has already happened, but you're still free to comment on it.
We're up to 15.
Just so you know, 14 happened at 5:30
Closed session,
before,
right?
right. But you can always come at 5:30 and comment on it before they go into
Oh, I
closed
wasn't
session.
aware of that.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Say his name.
Can we wait for a second?
Say his name.
Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Ashe.
All right. Good evening. Wow.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I've never seen you guys in the morning. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. Never thought I'd wake up with such a lovely, handsome bunch. My wife told me come home early.
2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Yeah, gotcha. So anyways, I'm here from North Torrance. The closed session item tonight, one of them was negotiations between the city and the school district. We're here to urge you to lease that property from the school district for all of our residents in North Torrance. I brought a letter, which I won't read, from a member of the community. I'll take it to the school board and read it to them. It was addressed to them anyway. And again, I'll refresh what I mentioned about a year ago. My name's Alan Glassband, by the way, in case you were here now. Every other part of Torrance has a baseball field provided by the city of Torrance. West Torrance has 6 baseball fields. South Torrance has 2 at least with lights. Central Torrance has 3 built on top of an old trash bill. But kids like playing baseball there, and it doesn't seem to be hurting anybody. And we don't have any in North Torrance provided by the city, so it seems that it would be just to actually just lease that property. Adults can continue their education there. High school students who need to get credits could take the credits at that school. Keep the site as it is in the city of Torrance. Please don't allow more high-density residential properties right there or anything. That's one of the worst exits, and I know you know that, Mr. Mayor. You live in North Torrance. If you take Prairie to Van Ness every day, you'll be sitting there for about 20 minutes at the wrong time of day. You cannot get through there, and if you stick 200 or 300 more houses right there, it'll be a nightmare as far as traffic goes. I mentioned to the city, to the school board, but I will mention it now, and nobody's watching, I'm sure. But
What? Nobody's watching?
Nobody's watching on the camera. You guys are watching. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You're not nobody. You're very important people, which we've heard tonight. Sorry. Torrance Unified School District pays the superintendent almost $340,000 a year, and he's had 5 increases in pay from the last 5 years, from $247,000 to $335,000. These are public records on transparentcalifornia.com. Transparentcalifornia.com, which is ridiculous that somebody gets a raise 5 times when the teachers don't get any. So this is not your jurisdiction. I know you're not the school board. However, it should be said publicly. And thank you guys for staying awake, and thank you for doing your job.
Thanks,
and I'm
Al.
sorry for the loss of the people that lost family members.
Anybody else?
I hope somebody at least watches the replay for this.
Don't count on it.
No?
I was at the 18-inning Dodger game, too.
This is way short of a record, way short of a record.
So I get to make the announcements for the Social Services Commission that the 2019 homeless count is coming up this month. The Torrance count will be Wednesday, January 23rd. And the City of Torrance is coordinating the count with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, and we are seeking volunteers to join us on January 23rd at 8 p.m. in the Ken Miller Recreation Center. That will be our deployment site. So to sign up, please go to www.theycountwillyou.org, and then /Torrance_count will take you right to our site. but otherwise, they count will you, all one word, .org, and then you can select Torrance, but that's the important part, is select Torrance and come out and join us to volunteer for the homeless count. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I didn't get a chance, as some of you didn't get a chance to tuck your kids in tonight, but I'm here for them tonight. My name is Esau Baruman, and I'm here tonight on behalf of North Torrance Neighborhood Alliance to present a letter requesting the city's support of helping maintain park space in North Torrance. We are seeking the city's support in helping lease or purchase a portion of the Hamilton site so that open space in North Torrance is preserved and not reduced. The second page of this letter highlights the back page, other local and national sports organizations who also support preservation of green space in North Torrance. We know that the items cannot be publicly discussed, especially since they're being discussed during a closed session at this point, but in the spirit of open transparency, the community would appreciate any type of updates. Thank you for your time this wonderful night and morning.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeannie Aguilar, and I am a resident of North Torrance, and I am also speaking on behalf of Hamilton and what's to be done with it. And I just want to make sure that I do understand that everything has been in closed session, and I just want you to know that we are the volunteers there, and we are there, and I'm getting ready for a new season, and I'm the president of the softball league there, and I just want you to take in consideration that there's a bunch of people that have put a lot of effort into this, and we believe in it, and we want you to believe in us, and we want you to do everything you can to let our fields stay there and let our girls have the opportunity to learn how to play a great sport and give them an avenue of being athletes and being proud of something and representing North Torrance. So I just want to introduce myself to you, and you'll probably see me a few more times, but nice to meet you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging in there as well. Anybody else?
Hello again. My name is Jen Graham. I am a lifelong Torrance resident. I grew up in North Torrance. I went to North High. My kids are strangely going to go to West High, which I still haven't completely
Sounds like
reconciled.
my daughter. Huh? That sounds like my daughter. She went to North, now her kids are going to West.
Yeah, it's a little painful, I have to say, honestly.
Wait till they play football against each other, see which side you sit on.
I'll sit behind my son. But I have 3 kids that are in Torrance schools, and my son is going to be what they call a legacy player for Torrance Little League. He started as T-ball. This is going to be his last season. But my girls have grown up watching their brother play, and my 6-year-old is going to start softball this spring, and she's very excited. But this has been something that our family has done for years. And we were thankful that we have the opportunity. Torrance Little League has a facility that we work hard to maintain, but it was a gift to us from the city, and we appreciate it, and we work hard to maintain that facility. And I just ask that the city council, that you work and figure out what you can do to give North Torrance their own facility. That this is not an issue that we come back to year after year. I know from growing up there and just from talking to parents and other constituents in the city of in the part of North Torrance, that they often feel like the redheaded stepchild. And I think that something like this, but giving them their facility for boys and girls, would make them feel a lot better that their city does care about them, despite the fact that they're from North Torrance, which I don't slight. Obviously, my sister and I grew up there. Our family home is there, and it just other people are watching, and we know what's going on, and we would like their kids and the families of North Torrance to have what the rest of the city enjoys, and that we realize that it is a tremendous blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Then it's our turn. Councilmember Goodrich.
Happy New Year.
Councilmember Griffith.
I'll second that motion. Happy New Year. I also want to thank our fine police department for the work that was done on the horrific Gable House incident starting our new year. And certainly hope that we don't see any more incidents like that ever, but continue to good work for our police department. I also want to congratulate our city and the Rose Float Association. I was honored to be up at the Rose Parade personally to see the parade and on my own, and saw the Torrance float go down Colorado Boulevard, and with a nice banner of an award in front of it saying that we got the Tournament Volunteer Award. And after seeing all the effort, after many years of seeing our volunteers work so hard on our float, how appropriate was that award. And so I was very, very proud of our city and the effort by our Rose Float Association and all the many, many volunteers who worked so hard to make that come about. And the tremendous exposure that provides for our city. So again, thank you to everyone involved in that. And that's it.
Except on ABC.
Yeah.
Councilmember Herring.
Ditto to what Councilman Griffith said.
Councilmember Mattucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say Happy New Year to everyone, but just want to really thank our police department. I know we keep on saying thank you this, thank you that, but we often forget that when something happens, you're going into a situation you don't know what you're going to find, and especially when there's shots fired. I can't imagine the level of courage that it takes to walk into a facility or a situation where you don't know what's there, and knowing that there were shots fired. So I just have to say, I mean, I know the first responders, but the first on scene, it just takes tremendous courage, and I just want to thank you guys for doing that. And you guys are definitely one of the biggest reasons why my family's in Torrance, so thanks again.
Thank you. Councilmember Rizzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ditto to everything that's being said. Good work by the PD. Outstanding work. And congratulations to the Rose Float Association. You brought another one home for us, so I appreciate that. And Happy New Year to everybody.
And Councilmember Chen.
Happy New Year. Looking forward to 2019 so that we could together make Torrance a premier city in the nation.
Thank you. I agree with absolutely everything everybody said. And I got to give a shout out to Mr. Henry Trevor Lawrence. Yep.
There you go. I was looking for an orange tie.
The orange tide. Mr. Jackson, anything from staff?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Almost forgot. Wow.
I'm not reading it now.
Yeah, you're not going to read it now. Somebody had a birthday, I understand.
No, it's Pam.
You can't delay a meeting just to have that happen. So, are you ready, guys?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Me. 1, 2, and a happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy birthday to you.
I hope that didn't break the sound system.
No, it's broken.
Okay, will you read it now? Wow. Would you read that? You won't read it.
You may read it?
Yeah, please.
All right. I motion that the city council adjourn. I motion that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, January 15th, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. for a closed session, with the regular meeting that evening commencing at 7 p.m. in the council chamber.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. See you next week.